Chapter 50:15. The cultivator lowered his head to look at his chest, his face full of disbelief. He could not believe that he was so easily injured. Lin Feng looked at him in surprise. Under normal circumstances, once the sun-slaying divine arrow pierced through the body, the cultivator basically had no chance of survival. The sun-slaying divine arrow's power was too terrifying. When it pierced through the cultivator's body, it had already destroyed all the vitality in the cultivator's body. Therefore, the cultivator would die instantly. However, this cultivator did not die. Lin Feng could feel that the vitality in his body was still very strong. This person's vitality was too tenacious. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator mockingly and said, "Now you know who's the idiot, right? I'm calling you an idiot. You don't have any objections, do you?" The cultivator was filled with hatred. After being injured by Lin Feng to this extent and being mocked by Lin Feng, he hated Lin Feng to the core. However, his current situation was worse. Although he could not wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces, this was not the time to deal with Lin Feng. The cultivator took out a jade talisman and crushed it. Swoosh! In the next moment, he disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. Then, the cultivator quickly flew into the distance, trying to escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. When he saw the cultivator running away, he could not help but smile coldly. He held the Hu Yi bow in his left hand and the sun-slaying divine arrow in his right. Then, he pulled the bow and shot the arrow. Swoosh! The sun-slaying divine arrow shot out with lightning-like speed and it quickly caught up to the cultivator. The cultivator was now seriously injured, so he did not dare to take the sun-slaying divine arrow's power head-on. When he saw the sun-slaying divine arrow shooting toward him, he quickly summoned a shield. The shield was a powerful defensive treasure. He wanted to use the shield to block the sun-slaying divine arrow's attack, but his current situation was very bad. Therefore, in his current state, it was unrealistic for him to fully unleash the shield's power. He had only activated a portion of the shield's power. However, this was not enough to block the attack of the sun-slaying divine arrow. The sun-slaying divine arrow pierced through the shield. Puff! In the next moment, with a tearing sound, the cultivator's body was pierced by the sun-slaying divine arrow again. "I can't accept this." He let out a blood-curdling scream and fell from the sky. Lin Feng and Leng Zishi quickly flew towards that cultivator. When they arrived at his side, they discovered that he was already dead. Lin Feng put away his storage ring, Hu Yi's bow, and sun-slaying divine arrows. He and Leng Zishi didn't stay any longer. They quickly flew off into the distance. After Lin Feng and Leng Zishi left, a grayish-brown energy overflowed from the corpse. The grayish-brown energy began to twist and turn into a soul. If Lin Feng was here, he would be very surprised. This was because Lin Feng sensed that this guy's soul had been shattered. But who would have thought that this guy would use some special means to deceive Lin Feng? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? My body. My body. The soul roared. His physical body had been destroyed. If he hadn't cultivated some powerful secret technique, his soul would have been destroyed as well. Once a cultivator lost his physical body, it would be a disaster. He naturally knew this very well. So now, the cultivator was on the verge of madness. He only had one thought now, and that was to find a way to kill Feng. "Little bastard, I won't let you go." The soul roared angrily. Then, it chose a direction and flew quickly. Lin Feng naturally didn't know that the guy's soul was still alive. At this moment, he and Leng Zishi stopped in an oasis in the desert. Lin Feng took out the storage ring he obtained from the cultivator. Then, he sent his divine sense into the storage ring and carefully sensed its contents. There were many kinds of things in the storage ring, and there were even 3 true immortal artifacts. Lin Feng found a book among them. He took it out and started reading. Forgotten City. Lin Feng found 4 words written on the book. After browsing for a while, Lin Feng found out that there was a forgotten city in this desert. It was an ancient city that had been forgotten by the cultivators of the outside world. In the city lived the cultivators of the Devil Sand clan. The Devil Sand clan was an extremely ancient clan. It was said that they had been exterminated in an era before the Primordial Age. But in reality, this clan hadn't been exterminated. Instead, they were hidden in the ancient demon desert. The cultivator from before was from the Devil Sand clan. Lin Feng handed the book to Lung Zishi. She read it with great interest. She said, "I've heard of this Devil Sand clan before. It's said that their methods are extremely strange. They are the royalty of the desert. No wonder that guy could control the sand in the desert to form an extremely powerful sandstorm. This person is from the Devil Sand clan. It's not strange that he can do this." Lin Feng nodded. He and Lung Zishi rested for a while before continuing their journey. They continued to look for a place where the magnetic field was weaker. What Lin Feng and Lung Zishi didn't expect was that along the way, they saw more than 30 cultivators besieging 5 demon race cultivators. Lin Feng didn't recognize those demon race cultivators. However, Lin Feng knew who those cultivators besieging the demon race cultivators were. Among those people, some were from the Immortal Heaven sect. Lin Feng recognized their attire. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The Immortal Heaven sect and the other 4 major immortal sects had entered the ancient demon desert because they were chasing after Little Rock King. Could it be that those besieged were Little Rock King's companions? Lin Feng felt that it was possible. "Let's go and save those people," Lin Feng said. Hearing that they were going to save people, Lung Zishi became excited. Her delicate and beautiful face flushed red. She shouted, "You don't have to do anything later. I'll do it myself. I'll show you how powerful I am." Hearing Lung Zishi's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lung Zishi was lively and had a strong desire to show off. She really couldn't stay still for a moment. "All right. I'll leave those people for you to deal with. If you can't handle them, I'll do it again," Lin Feng said. Lung Zishi snorted, "Why can't I handle them? I'm powerful. If you dare to underestimate me, I'll beat you to death." Lin Feng smiled and didn't refute Lung Zishi. He and Lung Zishi quickly flew towards the battle. Chapter 5016. The besieged demon race cultivators consisted of 3 males and 2 females. The 5 of them were not particularly old and had cultivated for around 20 to 30,000 years. To the cultivators of the Undying Realm, 20 to 30,000 years was still considered a young generation of cultivators. It was just like how the cultivators of the 9 continents referred to cultivators below 3,000 years as young cultivators. This was because the cultivators of the Undying Realm belonged to a higher plane of existence. They had more powerful cultivators and higher cultivation realms. Their lifespans were also longer. Therefore, when it came to defining the younger generation of cultivators, it was naturally different from the mortal realm. As the cultivators of the Immortal Heaven sect and the other forces surrounded the 5 demon race cultivators, they laughed evilly. Obviously, their laughter was directed at the 2 female cultivators of the demon race. Of the 2 female cultivators of the demon race, the female cultivator in the blue dress looked noble and elegant with an outstanding temperament. The female cultivator in the red leather dress was sexy and enchanting. Her pair of long legs were exposed and she was really mesmerizing. Surrounding these 2 beauties in the ancient demon desert, the cultivators of the Immortal Heaven sect definitely had some evil thoughts in their minds. In the outside world, they might say that they were righteous sects and immortal Tao sects. Although they were enemies with the demon race, they would at most kill the cultivators of the demon race and not taint the female cultivators of the demon race. However, in this desolate place, they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, the evil thoughts in their hearts were completely unleashed. The 5 demon race cultivators were quite powerful. However, they were outnumbered. Therefore, even though they were able to resist the attacks of the Immortal Heaven sect cultivators for the time being, they were not in a good situation. Perhaps they would not be able to hold on for much longer. "Fairies, we'll let you know how powerful we are later." One of the cultivators from the Immortal Heaven sect chuckled as he glared at the 2 female cultivators of the demon race. His words were even more perverted than ever. The 2 female cultivators of the demon race had already used up a lot of their spiritual powers. Therefore, at this moment, their faces were extremely pale. After hearing the filthy words of the Immortal Heaven sect cultivator, their faces turned even paler. The 5 demon race cultivators did not try to negotiate with the cultivators surrounding them. This was because they knew that both parties would not rest until one of them was dead. There was definitely no possibility of negotiation. If the other party really agreed to negotiate, there would be something fishy going on. They tried to break out of the encirclement but failed. The situation was getting worse for them. Ha 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 ha, you can't escape. After we kill those 3 fellas, no one will disturb us. Another cultivator laughed. What a shameless fellow. He actually has the gall to call himself a cultivator from an immortal Tao sect. Since when has an immortal Tao sect fallen to such a state? Just then, a voice rang out. It was Lung Zishi, who had just flown over from afar. She was scolding the cultivators of the Immortal Heaven sect and the other immortal sects. These people were indeed very shameless. It was no wonder that Lung Zishi would scold them. Lung Zishi was someone who abhorred evil. If she didn't scold them, she wouldn't be Lung Zishi. Yo, another top-quality beauty has come. Brothers, the heavens have treated us well. If this was the outside world, we wouldn't have a share of such top-quality beauties. But now, 3 top-quality beauties have appeared here. A cultivator said excitedly after seeing Immortal Tao of the Immortal Heaven sect. Hihi, I'll go catch that girl. A skinny cultivator said. As soon as he finished speaking, that cultivator quickly flew towards Immortal Tao of the Immortal Heaven sect. Lung Zishi and Lin Feng were at the same time. That cultivator was wearing the clothes of the Immortal War sect. He should be a cultivator of the Immortal War sect. Both of you, leave quickly. Otherwise, you will be implicated. A demon race cultivator in a green robe said in a deep voice. They did not want to drag Lin Feng and Immortal Tao of the Immortal Heaven sect down with them. Hihi, we like to fight for justice. Immortal Tao of the Immortal Heaven sect said with a smile. Little girl, you like to fight for justice? I like to fight for justice too. Let's fight for 300 rounds later, the skinny cultivator from the Immortal War sect said with a smile. There was a hidden meaning in this guy's words. Immortal Tao of the Immortal Heaven sect. Lung Zishi was smart. How could she not understand what this cultivator meant by fight for 300 rounds? Immortal Tao of the Immortal Heaven sect, Lung Zishi said with a cold smile. Who do you think you are? You actually dare to have improper thoughts about me? Are you blind? Immortal Tao of the Immortal Heaven sect, you're really tasty. Big brother likes to train such tasty beauties like you. The cultivator from the Immortal War sect did not care about what Immortal Tao of the Immortal War sect said. He continued to speak in an evil tone. His evil eyes were fixed on Immortal Tao of the Immortal War sect. Go to hell and play with your ancestors. Immortal Tao of the Immortal Heaven sect. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a golden scissor-like magic treasure flew out. Lin Feng knew that this was a powerful magic treasure called the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors. It was a top-notch treasure from the era of the conferred gods. Although the treasure that Lung Zishi took out was not the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors, its power was incomparably terrifying. This little girl had quite a few magic treasures on her. Lin Feng had guessed that Lung Zishi had an extraordinary background, but it was not the kind of background that Lung Zishi had described. I'm going to cut you in half. Lung Zishi shouted loudly. The scissors magic treasure quickly flew towards the cultivator from the Immortal War sect. The cultivator from the Immortal War sect laughed strangely, and slashed at Lung Zishi's scissors magic treasure with his huge sword. However, Lung Zishi's scissors magic treasure directly cut at his huge sword. Catcher! The huge sword was directly cut in half by Lung Zishi's scissors magic treasure. After seeing how powerful that treasure was, Lin Feng did not find it strange. Lung Zishi could always take out many strange and powerful magic treasures. In the next moment, the scissors magic treasure cut off the head of the cultivator from the Immortal War sect. Don't be so violent, okay? Lin Feng said. Hehe, this is violent. I haven't cut this guy into 18 pieces yet, Lung Zishi said with a smile. Little girl, your magic treasure is quite powerful. Later, we will take both the person and the money. An expert from the Immortal Heaven sect quickly flew over with 4 cultivators, and then said with a smile, "Why don't you go home and take care of your mother?" Lung Zishi scolded. Hearing Lung Zishi's harsh words, the Immortal Heaven sect cultivator's face could not help but turn gloomy. He sneered and said, "You don't know what's good for you. Later, I will make you kneel on the ground and sing conquer." The speed of this cultivator and the other 4 cultivators was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed to Lung Zishi's side and surrounded Lung Zishi. Lin Feng stood tens of meters away and watched the show. He looked at this group of people with a gloating expression, especially the cultivator in the lead. This guy actually dared to anger Lung Zishi. He must be tired of living. Chapter 50:17. Scissors, you bastards. Lung Zishi suddenly shouted. Then, she manipulated her scissors Dharma treasure and attacked the 5 cultivators surrounding her. The scissors Dharma treasure actually split into 5 and quickly flew toward the 5 cultivators. Lin Feng was shocked. The scissors Dharma treasure could actually split into multiple parts. What kind of ability was this? Or could it be that the scissors were formed by fusing many parts together? Lin Feng was not very clear about the specific situation, but he could imagine that the scissors were definitely extraordinary. Under Lung Zishi's control, the 5 scissors instantly flew in front of the 5 cultivators and then cut toward them. The 5 cultivators' expressions changed slightly. They originally wanted to besiege Lung Zishi, but who would have thought that Lung Zishi's Dharma treasure would split into 5 parts and attack the 5 of them separately? This situation caught them off guard. The cultivators quickly urged their Dharma treasures to block the scissors' attack, but the scissors were too powerful. They directly cut the 5 cultivators' Dharma treasures and then cut off their heads. Lung Zishi killed 6 experts in succession and immediately looked at Lin Feng proudly. Lin Feng gave Lung Zishi a thumbs up, which made Lung Zishi even happier. The 5 cultivators of the monster clan saw Lung Zishi's great power and their eyes immediately lit up. "We're saved," a cultivator of the monster clan said excitedly. A demon race cultivator said emotionally, "If one could live, who would want to die? It was better to live than to die." Moreover, these people had extraordinary backgrounds and talents. Their future was bright, so they naturally wanted to live even more. When they were besieged previously, although they temporarily resisted the besiegement, deep in their hearts, they were extremely desperate because they had no hope of breaking out of the encirclement. In addition, their Dharma power consumption was huge. Therefore, when their Dharma power was almost exhausted, it would be their time of death. Now, they saw the hope of survival. When the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects saw this scene, their expressions became extremely ugly. They also knew that they had encountered a tough opponent today. Lung Zishi was definitely an extremely difficult existence to provoke. At this moment, the 5 cultivators of the monster clan also began to counterattack the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects. Lung Zishi rushed over and joined the battle. With Lung Zishi's participation, the pressure on the 5 cultivators of the monster clan was greatly reduced. On the other hand, the 4 immortal sects suffered heavy losses. "Who are you?" "We're from the Immortal Heaven sect, Immortal Beast sect, and Immortal Battle sect. Today's matter is between the 4 immortal sects and the monster clan. If you leave quickly, we can let bygones be bygones. If you insist on helping these cultivators of the monster clan, then we will have a feud with the 4 immortal sects. You have to think about your choice," said Lung Zishi. Were the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects were. Lung Zishi was. Is was Zishi's. Ah. Do you think I'm afraid of the 4 immortal sects? Today, I just can't stand looking at you guys. A bunch of shameless bastards fishing for fame. You actually have the nerve to call yourselves cultivators from the Immortal Tao sect. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. Seeing that Lung Zishi's attitude was tough, the expressions of the experts of the 4 immortal sects became extremely gloomy. After Lung Zishi joined the battle, the scales of victory had tilted. Lung Zishi's Dharma treasure was really powerful. Many experts of the 4 immortal sects were killed by Lung Zishi. The cultivators of the 4 immortal sects also knew that this could not go on. Otherwise, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. It was very likely that everyone would die here. At this time, some of the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects had their eyes on Lin Feng. They saw that Lin Feng did not make a move and was still some distance away. Therefore, they guessed that Lin Feng's cultivation level was probably not high enough to participate in their battle. Some cultivators sensed Lin Feng's cultivation level and found that Lin Feng was only at the human immortal realm. They were immediately filled with contempt for Lin Feng. Although a human immortal realm cultivator was not weak, in their eyes, he was nothing. Therefore, 2 cultivators quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. They wanted to capture Lin Feng and use him to threaten Leng Zishi. Seeing the 2 cultivators rushing toward Lin Feng, Leng Zishi could not help but have an extremely strange expression on her face. Those 2 guys. Did they really think that Lin Feng was a pushover? A pushover? How dare they take the initiative to rush over to die? They really did not know how to write the word death. Leng Zishi ignored the 2 cultivators and continued to attack the surrounding cultivators. Surrender, brat. The 2 cultivators quickly rushed in front of Lin Feng with a sinister smile. He looked at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. As far as they were concerned, suppressing Lin Feng was as easy as stretching out their hands. The 2 of them began to circulate their magic power, wanting to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked coldly at the 2 of them. The Eye of Death emitted the power of death. This was the special ability of the Eye of Death, death deprivation. The 2 cultivators. Before they could rush to Lin Feng's side, their lifespan was instantly taken away. In just a breath's time. From the appearance of a normal person, they turned into 2 dried corpses. Thump. Thump. The 2 cultivators' dried corpses fell to the ground. Oh my god, that person is so terrifying. The 5 demon clan cultivators naturally saw the situation here and could not help but cry out in alarm. Previously, when they saw that Lin Feng did not make a move, they thought that Lin Feng's cultivation was not strong, so he did not make a move. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng's cultivation was simply too strong. Thus, he disdained to make a move. Run, hurry up and run. There were about 20 people left, and those cultivators all cried out in fear. They did not dare to stay any longer and turned to run. Seeing the group of people running away, Leng Zishi was furious. Leng Zishi looked at Lin Feng and shouted, "Hurry up and attack, don't let those people escape." Lin Feng nodded and flicked his finger. Sword chi flew out one after another. The sword chi quickly chased after the group of cultivators. Puff, puff, puff. Ripping sounds rang out one after another as one cultivator after another was ripped apart by the sword beams that Lin Feng sent out. Not a single one of the 20+ cultivators managed to escape. All of them were killed by Lin Feng. 7th update, looking for recommendation vote. Chapter 5018. Words couldn't describe the shock they felt because Lin Feng's battle prowess was too terrifying. Moreover, Leng Zishi was strong enough. They didn't think that Leng Zishi was only relying on a magic treasure. If she wasn't strong enough, even if she had a powerful magic treasure, she wouldn't be able to display the power of the magic treasure. However, Leng Zishi was able to do this, which was enough to show how terrifying she was. They couldn't help but be curious about Lin Feng and Leng Zishi's identities. They didn't know who Lin Feng and Leng Zishi were, and why they had chosen to help them. This puzzled them. The 5 came to Lin Feng and Leng Zishi's side and thanked Lin Feng and Leng Zishi. "Thank you, young master and fairy, for saving us." Lin Feng said, "You're welcome. I have something to ask you." "Please ask, young master. If we know, we'll tell you the truth." A cultivator in green said. "Do you know the Little Rock King of the demon race?" Lin Feng asked. "Little Rock King?" They all looked surprised. The sexy female cultivator of the demon clan said, "We have indeed heard of Little Rock King. He seems to be a cultivator from the first ancestral land of the demon clan. He came from the 9 regions macro world, but we don't know him." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel disappointed. It seemed that these 5 cultivators weren't from the first ancestral land of the demon race. Perhaps they were from the other 6 great ancestral lands of the demon race. Their entry into the ancient demon desert should have nothing to do with the Little Rock King. Perhaps they were exploring the ancient demon desert. After all, although the ancient demon desert was dangerous, there were also many opportunities here. Some cultivators would often take great risks to enter the ancient demon desert in search of opportunities, and those cultivators would often find some amazing opportunities. Lin Feng asked, "What's going on with the 4 major immortal sects? Why are they attacking you?" The sexy female cultivator said, "Previously, we obtained a map and went to look for some opportunities. The cultivators from the 4 major immortal sects also received the news and came in to look for opportunities. However, we found the opportunities first. So, we were besieged by the cultivators from the 4 major immortal sect." "So that's how it is." Lin Feng nodded. According to the female cultivator of the demon clan, the cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects who were killed should not be the same group as the cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects who were chasing after the Little Rock King. Lin Feng said, "Let's say our goodbyes here. You should leave quickly. The ancient demon desert is very dangerous. You shouldn't stay here for too long." Lin Feng and Lung Zishi then bid farewell to the 5 demon race cultivators. The sexy female cultivator licked her lips and said, "I didn't dare to ask about this person's identity as I was afraid of breaking a taboo. I wonder if I can meet him again. I'm really curious about who this person is. At such a young age, he was actually so powerful. If I know who he is, I'll definitely chase after him in the future. When the time comes, I'll make him kneel before me." The other 3 male cultivators couldn't help but smile wryly. They knew the female cultivator's personality, so her words didn't seem too sudden. At this time, the female demon cultivator with an outstanding temperament said, "He's a human cultivator, very young, and at the same time, his cultivation is so strong. There aren't many young human experts like him in the Undying Realm, and this person seems to be looking for the whereabouts of the Little Rock King. I don't know if something happened to the Little Rock King. The Little Rock King came from the 9 regions and spent most of his time in seclusion in the first ancestral land of the demon race. Apart from some friends in the first ancestral land of the demon race, he has very few friends outside, but this person is a friend of the Little Rock King. This means that this person is very likely to come from the 9 regions world. If we put all these together, we can speculate about this person's identity." Speaking of which, the female cultivator's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. He was the emperor of the sinner's blood of the human clan. Naturally, she had heard of him long ago. She was very interested in this sinner's blood emperor and wanted to meet him one day to see what kind of person he was. She didn't expect to meet him under such circumstances. Originally, she wanted to get to know Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was clearly in a hurry, so she didn't say much to Lin Feng. However, he gave her a very good impression of Lin Feng. Young, handsome, powerful, and humble. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe Lin Feng in any way. "You're saying that he's the sinner's blood emperor of the human clan, Lin Feng?" The female cultivator with the sexy figure couldn't help but exclaim. Then, her beautiful eyes became brighter and brighter. The other 3 male cultivators were also extremely shocked. They carefully thought about the female cultivator's words and felt that her speculation was very correct. That person seemed to be the sinner's blood emperor of the human clan, Lin Feng. He had just arrived in the Undying World not long ago, but he was able to unite the sinners against the heavenly court and destroy 3 legions in succession. Now, he had actually saved them. Moreover, Lin Feng was so young, just as young as the legends said. In fact, many people doubted Lin Feng's age when they heard about it. It was no wonder that they doubted Lin Feng's age because according to the rumors, he was only a little over 100 years old. It sounded very strange. Naturally, it was a little unbelievable. However, after seeing Lin Feng, they realized that the rumors were true. Lin Feng was indeed a little too young, but Lin Feng was also very strong, even stronger than the rumors. This made people feel very shocked. "The sinner's blood emperor of the human clan is the man I want to conquer. I want to conquer him," said the female cultivator with the sexy figure. She had an expression of yearning and anticipation. The 5 of them didn't stay for long and quickly rushed outside. Lin Feng and Leng Zishi continued to look for places with weaker magnetic fields. However, such places weren't easy to find because many places had stronger magnetic fields. That night, Lin Feng and Leng Zishi rested in the desert. Lin Feng sat cross-legged while Leng Zishi leaned on Lin Feng to rest. Lin Feng took out the letter that Feng Yaoguang had sent him. Reading the contents, he couldn't help but sigh. When he entered the heaven-devouring secret realm, Lin Feng wanted to enter the reincarnation passage to find Feng Yaoguang, but he couldn't find the entrance to the reincarnation passage. Therefore, he naturally couldn't find Feng Yaoguang and didn't know how she was doing. Chapter 50-19. Actually, Lin Feng had heard that there was an entrance to the reincarnation passage in the heaven-devouring secret realm. However, there were many rumors in this world that were not true. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know if the news he heard was true or false. Sometimes, there were many things that were true and false that could not be distinguished. This was also the case this time. Lin Feng did not know how to find Feng Yaoguang. He could only continue to wait and see if there were any other methods. When the bridge reaches the bow of the boat, everything will be straight. Let nature take its course. This sister will be fine. You don't have to worry too much, Leng Zishi said. Lin Feng kept Feng Yaoguang's letter. Then, he looked at Leng Zishi and said, "This is really strange. You actually know how to persuade people. Are you frantically hinting to me that you are actually interested in me? Boldly say that you love me. Since there is nothing to do in this vast desert, we can talk about love. This is also a pretty good choice." Leng Zishi looked at Lin Feng angrily and said, "Do you believe that I won't take out that pair of scissors magic treasure to deal with you? I believe that soon, there will be another eunuch surnamed Lin in this world." After hearing Leng Zishi's threat, Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. Leng Zishi, this little girl, could really say anything. In short, a valiant life did not need to be explained. The next day, Lin Feng and Leng Zishi continued to search for a place with a weaker magnetic field. This afternoon, Lin Feng and Leng Zishi really found such a place. This place was in an area filled with quicksand. That area was very dangerous. If a cultivator entered that area, they would be easily swallowed by the quicksand. After Lin Feng arrived at that place, Sacred Martin Immortal immediately flew out. When Lin Feng saw Sacred Martin Immortal fly out, he knew that the magnetic field in this place should not be able to affect Sacred Martin Immortal. Lin Feng took out the heart plate. Sacred Martin Immortal continued to control the heart plate to deduce the whereabouts of Little Rock King. In fact, although the magnetic field here was a lot weaker, it was still very strong. When I said weak, it was a kind of relative weakness. It didn't mean that the restriction here was very weak. Thus, Great Immortal Sacred Martin still did not dare to be careless in the slightest. However, this fellow still cared a lot about its reputation. The failure of the previous divination had already made the Great Sage Martin extremely angry. This time, Great Sage Martin did not want to fail again. Great Immortal Sacred Martin began chanting an incantation, but it was still an incantation that Lin Feng could not understand. Leng Zishi looked at the heart plate with interest. Leng Zishi was very interested in many things that Lin Feng had. However, she had only half-jokingly asked for an ancient demon weapon from Lin Feng. After all, Leng Zishi's background was extraordinary. So ordinary things were unable to arouse Leng Zishi's interest at all. After a series of deductions, the heart compass finally indicated a direction. Sacred Martin Immortal appeared once again. Lin Feng asked, "The heart compass has already indicated a new direction. Do you think we have a high chance of success this time?" Sacred Martin Immortal said, "Don't worry. We won't make a mistake this time." Lin Feng and Leng Zishi set off in the direction indicated by the heart compass. Their speed was extremely fast. 10 days later, Lin Feng saw an ancient city in the desert. Yellow sand filled the sky. The ancient city stood tall amidst the yellow sand. It was unknown how many years it had weathered the wind and rain, but it still stood tall. Forgotten City. Lin Feng looked at the ancient city in shock. Although it was very far away, Lin Feng could still see the 4 words written on the plaque of the ancient city. Forgotten City. Wasn't that the place where the Devil's Ant clan lived? Lin Feng still remembered the Devil's Ant clan cultivator that he had killed before. That cultivator was extremely powerful and had grasped some terrifying methods. The reason why he had been able to kill that cultivator so easily was because that cultivator had been careless. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. Could it be that the little Peng King has entered Forgotten City? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Lung Zishi said. The Devil's Ant clan cultivators in Forgotten City are hostile to cultivators outside. Therefore, I'm guessing that the little Peng King was captured by the Devil's Ant clan cultivators and not entered Forgotten City himself. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng actually agreed with Lung Zishi's words. Lin Feng felt that many things must have happened after the little Peng King was chased into the ancient demon desert by the experts of the 4 great immortal sects. However, Lin Feng didn't know what exactly had happened. He didn't know how the experts of the 4 great immortal sects were doing. Lung Zishi said. If we want to save him, we need to sneak into Forgotten City. However, how to sneak into Forgotten City is a headache. Lin Feng said. Let's wait and see if we can find an opportunity to sneak into Forgotten City. Forgotten City, City Lord's mansion. A group of people was currently sitting in the living room. The person in the lead was a middle-aged cultivator. This was a middle-aged cultivator who was imposing without being angry. This middle-aged cultivator's strength was unfathomable. Anyone who felt this middle-aged cultivator's aura would feel endless fear. This middle-aged cultivator was the current City Lord of Forgotten City. In addition to this middle-aged cultivator, there were more than 20 people sitting in the living room. These people were all experts of Forgotten City. Forgotten City occupied the ancient demon desert and had been hiding here for countless years. Therefore, Forgotten City's strength was extremely powerful. In the middle of the living room, there was an illusory shadow. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize this shadow. This was because this shadow looked exactly the same as the Devil's Sand clan cultivator he had killed before. This was the soul of that Devil's Sand clan cultivator. Father, my body was destroyed by a human cultivator. Please help me change my fate. This soul knelt on the ground and looked at the City Lord of Forgotten City. This guy was actually the son of the City Lord of Forgotten City. This was a bit surprising. Changing your fate will exhaust Father's vitality. Do you think you have the qualifications to ask Father to change your fate? I think you should dissipate on your own. If you can't even deal with people from the outside world, living will be a waste of cultivation resources. At this time, a woman opened her mouth and said. This woman was about 1.8 meters tall and was very tall. She wore a short shirt and a short skirt made of beast skin. A pair of straight and slender beautiful legs were very attractive. Her entire temperament looked very wild and untamed, with a sense of wildness. Father has the freedom to do whatever he wants. Don't forget your own identity. A lowly servant's daughter dares to order father around. Do you really think you're some big shot? The spirit body of the Mo Sha clan cultivator laughed coldly, looking at the female cultivator with an indifferent expression. Chapter 50-20. Fang Wushu, you dare to humiliate me? Do you believe me when I say that I can destroy your soul right now? The woman said coldly. She took a step forward, and a terrifying wave of energy emanated from her body. This woman's cultivation was absolutely terrifying. Although this guy named Fang Wushu had always looked down on his half-sister because of her background, he was still not a match for his sister even if his physical body was still there and his combat strength was at its peak. His sister was indeed very terrifying. Not only was her bloodline powerful, but she also had some incredible means. These means even made Fang Wushu jealous. Now that Fang Wushu had lost his physical body and only his soul was left, he was naturally no match for his younger sister. Therefore, if his younger sister wanted to destroy him, it was too simple. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Seeing that his sister was really going to kill him, Fang Wushu couldn't help but feel a little scared. However, his self-esteem naturally wouldn't allow him to admit his mistake to his sister. He shouted, Fang Yuan, what do you want? Father and the other seniors are here. Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you're strong. Even if you don't put me in your eyes, do you not put father and the other seniors in your eyes? The female cultivator with a sexy figure was called Fang Yuan, which was quite a nice name. She sneered and said, I have my father and the elders in my heart, but you have your mouth. I think that between you and me, it will be easy for my father and the elders to make a choice. Fang Yuan walked towards Fang Wushu's soul step by step. Fang Yuan was very confident when she said this. The reason why she was so confident was because she was very powerful and talented. In the younger generation of the Forgotten City, no one was as talented as Fang Yuan. In fact, not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation and the middle generation cultivators were not as talented as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's bloodline was a mutated bloodline. It was said that Fang Yuan's bloodline had mutated because she had been stung by an unknown bug in the desert when she was young. There had been people who had been stung by that unknown bug before. However, previously, all the cultivators who were stung by those unknown poisonous insects would eventually die. Only Fang Yuan survived. After she survived, her bloodline began to gradually mutate, so her talent was abnormally tyrannical. Because Fang Yuan was born of a lowly servant girl, so a person like her should not have any status. However, after Fang Yuan's talent was gradually revealed, her status in the family naturally rose as a result. Even Fang Wushu was full of jealousy and hatred towards Fang Yuan. Especially now. Fang Wushu had lost his physical body, and only his soul remained. Thinking about how powerful Fang Yuan's talent was, and how powerful she was, Fang Wushu felt like going crazy. Don't come here. Don't come here. Fang Wushu shouted in horror and quickly retreated. Fang Yuan's palm condensed an extremely powerful magic power. She seemed to want to attack Wushu. At this moment, their father, the city lord of the Forgotten City, Fang Junshan, said, Yuan Wushu is your elder brother after all. You have the same blood flowing in your body. How can you bear to kill your elder brother? Hearing her father plead for mercy for Fang Wushu, Fang Yuan raised her eyebrows. She stopped. However, she didn't say anything. She was using silent means to express her attitude. Fang Junshan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked at Fang Wushu and said angrily, Why aren't you apologizing to your sister? Apologize? Lord Father wants me to apologize to her. Why should I? Fang Wushu wanted to say some harsh words, but after seeing his father's gloomy expression, he swallowed back his words. He didn't dare to touch his father's eyebrows at this time. I was wrong. Fang Wushu looked at Fang Yuan and said. When he said these words, the fists hidden in his sleeves suddenly clenched. He was incomparably furious. He had always looked down on Fang Yuan and felt that she was the daughter of a lowly servant. He had always mocked and humiliated her. Now, in front of so many people, he had actually apologized to Fang Yuan. This made him feel extremely sullen. The person that Fang Wushu wanted to kill the most wasn't Lin Feng, but Fang Yuan. His hatred for Lin Feng came from his defeat at the hands of Lin Feng. His hatred for Fang Yuan came from his jealousy over the years. This hatred had been buried in his heart for too many years. Therefore, Fang Wushu always wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, his half-sister. In fact, Fang Wushu wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan for another reason. In the history of the Forgotten City, there had been more than one female city lord. In other words, in the Forgotten City, in the city lord's family, it didn't mean that just because you were a son, you could inherit the position of city lord. If your talent wasn't good enough, you still wouldn't be able to inherit the position of city lord. It might be inherited by your elder sister or younger sister. Fang Wushu's talent was actually quite terrifying, and his strength was also quite terrifying. He also had some terrifying means. For example, the destruction energy combined with the spacetime energy was extremely terrifying. However, compared to Fang Yuan, Fang Wushu couldn't compare to Fang Yuan because Fang Yuan's talent was simply too strong. Therefore, in the future, the candidate for the new city lord would most likely be Fang Yuan and not him. Fang Wushu naturally couldn't accept this matter. So, he wanted to kill his half-sister, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at Fang Wushu indifferently and said, I will forgive you this time for father's sake, but there won't be a next time. If you dare to disrespect me again, I will kill you. At that time, no matter who comes to beg me, I will not forgive you. After hearing Fang Yuan's words, Fang Wushu was quite angry. He originally wanted to refute, but when he thought of Fang Yuan's terrifying personality, he swallowed those words back into his stomach. He didn't dare to continue provoking Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan might really kill him. Fang Junshan looked at Fang Wushu and said, "It will take some time to help you change your fate. During this time, you should prepare well. Also, have you figured out the background of the person who destroyed your body?" Chapter 50-21. I don't know where that guy came from, but he looks very young and his cultivation is only so. He was only able to destroy my body because I was careless and was injured by his magic treasure, Fang Wushu said with a gloomy expression. Fang Wushu was still furious when he thought about losing to Lin Feng because he felt that he still had many terrifying methods that he hadn't used yet. He had underestimated his opponent too much in that battle, and by the time he came back to his senses, it was already too late. In the end, his body was destroyed. If he was given another chance, Fang Wushu believed that he could definitely kill Lin Feng and wipe away his shame. Fang Wushu still had this confidence, but he was destined not to have such an opportunity. Life was a live broadcast, not a dress rehearsal. There was no chance to start over. Fang Junshan naturally wouldn't completely believe Fang Wushu's words. Even if Fang Wushu had a powerful magic treasure, if he didn't have enough strength, he wouldn't be able to activate it. It was true that Fang Wushu had a powerful magic treasure, but it was also true that he was very strong. Fang Wushu didn't want to admit that Fang Wushu was very strong because he still wanted to find an excuse for his failure. In short, Fang Wushu didn't want to admit that his failure was caused by his lack of strength. At this moment, a guard came into the hall and knelt on the ground to salute. "What's the matter?" an elder asked. The guard said, reporting to the city lord, "Elders, a man and a woman came outside. They wandered around the city for a long time and then disappeared without a trace. We don't know where they went. It's them, it must be them, it must be that bastard couple." Fang Wushu's eyes immediately turned blood red. After hearing the guard's report, he knew that it must be the man and woman he had seen before. Fang Junshan said, "Wushu, don't be impatient." "Yes." Fang Wushu suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said. Fang Junshan asked, "Describe these two people's physical characteristics." The guard said, "They both look very young. The male cultivator is wearing black clothes and is very handsome. The woman is wearing a white dress and is extremely beautiful. She looks like a fairy who has descended from the 9 heavens. It's them, it's them." The man and the woman are wearing black clothes and white dresses respectively. The man looks like a pretty boy, and the woman is also quite beautiful. I'm sure that the two people outside are them. Father, those two people actually came to the Forgotten City and wandered around outside. I think that they definitely don't have good intentions. Why don't we immediately send some experts to capture them? Fang Wushu immediately said. There were many experts in the Forgotten City. Lin Feng. All right, you go and capture those two people. Fang Junshan nodded. He was very confident in Fang Yuan's strength. Fang Yuan was strong enough to fight against the older generation of experts. Even many experts of the older generation might not necessarily be a match for Fang Yuan. From this, it could be seen how tyrannical Fang Yuan was. I'll be able to capture those two people very soon, said Fang Yuan. Then, she walked outside with her long legs. Lin Feng didn't know that his and Leng Zixi whereabouts had been exposed. At that moment, Lin Feng and Leng Zixi were wandering around the Forgotten City. They wanted to see if they could enter the Forgotten City. However, the Forgotten City was surrounded by powerful restrictive spells. It was almost impossible to enter the Forgotten City unless they could break the restrictive spells outside. During the day, they couldn't break the restrictive spells because they were too big of a target during the day. If they wanted to break the restrictive spells outside the Forgotten City, they had to wait until night time. Ah! At that moment, Leng Zixi suddenly cried out in pain. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Leng Zixi, then asked, "What's wrong?" "It seems like something bit me," said Leng Zixi. She squatted down and lifted her trousers. Lin Feng saw a red mark. An ant-like insect jumped out of Lung Zix's trousers and into the desert, then disappeared without a trace. Oh no, it's a fire-poison devouring insect. It's such a terrifying insect. Hurry up and seal her 8 extraordinary meridians. Otherwise, her life will be in danger. At that moment, the demon lord's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's mind. When Lin Feng heard that, he was astonished. That insect was so small. How could it be so vicious? I feel dizzy, said Lung Zixi. Then, she fell into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly used the 8 divine seals to seal Lung Zix's 8 extraordinary meridians. After doing all this, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng tried to wake Lung Zixi up. However, Lung Zixi didn't move. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded Lung Zix's body. He was looking for the poison in her body. He hoped to find the poison that invaded Lung Zix's body. However, after searching for a while, he didn't find anything. Lin Feng's face suddenly became incomparably ugly. The poison in that little insect's body was too strange. He couldn't find it. Yarrow Jun said, "Don't waste your energy. That poison is very terrifying and impossible to detect. Fortunately, you sealed her 8 extraordinary meridians in time to prevent the poison from spreading. At the same time, this little girl's body isn't something ordinary cultivators can compare to, so she's fine for now. However, you must find a way to detoxify her. Otherwise, it won't be long before your seal loses its effect. At that time, this little girl won't be able to escape death." After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but sink. He asked, "How can I detoxify her?" The demon lord said, "For now, I don't know how to detoxify this poison. We need to find out more information. The white jade toad can detoxify 10,000 poisons. I wonder if the white jade toad can detoxify the poison in her body?" asked Lin Feng. The demon lord shook his head and said, "Although the white jade toad is extraordinary, it will be very difficult to detoxify the poison in her body. Unless the white jade toad can evolve a few more times, it will be able to detoxify the poison. However, the white jade toad can alleviate the poison in her body and allow her to last a little longer. This will also buy you more time to find the detoxification method." Chapter 50-22. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. This was the only thing he could do for now. He sent Lung Zixi into the time-space, then let the white jade toad try to cure the poison in Lung Zix's body. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This was really an eventful time. Many things were happening at the same time. It was almost suffocating. However, this was life. Life couldn't be smooth sailing. It was full of thorns. When one encountered difficulties, they couldn't retreat. They had to face them head-on. At this moment, Fang Yuan climbed up the wall of the Forgotten City. She stood in front of a huge mirror. This mirror was called the Universal Mirror, and it could see through the whole world. In fact, the Universal Mirror was quite common. However, even though it was called the Universal Mirror, it didn't necessarily mean that it was a universal mirror. Although many universal mirrors had the same name, they couldn't see through the whole world. However, the universal mirror in front of her was extremely different. It could really see through the changes in the whole world. It was mysterious and unfathomable. This was also the reason why Lin Feng and Lung Zixi were so far away from each other. A figure appeared on the universal mirror. It was Lin Feng. "Where's that woman?" Fang Yuan asked. When she had arrived, Lung Zixi had already been poisoned and unconscious. She had been sent into the time-space to rest by Lin Feng. Therefore, she only saw Lin Feng and didn't see Lung Zixi. The general said, "That woman seems to have been poisoned and then disappeared. It's very likely that she was taken into a small space by that kid." "Okay." Fang Yuan nodded. "Then," she said, "send 10 experts to deal with that kid. Let's see what he's capable of." "Yes," the general replied. Then, he went to give the order. Lin Feng was still wandering around outside the city. However, after Lung Zixi had fainted, there was no one around to talk to him. He was really not used to it. Lin Feng was waiting for night to fall. When night fell, he planned to find a place to break the restrictions and then enter the Forgotten City. However, there was also a need to pay attention to where to break the restriction. Due to the fact that the restrictions in many places were extremely powerful, it was very likely that some unexpected situations would occur if the restrictions in those places were destroyed. As a result, Lin Feng had to pay attention to this. As a result, he needed to find a place where the restrictions were relatively weaker. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a dangerous aura. He quickly rushed up to the sky. Just as Lin Feng rushed up to the sky, the sand under his feet instantly collapsed. That area formed a powerful quicksand that almost swallowed Lin Feng. Lin Feng slightly frowned. He felt that things were not so simple. There seemed to be someone below. Lin Feng said coldly. "Who is it? Show yourself." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After Lin Feng's voice fell, a number of figures quickly rushed out. In total, there were 10 of them. These 10 cultivators all had khaki-colored skin and khaki-colored eyes. It looked very strange. They were the Devil Sand clan cultivators. There was a difference between the men and women of the Devil Sand clan. The men of the Devil Sand clan did indeed look strange, but the women of the Devil Sand clan were synonymous with sex appeal. "Brat, you actually dare to run to our Devil Sand clan's lair and blindly stroll around Forgotten City. Are you here to die?" a cultivator coldly said. When Lin Feng saw these people, he knew that he had been discovered. The situation now was somewhat troublesome. After being discovered by the Devil Sand clan cultivators, wanting to silently sneak into Forgotten City was no longer a realistic matter. Since he had exposed himself, Lin Feng did not need to continue hiding. Lin Feng indifferently said, "Who do you think you are? You actually dare to speak to me in such a tone?" When the Devil Sand clan cultivators heard Lin Feng's words, they could not help but be slightly stunned. Obviously, they did not expect Lin Feng to be so arrogant. This was the territory of the Devil Sand clan. Where did Lin Feng get the courage to be so arrogant? This caused the group of Devil Sand clan cultivators to be infuriated. Lin Feng was so arrogant that he didn't put them in his eyes at all. These people were the elites of the Devil Sand clan. That was why they were sent to deal with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng actually dared to look down on them. This completely enraged the Devil Sand clan cultivators. The group of people looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have already been cut into pieces by these cultivators. "Why are you so angry? I'm telling the truth. You're all trash in front of me," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng indifferently said. "Courting death. Kill him. Skin this brat alive. If we don't cut him into pieces, it will be difficult to vent the hatred in our hearts." The group of cultivators roared in anger. Then, these incomparably angry cultivators began to attack Lin Feng. One by one, they used extremely powerful divine abilities to deal with Lin Feng. All kinds of powerful divine abilities condensed and blasted towards Lin Feng. That kind of power was really terrifying to the extreme. The group of people looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They naturally did not think that Lin Feng could withstand their attacks. It was no wonder that these cultivators would have such thoughts. After all, they had the advantage in numbers and strength, so naturally, they had great confidence in themselves. Lin Feng was alone. It was difficult to make a sound. Even if Lin Feng's cultivation was tyrannical, there were 10 of them. Which tyrannical cultivator did not have confidence in their own cultivation? Any tyrannical cultivator had great confidence in their own cultivation. Naturally, these cultivators were the same. Facing the attacks of a group of powerful cultivators, Lin Feng sneered and walked in the void. Lin Feng began to chant an incantation. "The great path of destiny has already decided everyone's destiny, and I am the master of destiny. I have decided what your lives will be like. Come, river of destiny, let them all turn into dust in the river of destiny," said the great path of destiny. This was the incantation of the great art of destiny. Lin Feng controlled the 3,000 great Taos, many immortal scriptures, and many top divine abilities. He could switch between the various divine abilities at will. Lin Feng did not use this great art of destiny much, but it was ranked second among the 3,000 great Taos. The power of the great art of destiny. It was absolutely terrifying beyond imagination. Now that the great art of destiny was used by Lin Feng, a river of destiny suddenly flew out from the void. The river of destiny swept through heaven and earth. It surged towards the 10 cultivators of the Devil Sand clan. The 10 cultivators of the Devil Sand clan were instantly enveloped by the river of destiny, and their divine abilities were immediately broken. Then, they were suppressed in the river of destiny, unable to move. Chapter 50-23. That's impossible. The 10 Devil Sand clan cultivators roared in disbelief. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Their strength was so tyrannical, and their joint attack was incomparably terrifying. Even so, their joint attack had been broken by Lin Feng in an instant, and then suppressed by Lin Feng. This was something they naturally couldn't accept. I've already said that you're just a bunch of trash in front of me, but you didn't believe me. Now do you believe me? Lin Feng said indifferently. The Devil Sand clan cultivators' faces were as pale as paper. Lin Feng was really too terrifying. Now that they were suppressed by Lin Feng, they felt the threat of death. Lin Feng really dared to kill them. When a person's strength reached a certain level, they could naturally do things without restraint. In the eyes of this group of cultivators, Lin Feng belonged to this kind of person. He could do things without restraint. I'll now bestow death upon you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he was about to attack. Suddenly, a gale swept through the heavens and earth, and sand filled the sky as if it was about to cover the sky. In the midst of the sand, a fiery red light quickly flew over. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a long whip. It was a flaming whip, and it ruthlessly lashed towards Lin Feng. Its power was extremely terrifying, and Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Lin Feng quickly attacked, and a fist swept towards the whip. A fist light condensed and collided with the flaming whip. The flaming whip was sent flying by Lin Feng's fist light, but Lin Feng's fist light was also shattered by the flaming whip. Lin Feng saw a woman walking over from the sandstorm. The woman was relatively tall, about 1.8 meters tall, but her figure was extremely slender. Her upper body was wearing a short shirt, and her flat stomach was exposed. Her lower body was covered in a short skirt made of animal skin, and her long legs were exposed. Generally, very few women would wear such revealing clothes. After all, the female cultivators in the world of cultivators valued their chastity more, so they tended to be more conservative. However, there were some races, such as the barbarian race, the beast race, and some other races, who didn't pay much attention to it. They paid particular attention to doing as they pleased, and lived as comfortable as they could. They didn't particularly care about other people's gazes. This hot and sexy female cultivator from the Mo Sho clan in front of him might also have such a personality. With a single palm strike, the river of destiny formed by Lin Feng was instantly shattered, and the 10 Devil Sand clan cultivators trapped within the river of destiny were freed. Young mistress. The Devil Sand clan cultivators all bowed towards this sexy woman. This woman was none other than Fang Yuan. Seeing Lin Feng suppress the 10 Devil Sand clan cultivators, Fang Yuan made her move. Go back. Fang Yuan said. Yes. The 10 Devil Sand clan cultivators all replied. They didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly flew back to Forgotten City. Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator from the Mo Sho clan with interest. Those people called her young mistress. In other words, she should be the daughter of the Devil Sand clan city lord. Her identity was really different from the rest. Lin Feng had actually seen many different kinds of beauties, but there weren't many who were as tall as this beauty. First of all, women were usually taller. For example, a 1.7 tall woman and a 1.7 tall man were standing together. Many people would have a feeling that this woman was very tall. Why was she so much taller than the man beside her? In reality, they were the same height. A woman of 1.7 meters and above was naturally considered tall. Furthermore, this woman in front of him was actually 1.8 meters and above. She really gave off an oppressive feeling. Was it you who killed Fang Wushu? Fang Yuan looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He thought of the Devil Sand Clan cultivator that he had killed before. He didn't think that the Devil Sand Clan people would know about it. He also didn't know how these people knew that he was the one who killed that guy. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care too much about this matter. He said, "That guy who looked quite repulsive is the Fang Wushu you mentioned? If it's him, then this guy was indeed killed by me. Good job." The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Lin Feng was a little surprised, but he quickly regained his senses. It seemed like this woman didn't have much of an interest in that Fang Wushu. Although they were from the same clan, and might even be related by blood, but so what? Father and son, even brothers could turn against each other, let alone others. Lin Feng said, "Looks like I've gotten rid of a big problem for you, fairy." Hee. Fang Yuan immediately laughed and said, "I'm not a fairy, I'm a witch. Are you going to obediently allow yourself to be captured, or do you want me to capture you? But let me say this first, once I make a move, I might not be able to hold back. At that time, you might be killed by me." Lin Feng said, "If you want to kill me, you're still a bit lacking. However, I don't like to kill people, especially women. I won't kill beautiful women. You should be glad that you're a beautiful woman. A woman like you should be loved. Don't worry, after I capture you, I'll properly love you. Looks like you and Fang Wushu are jackals of the same tribe. Neither of you is a good person." Fang Yuan sneered. Lin Feng retorted, "You're wrong. I'm very different from Fang Wushu. That guy's character is sinister and evil, and he's not a good person. I'm upright and kind. There's nothing wrong with liking beautiful women. Then should I thank you for saying that I'm a beautiful woman?" Fang Yuan sneered. "If you want to thank me, then submit to me. To have the chance to be favored by me is your fortune from your previous life." Lin Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fang Yuan was furious. She had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. Where did this guy get his sense of superiority from? Moreover, Lin Feng was a human. According to Fang Yuan's knowledge, the human race was relatively weak, so cultivators kept a low profile. As for Lin Feng, as a human, he was the complete opposite of the other humans. Fang Yuan began to circulate her magic power. It was obvious that she was planning to attack Lin Feng. As she circulated her magic power, she sneered and said, "I don't want to kill you now. I want to make you my male slave. Then, I'll step on you and trample on your dignity. I'll let you know how laughable you are in front of me." Chapter 50-24. Lin Feng was already on guard against Fang Yuan, so when Fang Yuan attacked, he already moved. Lin Feng moved to the left. Although Fang Yuan's attack was extremely terrifying, Lin Feng still managed to dodge it. After dodging Fang Yuan's attack, Lin Feng tried to quickly approach Fang Yuan. He could feel the strength of this woman, so Lin Feng didn't want to compete with Fang Yuan in terms of sacred art and spiritual power. Instead, he wanted to use physical strength to quickly suppress Fang Yuan. After capturing Fang Yuan, he could use Fang Yuan to exchange for Little Peng's freedom. However, Fang Yuan didn't give Lin Feng a chance to fight in close combat. Seeing Lin Feng quickly rushing towards her, Fang Yuan kept the flame whip and attacked with both hands. Fang Yuan's divine ability was very strange. Basically, she didn't need to prepare much. Moreover, she could continuously attack with her palms. In addition, the attack formed by her palms was a kind of invisible attack. When other people attacked with their palms, they might condense an energy handprint. No matter how strong or weak the energy handprint was, at least this energy handprint could be seen by the naked eye. However, Fang Yuan's attack couldn't be seen, which was a little strange. In addition, she could continuously attack like this, basically not giving the opponent time to react or condense a sacred art. Once the opponent fell into Fang Yuan's rhythm, it would be an extremely dangerous thing. Therefore, Lin Feng was forced into a panic by Fang Yuan. Lin Feng rarely had this kind of feeling. He had already forgotten when was the last time he was forced into such a difficult situation. This woman was really powerful. However, Lin Feng wasn't completely without a way to restrain Fang Yuan. Lin Feng used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Fist-type sacred arts were a little special. They were somewhat different from other sacred arts. Before other sacred arts were activated, they needed to make hand seals or chant incantations. They needed a certain amount of time to prepare. However, fist-type and palm-type sacred arts didn't need this time. They only needed to circulate their spiritual power, and this spiritual power would form a large cycle in the body's specific meridians. Then, he would be able to use this kind of divine ability. There were some similarities between the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and Fang Yuan's palm technique. It could be used continuously. Moreover, as he continued to use it, the power of the stacking would become stronger and stronger. Unlike other divine abilities, there was no cooldown after using it. Even if there was no cooldown, the power of the skill would be significantly reduced. This was completely different from the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. When Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation punch collided with Fang Yuan's attack, Lin Feng's attack collided with hers. Lin Feng had locked onto Fang Yuan's aura, so no matter how formless Fang Yuan's attacks were, they could not break through Lin Feng's defense. Bang bang bang, both sides collided again and again. The more Fang Yuan fought, the more surprised she became. She discovered that she had underestimated Lin Feng. Lin Feng's fighting strength was much stronger than what she had expected. Moreover, Fang Yuan also discovered a terrifying thing. Lin Feng's fist technique was very powerful, one punch after another, and the next punch would be much more powerful than the previous one. Now, he had already stacked 42 punches, and this fist technique was somewhat similar to her own palm technique. However, her own palm technique had already stacked 64 punches, but she was still suppressed by Lin Feng. Just now, she still had the advantage, but now, her advantage was gone. Bang! In the next moment, accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan collided once again. This time, Fang Yuan's palm technique was broken by Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Fang Yuan's entire body was sent flying. Fang Yuan's expression became extremely ugly. Ever since she started out, she had never been defeated. Although it couldn't be considered a defeat, she had suffered a small loss at the hands of Lin Feng. This caused Fang Yuan to be extremely angry, and the upper echelons of Forgotten City who were standing on the city wall watching the battle. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Fang Wushu said sarcastically, "This woman has always been self-righteous. Now that she has suffered a loss, she really deserves it." Fang Wushu, shut up. Remember your own identity. At this time, an ancestor-level expert coldly reprimanded Fang Wushu. Everyone knew about the relationship between Fang Wushu and Fang Yuan, but this was a matter between the younger generation. Therefore, no matter what kind of trouble it was, these older generation experts naturally couldn't interfere. Even if someone were to ask, it would be their father who would ask about this matter. But now, Fang Yuan had suffered a small loss at the hands of Lin Feng, and Fang Wushu was here mocking and ridiculing Fang Yuan. This was something that the older generation experts could not accept. It didn't matter how much trouble they made at home. But when facing outsiders, they had to be united. United against outsiders. Only in this way would this force be able to survive for a long time. But obviously, Fang Wushu didn't seem to understand this logic. Seeing Fang Yuan suffer a loss, he mocked and ridiculed her. Wasn't this helping outsiders? How could these older generation experts tolerate such a thing happening? If it wasn't for the fact that Fang Wushu was the son of the city lord, and that he was only left with a soul body. Just now, it was not as simple as reprimanding Fang Wushu. "Ancestor, I was wrong, please punish me." Fang Wushu hurriedly said. "I'm too lazy to punish you, but remember your own identity. There are some things that you should say and some things that you shouldn't say," the ancestor-level expert said coldly. Fang Wushu nodded and said, "Yes." In fact, he was extremely angry in his heart, but at this time, he didn't dare to say anything, for fear of angering the ancestor. At that time, he wouldn't be able to eat the consequences. And at this time, Lin Feng had already quickly rushed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was repelled, which was a great opportunity to defeat Fang Yuan in one go. If he missed this great opportunity, it would not be easy to find such a good opportunity again. Lin Feng quickly rushed in front of Fang Yuan, still using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face changed slightly. Facing Lin Feng's attack, she didn't dare to be careless. Many runes gushed out of her body, especially on her palm. Those runes completely wrapped Fang Yuan's palm. Fang Yuan's palm hit towards Lin Feng. Bang! Chapter 5025. Lin Feng had completely followed Fang Yuan, so it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to get rid of Lin Feng. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist bombarded Fang Yuan one after another, and Fang Yuan blocked Lin Feng's attacks. However, Fang Yuan was now suppressed. Although she was not injured, she could not get rid of Lin Feng and could not use powerful methods to counterattack. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before Fang Yuan was defeated by Lin Feng. Who is this kid? He is so tyrannical. The cultivators on the wall of the Forgotten City could not help but have gloomy faces. Fang Yuan was a powerful existence that many of the older generation experts could not defeat, so Fang Wushu was very powerful. In fact, he was still very afraid of Fang Yuan in his heart. But now, Fang Yuan was suppressed by Lin Feng so much, it was really beyond their expectations. If Lin Feng was a cultivator who had cultivated for many years, they would not say anything, and they would not even feel that it was strange. After all, Fang Yuan was very young, and some top experts could still suppress Fang Yuan, but now, the cultivator who suppressed Fang Yuan was younger than Fang Yuan. This was too inconceivable. Lin Feng's attacks were endless, and he almost defeated Fang Yuan several times, but Fang Yuan blocked them all. After seeing this situation, Lin Feng's face slightly sank. Lin Feng's combat experience was extremely rich, so he knew that when the opponent blocked the enemy's killing moves again and again, the situation might be quite bad. Once he was unable to kill the opponent directly, the opponent might launch a powerful counterattack. For example, now. Lin Feng felt that he had to end the battle quickly, otherwise, Fang Yuan was likely to use some unexpected methods. This woman was very terrifying. Lin Feng also knew this. Although Lin Feng now had the upper hand, he did not have any intention of underestimating Fang Yuan. Lin Feng's attacks became even more powerful. In addition to the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, Lin Feng also released the domineering magnetic field. When Lin Feng released the domineering magnetic field, suddenly, Fang Yuan was greatly suppressed, and her combat strength was greatly suppressed. Fang Yuan was also an experienced and knowledgeable person. Although she did not know that Lin Feng used the domineering magnetic field, she felt the domineering power, so Fang Yuan knew that the method used by Lin Feng must be related to domineering. Fang Yuan's expression became dignified. Lin Feng really had a lot of methods, and they were also powerful enough. Fang Yuan knew that Lin Feng wanted to defeat her quickly, so she began to attack with all her strength. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for her. Fang Yuan clenched her silver teeth, and when Lin Feng attacked her again, Fang Yuan suddenly shook a silver bracelet on her hand. There were 5 bells on the silver bracelet. At the beginning, Lin Feng thought that the silver bracelet was just an ordinary thing, but now it seemed that it was not so. When the bells on the silver bracelet rang, an amazing thing happened. An energy ball flew out from each of the 5 bells, and the 5 energy balls contained an unimaginably terrifying power, and directly flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He felt that his blood was flowing quickly, and at an unprecedented speed. This showed that the power of the 5 energy balls was enough to threaten his life. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The 5 energy balls were too terrifying. He quickly used the heaven patching technique, and at the same time Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique, the 5 energy balls exploded, and the destructive energy flooded towards Lin Feng. But Lin Feng dodged Fang Yuan's attack in advance. Damn it! Seeing that Lin Feng dodged the attack of the 5 energy balls in advance, Fang Yuan couldn't help but curse. Previously, Fang Yuan was extremely suppressed by Lin Feng, and she didn't plan to use the 5 energy balls, because the 5 energy balls were one of her trump cards, and she spent 100 years to condense them with great difficulty, so unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't use the 5 energy balls. Originally, Fang Yuan was secretly preparing some powerful divine ability to counterattack Lin Feng, and that divine ability was about to be completed, but who would have thought that Lin Feng sensed that something was wrong, so he used the domineering magnetic field. The domineering magnetic field and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist made Fang Yuan feel a great threat. Fang Yuan was worried that her divine ability would be defeated by Lin Feng before it was completed, so she used the 5 energy balls to deal with Lin Feng. Fang Yuan thought that Lin Feng would be seriously injured even if he didn't die, but she didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually smoothly dodge the attack of the 5 energy balls. Fang Yuan understood one thing: Lin Feng's ability to sense danger was incredible. Could it be that he had the ability to sense danger? Could it be that he had the ability to sense danger? In fact, Fang Yuan also had the ability of sudden inspiration, but the stronger the bloodline, the stronger the ability of sudden inspiration. Although Fang Yuan's bloodline was very strong, after all, she was a mutated bloodline, but Fang Yuan's bloodline was far inferior to Lin Feng's bloodline. Therefore, Fang Yuan's ability of sudden inspiration was still quite different from Lin Feng's ability of sudden inspiration. Many dangers that she couldn't sense, Lin Feng could sense. At this time, Lin Feng appeared 300 meters away, and he couldn't help but show an expression of fear. Fortunately, he was alert and avoided the terrifying attack just now, otherwise, the situation just now would have been very dangerous. Fang Yuan was really not simple, and her hidden means were really terrifying. He didn't know if this woman's bracelet could still release such a terrifying power. He had to be careful, otherwise, it might cause terrible consequences. "I'll let you have a taste of my divine ability." Fang Yuan coldly looked at Lin Feng. As soon as her voice fell, Fang Yuan's hands continuously formed seals. Chapter 50-26. This divine ability was called the Way of the Rising Dragon of the Heavens. It was rumored to be a supreme divine ability created by one of the 3 ancestral dragons. Ancestral dragons. They were the oldest and most terrifying existences of the dragon clan. They were definitely at the peak of the Saint Realm. Lin Feng wouldn't find it strange even if some people said that they had surpassed the Saint Realm, because they were indeed extremely terrifying. Therefore, the divine abilities created by ancestral dragons were at least on par with the trump cards of Saint Emperors, Demon Lords, and other experts. They might even surpass their trump cards. This was why ancestral dragons were so terrifying. In the entire history of this era, only 3 ancestral dragons had been born. Therefore, their strength was absolutely unimaginable. Fang Yuan's bloodline was very powerful, and her cultivation was also very high. She had already broken through to the true immortal realm. Although she had just broken through a few years ago and her cultivation wasn't stable yet, she was still a true immortal. When she used the Way of the Rising Dragon of the Heavens at such a high level, she had indeed released the power of this divine ability. Seeing the densely packed dragons pouncing over, Lin Feng took out the Hu Yi bow. Holding it in his hand, he pulled the bowstring and shot arrows. The energy of the world quickly gathered from all directions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, one after another, energy arrows shot towards the dragons at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. Along with the sounds of violent collisions, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng released a series of energy arrows from his Hu Yi bow, shattering the dragons that pounced on him one after another. The 2 sides immediately entered a stalemate. "Go, capture that kid." At this time, an ancestral-level expert said in a deep voice. The other 2 ancestral-level experts couldn't help but nod. The 3 of them had silently disappeared. Clearly, they had used a method to conceal themselves. They quickly flew towards the place where Lin Feng and Fang Yuan were fighting. Lin Feng's Space Dao was so powerful that he had already sensed the 3 ancestral-level experts' auras when they flew over. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This place was relatively close to the Forgotten City, so many experts could come to support Fang Yuan. This was a rather troublesome matter. Fang Yuan was very difficult to deal with, but Lin Feng believed that with his methods, dealing with Fang Yuan would not be too big of a problem. However, if a few more powerful figures appeared and joined forces with Fang Yuan, then it would not be him suppressing Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan and the others joining forces to suppress him. "Let's lure this woman away before those 3 old bastards arrive." A thought emerged in Lin Feng's mind. Fang Yuan was a very competitive woman. Previously, he had suffered a loss in his hands. He would definitely be extremely indignant. She must want to defeat him and then capture him. Now, he only needed to show weakness in front of Fang Yuan and then pretend to escape. With Fang Yuan's personality, she would definitely chase after him. She would never let her go so easily. Once she lured Fang Yuan to a secluded place, she would be able to deal with Fang Yuan alone. At that time, Fang Yuan would no longer have any reinforcements. Suppressing Fang Yuan would be very likely. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mouth revealed a sneer. He continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. However, the energy arrows that Lin Feng shot out were not as powerful as before. Naturally, this was done deliberately by Lin Feng. He wanted to tell Fang Yuan that he had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy, and his battle strength had greatly declined compared to when he was at his peak. Therefore, he was no longer a match for her. The energy arrows shot out by Lin Feng collided with the dragons condensed by Fang Yuan's magic. This time, the energy arrows were shattered by the dragons, and the dragons continued to rush towards Lin Feng. Today, this young master is tired, so I'll leave first. When this young master is done resting, we'll fight again. When that time comes, I'll definitely catch you. After I catch you, see how I'll train you. I'll definitely train you into an obedient slave. Lin Feng's eyes fiercely swept towards Fang Yuan's charming and tall body. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng turned around and quickly flew away. His speed was extremely fast, and it seemed as if he was fleeing. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then she sneered. She soared into the sky and quickly chased after Lin Feng. At this moment, the three ancestor-level powerhouses from the Forgotten City were still some distance away from Lin Feng and Fang Yuan, so they were quickly shaken off by Lin Feng and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and said, "Brat, the reason why you're so strong, is it because you're using some kind of magic treasure? I don't believe that at your age, you can be so strong without any magic treasures." Lin Feng said, "My battle strength is so strong. Are you jealous of me?" Fang Yuan continued to sneer and said, "Why are you being so stubborn? After such a big battle, your magic power has been consumed very quickly. This means that your magic power isn't particularly strong, and it's not even proportional to your battle strength. This is enough to show that your battle strength is so tyrannical because you're using some kind of powerful magic treasure. If it wasn't for that, your magic power would also be extremely strong, and it wouldn't be consumed so quickly." Lin Feng said, "You really think too highly of yourself. I'm too lazy to explain this matter to you. Forget it, I'm too lazy to continue talking to you. You can think whatever you want." Lin Feng continued to increase his speed and flew into the distance. Seeing Lin Feng in a hurry to leave, Fang Yuan thought that Lin Feng must be feeling guilty, so he wanted to quickly escape. She sneered and chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't use his maximum speed because if he did, Fang Yuan would probably be left behind without a trace. Thus, Lin Feng slowed down as much as possible. This way, he wouldn't be able to shake Fang Yuan off, and Fang Yuan wouldn't be able to catch up to Lin Feng. Under Lin Feng's enticement, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan were getting further and further away from the Forgotten City. Finally, Lin Feng stopped in front of a huge sand dune. He turned to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked over step by step with a cold smile on her face. She said, "Why aren't you running anymore? Have you given up because you know that you can't escape?" Lin Feng said, "Of course not. I think that this place is far enough from the Forgotten City. It's a good place to deal with you." Fang Yuan said. Fang Yuan showed a disdainful expression and said, "You sure know how to boast shamelessly. Don't you know how much you're worth?" Lin Feng didn't argue with Fang Yuan too much on this topic. Lin Feng planned to ask Fang Yuan if the Little Rock King had been captured by the experts of the Forgotten City. Chapter 50:27. Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and said, "I have something to ask you," said Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was slightly startled. She didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to ask her. She said, "What can you ask me about? Did the Forgotten City capture someone before?" Lin Feng asked bluntly. Fang Yuan narrowed her eyes at Lin Feng and asked, "Why are you asking this? Could it be that you know those people? It seems like you really did capture some people. Was there a devil cultivator among them?" Lin Feng asked. "That's right. There was a devil cultivator. There were also many cultivators from the 4 great immortal sects. Fang Yuan said indifferently. Hearing Fang Yuan's answer, Lin Feng was almost certain that the Little Rock King had been captured by these people. Why did you capture them? Lin Feng asked. Fang Yuan said indifferently, because those guys didn't have eyes. They actually dared to run into the depths of the ancient demon desert. Our forgotten city is about to open up some immortal stone mines, and we're currently lacking manpower. Those guys will start mining soon. Fang Yuan smiled. She then looked at Lin Feng and said, your physique is not bad. If you agree to be my male slave, I can let you stay by my side. If you don't agree, I'll just kill you. It seems a bit of a pity. Why don't I send you to the mines too? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan actually giggled. She was already very charming, and when she giggled, she became even more charming. Lin Feng said, I've decided to become a live-in son-in-law of the Forgotten City. Fang Yuan sneered, are you dreaming? Lin Feng said, when I capture you, what's done can't be undone. Won't I be a live-in son-in-law then? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng rushed towards Fang Yuan. She saw that Lin Feng actually dared to take the initiative to attack her. A mocking expression appeared on Fang Yuan's face. She had always thought that Lin Feng was an arrow at the end of its flight. He actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. Wasn't he seeking his own death? Today, I'll let you have a taste of my other divine abilities. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. Her hands were constantly changing seals. Ding! Suddenly, an azure dragon appeared on the left side of Fang Yuan. That azure dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its ferocious might shook the heavens and was incomparably terrifying. Roar! Suddenly, a low roar came from Fang Yuan's right. A white tiger condensed on Fang Yuan's right. The white tiger was vivid and lifelike, as if it was the king of beasts. Its might suppressed the heaven and earth, intimidating millions of ferocious beasts. Shriek! A sharp, ear-piercing cry was heard. A vermilion bird condensed in front of Fang Yuan. The vermilion bird was a divine bird, a descendant of the phoenix. Although it was a descendant of the phoenix, its bloodline had undergone a mutation. Therefore, the vermilion bird's talent was not inferior to the phoenix's. The vermilion bird controlled the supreme demonic fire of the world, the vermilion bird divine fire. This was a sacred fire that could rival the phoenix demonic fire. Its power was boundless. At that moment, a huge monster appeared beneath Fang Yuan's feet. It was a black tortoise sacred beast. Its aura was deep, ancient, and powerful. A gigantic python appeared behind Fang Yuan. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a python, but a blazing serpent. The blazing serpent was one of the 5 sacred beasts. It was extremely powerful. 5 sacred beasts? What kind of ability is this? Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and asked. My ability is inherited from the most ancient sacred beast orthodoxy. The ability I'm using now is called the 5 sacred demon subduing technique. Can you feel how powerful it is? Fang Yuan looked at Lin Feng with a smug expression. Clearly, she was very confident in her ability. Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and said, you said it yourself. Your ability is called the 5 sacred demon subduing technique, but I'm not a demon. This ability has no effect on me. So, isn't it a waste of energy for you to use this ability now? Fang Yuan's mouth twitched. She knew that Lin Feng was teasing her. Therefore, Fang Yuan was furious. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng and said, I'll show you how powerful my ability is later. 5 sacred demon subduing technique. Fang Yuan shouted. Next, the 5 sacred beasts pounced at Lin Feng. When the 5 sacred beasts' auras combined, the ability was truly terrifying. As expected of a supreme technique passed down by the 5 sacred beasts. There was another important reason why this ability was so powerful. The 5 sacred beasts formed by this ability could cooperate with each other, which was equivalent to a combined ability. It could greatly increase one's battle prowess. This was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Feng was shocked. However, Lin Feng naturally had some powerful methods to deal with Fang Yuan. Lin Feng knew many powerful abilities, such as the Emperor's scriptures, the oblivion of the three worlds, the Buddhas of the heavens, and so on. These abilities were all extremely terrifying. However, Lin Feng did not plan to use them. He planned to use the Gate of Everlasting Life as a feint. The reason he wanted to use this ability was because Lin Feng was not very familiar with it. He could use it a few more times during the battle to familiarize himself with it. Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and said, "Little girl, I'll show you how powerful I am later. Once I capture you, there will be a young married woman in this world. You're courting death." Fang Yuan shouted angrily. Powerful magic power continuously flowed into the 5 sacred beasts. The 5 sacred beasts' battle prowess continued to increase. Fang Yuan was naturally very confident in her own methods. Now, she was thinking about how to torture Lin Feng after capturing Lin Feng to make her feel better. Fang Yuan hated Lin Feng to the core. At that moment, Lin Feng summoned the Door of Everlasting Life. The Door of Everlasting Life floated in the air, releasing a holy chi and strength. The Door of Everlasting Life looked like it had traveled through time. It was difficult to imagine how strong the Door of Everlasting Life was. When Fang Yuan saw Lin Feng summon the Door of Everlasting Life, she couldn't help but frown. She had seen many things, even though she didn't know what the Door of Everlasting Life looked like, she could still sense how terrifying it was. However, even though the Gate of Everlasting Life was very powerful, Fang Yuan was still very confident in her own ability. She believed that her ability would definitely be able to break Lin Feng's ability. At that moment, the Gate of Everlasting Life descended from the sky, suppressing the 5 sacred beasts. Bang! 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 Accompanied by 5 ferocious sounds of collisions, the 5 sacred beasts clashed with the Door of Everlasting Life. Chapter 50-28. The first reason why the Door of Everlasting Life was so powerful was that the Door of Everlasting Life itself was powerful and terrifying. The second reason was that Lin Feng's current combat strength was terrifying enough. With these two factors combined, the power of the Door of Everlasting Life's shadow was naturally incredible. The shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life quickly flew towards Fang Yuan, wanting to kill her. When she saw the shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life flying towards her, Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Her magic was so powerful, but now, it was easily broken by Lin Feng. Only now did Fang Yuan realize that Lin Feng had deliberately shown weakness to her in order to lure her out. Fang Yuan quickly flew into the distance. But how could Lin Feng let Fang Yuan go so easily? The shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life continued to chase after Fang Yuan. Under Lin Feng's control, the shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with Fang Yuan and suppressed her. Fang Yuan waved her hand. Suddenly, a powerful magic treasure flew out. It was a magic treasure the size of a mountain, surrounded by endless divine power. When the magic treasure flew out quickly, it began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had become as huge as a mountain. Bang! 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 Then, the magic treasure and the shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life that Lin Feng had summoned collided violently. Every time they collided, it was as if the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The magic treasure was indeed very powerful. It actually blocked the attack of the shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life, which surprised Lin Feng. Of course, he was just a little surprised. Lin Feng could accept all of this. After all, some powerful magic treasures could indeed turn the tide of a battle. Who are you? Fang Yuan looked at Lin Feng with an ugly expression. She had summoned a powerful magic treasure and still could not break Lin Feng's magic. What if Lin Feng summoned his own magic treasure? Fang Yuan's perception was very strong. She knew that Lin Feng had not entered the true immortal realm. Under the condition that he had not entered the true immortal realm, he was still so terrifying. It was really too unbelievable. In the past, Fang Yuan had always thought that Lin Feng was so strong because Lin Feng had mastered some powerful magic treasures. But now, it seemed that was not the reason. It was possible for someone like Lin Feng to have some powerful magic treasures, but Lin Feng's combat power was not increased by those magic treasures. Instead, it was because he was already extremely powerful. Even if the magic treasure could increase his combat strength, it was only a supplementary effect. If the main body wasn't strong enough, so what if the magic treasure was strong enough? Would those magic treasures be of any use? Obviously, they would not be of any use. Lin Feng smiled. "I'm your master," said Lin Feng. "You." Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan's expression was ugly. She did not say anything else. Instead, she continued to use her magic treasure to resist Lin Feng's door of everlasting life. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped out of the void and punched towards Fang Yuan. Endless demonic light rolled. Lin Feng used the powerful demon ancestor's sacred fist. Behind Lin Feng, the phantom of the demon ancestor appeared. This was the inheritance of the demon lord. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Now that Lin Feng had used it, Lin Feng showed how terrifying this magic was. Multitasking. Fang Yuan's expression turned even uglier. Actually, when one cultivated to their level, it was not particularly difficult for them to control their magic treasures and use their magic treasures at the same time. However, when doing so, the power of their magic treasures would be greatly reduced. The magic treasures used would also be far less powerful than when they were at their peak. This was because a cultivator's energy was limited. Doing two things at the same time would definitely take up a lot of energy. Unless one mastered the ability to multitask and control their magic treasures and use their magic treasures at the same time, the power of their magic treasures would not be reduced, and the power of their magic treasures would not be reduced. Lin Feng could multitask at most 18 times. Therefore, multitasking was naturally not a problem for Lin Feng. Fang Yuan slapped her palm towards Lin Feng. She wanted to leave quickly, but Lin Feng was holding her back. Therefore, she could not leave and could only fight Lin Feng head-on. Bang! A violent collision sound spread in the air. Fang Yuan and Lin Feng collided and were blown away by the impact. Fang Yuan felt that her magic power had become extremely chaotic. When she circulated her magic power, her meridians emitted a feeling of incomparable pain. Fang Yuan knew that her situation had become extremely bad. The strength of the man in front of her was beyond her imagination. Although Fang Yuan had just entered the true immortal realm, she would not necessarily be at a disadvantage when dealing with some Dao immortal realm cultivators. However, she was defeated by Lin Feng one after another. Fang Yuan was well aware of how powerful Lin Feng was. She was an arrogant person. Before this, she had never been defeated. However, she was defeated by Lin Feng one after another, which made Fang Yuan feel a little discouraged. Not bad, not bad. To be able to resist my attacks for so long, your combat strength is indeed quite amazing. Lin Feng said. He rushed forward and threw another punch at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was a little pale. She endured the pain in her meridians and circulated her magic power. Once again, she exchanged a blow with Lin Feng. The next moment, the two sides collided. Fang Yuan was sent flying by Lin Feng like a kite with a broken string. Fang Yuan's face became as pale as paper because she found that her magic power had been scattered by Lin Feng. If that's the case, that's bad. Because, under Lin Feng's attack, she would not have any power to resist. No matter what Lin Feng did to her, she would not be able to resist. At this time, the magic treasure that Fang Yuan had taken out, after losing the support of Fang Yuan's magic power, quickly flew back into Fang Yuan's storage ring. Lin Feng rushed in front of Fang Yuan and hugged Fang Yuan, who was falling to the ground. Such a beauty should live elegantly. How could she fall to the ground in such a sorry state? Let go of me. After her small waist was hugged by Lin Feng, Fang Yuan suddenly screamed in horror. She began to struggle. Although Fang Yuan's clothes were more sexy. But in reality, Fang Yuan was a woman who kept her body clean and honest. Naturally, there were many people who pursued her. However, all the people who pursued Fang Yuan were beaten up by Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan beat them up, she would ridicule her pursuers. She often said, "You can't even beat me, and you still want to pursue me? Go home and cultivate for another 108,000 years. Fang Yuan had never been in contact with a man. Chapter 50-29. After landing on the ground, Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan with a smile and said, "Now you know how to be afraid." Weren't you very powerful before? That fierce look of yours is still fresh in my memory. Fang Yuan knew that she had to calm down and not lose her composure. If she lost her composure, the situation would be even worse. She took a deep breath and looked at Lin Feng, saying, I admit that I underestimated your strength. I didn't expect you to be so strong, but you're a man. There's no need to lower yourself to the level of a little woman like me, right? Lin Feng smiled and said, I've never seen a little woman over 1.8 meters tall. You should call yourself a Western horse. When she heard the words Western horse, Fang Yuan was a little confused. She didn't understand what it meant, but after carefully thinking about the meaning of Lin Feng's words, she could roughly guess what it meant. Fang Yuan wanted to bite Lin Feng to death. She said speechlessly, You know what I'm talking about. Lin Feng smiled and said, Of course I know what you're talking about. He wrapped one hand around Fang Yuan's waist and pinched her chin with the other. He said, How about being my slave? That's a blessing you've accumulated in your previous life. When her eyes met with Lin Feng's, Fang Yuan felt her heartbeat accelerate for no reason. Although the man in front of her was hateful, his strength and domineering aura had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. In addition, Lin Feng had a handsome face. A man like this was indeed very lethal to women. Even so, Fang Yuan absolutely couldn't agree to be Lin Feng's slave. This was a matter of dignity. I'd rather die. I'll never be your slave. Fang Yuan said resolutely. I can convert you. When the time comes, you'll definitely be very obedient. It should be quite good to have a slave like you by my side. Lin Feng said. Fang Yuan's pretty face became extremely unsightly. She said, Do you really want a woman who's like a walking corpse by your side? With your cultivation and looks, what kind of woman can't you find? If you want women, countless women will probably throw themselves at you. I don't have the figure or the looks. I'll only embarrass you if I stay by your side. Hearing this, Lin Feng slapped Fang Yuan's perky buttocks 3 times in a row. It was so painful that tears welled up in Fang Yuan's eyes. Her pretty face turned crimson red. She stared at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes. Said Lin Feng, You're lying through your teeth. Don't you feel guilty? I'm not lying, I'm just telling the truth, Fang Yuan replied. But I think you're very charming. You're qualified to be my slave. Lin Feng, you're not a man. How dare you force a little woman to be your slave? You're a disgrace to your ancestors. Fang Yuan's Lin Feng. I want to carry on the family line, you know? The ancestors will definitely agree with me, Lin Feng said. You can find someone else to carry on the family line. Fang Yuan said. You should know that the stronger the bloodline, the more difficult it is to give birth to a child. Ordinary women are unable to give birth to my child. You have a mutated bloodline, so maybe you can, Lin Feng said with a smile. I'm still a child, I don't want to have a baby. Fang Yuan was so scared that she burst into tears. Seeing Fang Yuan crying like a pear blossom in the rain, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Women were indeed women. No matter how powerful a woman was, she was still a woman in essence. And women. In the end, they were fragile. In the end, they would shed tears. Fang Yuan was like that. Lin Feng couldn't help but think, would the Red World Fairy be the same? At the very least, he had never seen it before. In Lin Feng's mind, the Celestial Master Hong Chen was his first wife. It was just to conquer the Red World Fairy. This was a difficult task. Lin Feng said, All right, stop crying. I was just joking with you. I'm not interested in you. I want to exchange you for my friend. Hearing Lin Feng say that he was not interested in her, Fang Yuan immediately became happy. Finally, she didn't have to give birth to a baby. However, very quickly, Fang Yuan felt a little jealous in her heart. Because Lin Feng actually said that he was not interested in her. She had the perfect figure and the perfect face. This figure, this real face, would definitely be able to charm a large number of people to death. Was this guy blind? He actually said that he wasn't interested in her. Women were often like this. When others say that they are interested in you, they are all kinds of reserved. When others say that they are not interested in you, they say that they are blind. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what Fang Yuan was thinking. He let go of Fang Yuan and planned to wait for a while before adjusting his state of mind. Furthermore, it was almost night time, so it wouldn't be too late to rest for a day and go to Forgotten City tomorrow. Lin Feng found a place to rest, and Fang Yuan quickly followed him. She had lost all of her mana, and would not be able to recover in a short period of time. The desert was extremely dangerous, and if she did not stay by Lin Feng's side, it might not be long before she died in the desert. Moreover, even if she wanted to escape, she probably wouldn't have the chance to. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Then, he began to adjust his state of mind. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, sat at the side and looked at Lin Feng. Who the hell is this guy? Fang Yuan couldn't help but mutter to herself. Actually, thinking about it carefully, she realized that Lin Feng was quite a good person. Although the words he had said before had scared her quite a bit, it was only to scare her and not do anything out of line. If she were to fall into the hands of another man, would that man let her go? Fang Yuan didn't think so. Because Fang Yuan knew how charming she was. The desert at night was colder, completely different from the high temperature during the day. Of course, cultivators were powerful, and the low temperature did not affect them much. Therefore, even though Fang Yuan was wearing less, but she still did not feel cold. The bonfire burned fiercely, and Lin Feng sat in front of it. He found some poisonous scorpions and centipedes in the desert, and then took out some tools and a large piece of meat. Lin Feng cut the meat, and then placed the poisonous scorpions and centipedes inside, and then placed them on an iron plate to roast. Fang Yuan asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 50-30. After the delicacy was done, Lin Feng cut open the wrapped meat, revealing the centipedes and scorpions inside. Lin Feng ate a scorpion, and his eyes immediately lit up. The taste was better than he had imagined. In fact, this was the first time Lin Feng had made something like this. This attempt was quite successful, which made Lin Feng extremely happy. Fang Yuan could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She rubbed her stomach and said, "I'm hungry too. I want to eat too." After saying that, she ran to Lin Feng's side and sat down next to Lin Feng. She picked up a centipede and stuffed it into her mouth to chew. She nodded vigorously, and her eyes could not help but become extremely bright. "Delicious, delicious," she said vaguely. Then, her hands moved extremely quickly, stuffing centipedes and scorpions into her mouth one after another. Lin Feng said, "You're a prisoner, okay? Have some awareness as a prisoner. Just sit by the side and watch me eat." After interacting with Lin Feng for a while, Fang Yuan had a rough understanding of Lin Feng's character. Lin Feng was not a fierce and cruel person. Instead, he seemed to be kind and upright. This kind of character was naturally rare in the world of cultivators. When Fang Yuan found out that Lin Feng had this kind of character, she even muttered in her heart, "How could a person with this kind of character survive in the world of cultivators where everyone was scheming against each other?" It was really a miracle. Therefore, she knew Lin Feng's character. Fang Yuan was now no longer afraid of Lin Feng. "I'm hungry, of course I want to eat. These are all mine. Don't eat them. Go catch some centipedes, scorpions, and other things like that for me to eat." Fang Yuan was like a tiger fighting for food. She took away a large piece of meat outside, not letting Lin Feng eat the centipedes and scorpions inside. Lin Feng immediately smiled bitterly. What was going on? He seemed to have become Fang Yuan's follower now. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Lin Feng comforted himself like this. Then, he got up and began to search for poisonous scorpions and centipedes. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was enjoying the delicious food alone. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Lin Feng lay on the sand dune and looked at the moon in the sky in a daze. Fang Yuan sat next to Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Don't worry, your friend will be fine." "Of course, I have no doubts about that," Lin Feng said. "What are you thinking about now?" Fang Yuan asked curiously. She had the feeling that Lin Feng was shrouded in a mysterious veil. At that moment, Fang Yuan really wanted to uncover the mysteries surrounding Lin Feng. Then take a look. What was under this mysterious veil? "I'm thinking a lot of people. said Lin Feng. For example? Fang Yuan asked. Lin Feng was silent. You still can't tell others? Fang Yuan curled her lips and said. Lin Feng said. Of course not. Following this, he said, I'm thinking about my parents, my grandfather, my dead uncle, some of my close friends, my teacher, and the woman who died for me. I'm going to find my close friends, and so on. Fang Yuan said, you can think about so many people. It seems that your life must be very busy. Lin Feng said, yes, it is indeed very busy. I have to make myself stronger. Only then will I be able to do what I want. Only then will I be able to protect them. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fang Yuan was actually a little touched. The feeling of being protected must be very good, right? She really envied the people he was talking about. Have you thought about anyone? Lin Feng asked. My mother. She is the only person I miss. Fang Yuan said. What happened to her? Lin Feng asked. She passed away. Fang Yuan said. Sorry, I brought up your sad matter. Lin Feng said. It's fine, I'm already used to it. Fang Yuan said. What is the relationship between you and that Fang Wushu you mentioned? You seem to hate him a lot. Lin Feng asked. Fang Yuan said, he's my half-brother. Why do you hate him when you have such a family relationship? Lin Feng asked. Because he caused my mother's death. Fang Yuan said. That is really a tragedy, but this guy has already been killed by me. I have avenged you. Shouldn't you repay me with your body? Lin Feng said. Fang Yuan turned her head to look at Lin Feng. Her big watery eyes were filled with charm. This woman looked very wild, but if one observed carefully, they would find that this woman actually had a trace of charm in her wildness. He is not dead. Fang Yuan said. Lin Feng asked in surprise, not dead? It can't be, right? I specially checked his body, and he is indeed dead. Even his soul has dissipated. Fang Yuan said, that guy cultivated some strange cultivation techniques, so he was able to deceive you. Of course, his physical body is indeed dead, but his soul is still here. However, even if his physical body is dead, it's not really dead. As long as his soul is still here, there will be a day when he returns. Said Lin Feng. That guy is really lucky, said Lin Feng. Father will help him reverse his destiny. Fang Yuan said. It seems that your father is very powerful. Lin Feng said. He is an immortal, Fang Yuan said. An immortal was a golden immortal. This was because the word golden, in the eyes of cultivators, represented immortality. It was unknown how powerful a golden immortal was. Lin Feng's battle strength had increased greatly, and he had even obtained the Epoch War spear left behind by his ancestor. However, Lin Feng knew his own limits. Even if he used the Epoch War spear, he was still not a match for Fang Yuan's father. Why are you telling me this? You can completely hide it from me. When your father makes a move, I will be in a lot of trouble. Lin Feng said. Fang Yuan didn't know why she said all this. However, in her heart, there seemed to be a voice telling Fang Yuan that she had to tell Lin Feng some of the truth about the Forgotten City. Because, this way, Lin Feng would be able to prepare in advance. She didn't want to see Lin Feng die in the Forgotten City. Even though, in the beginning, he hated Lin Feng so much that he gnashed his teeth. But now, it was as if he had another feeling for Lin Feng. It was a feeling that made Fang Yuan's heart beat faster. However, Fang Yuan did not tell Lin Feng what she was thinking. After all, she was a woman and had never experienced feelings before. There were some things that she was naturally embarrassed to say. Chapter 50-31. Lin Feng smiled and said, Thank you so much, but your father is so powerful. If I rashly go there and your father makes a move, I'm worried that I will die miserably. This, Fang Yuan couldn't help but ponder. It was indeed as Lin Feng said. Just like that. Lin Feng might be in trouble. She knew how powerful her father was. I have to think of a foolproof plan. Lin Feng said. He was thinking of a feasible plan, but Lin Feng really couldn't think of a good one. In the face of absolute strength. Any act of playing tricks. It was a joke. This point. Lin Feng was extremely clear. Fang Yuan said, I've thought of a way. What way? Lin Feng asked curiously. Fang Yuan's pretty face immediately blushed. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Looking at Fang Yuan's blushing face, she seemed to be shy. What was the method she was talking about? How could it make her so shy? Lin Feng was really puzzled. What method is it? Lin Feng asked again. Fang Yuan said with a red face, let's go back together. I'll tell father that we don't know each other until we fight. Then, we'll like each other. This way, father won't deal with you. You want me to pretend to be your man? Lin Feng exclaimed. Fang Yuan's pretty face immediately turned even redder. She didn't know why she would say such a method. Fang Yuan used to have a lot of suitors, and those suitors kept chattering around her, making Fang Yuan very unhappy. Therefore, Fang Yuan had always been quite disgusted with men, but when she was with Lin Feng, she felt very comfortable. She really couldn't hate Lin Feng. Moreover, in Fang Yuan's heart, it seemed that she still wanted to do something with Lin Feng. Thus, she naturally said such words. Said Lin Feng. That's a good idea, but after all, I destroyed Fang Wushu's physical body. Doesn't your father hate me? If he hates me, then this matter will be difficult to deal with. Fang Yuan said, you don't have to worry about that fellow Fang Wushu. Now that his body has been destroyed, even if he recovers, he won't be as strong as he is now. Father only has me and Fang Wushu, so in the future, one of us will inherit the Forgotten City. The Forgotten City has always been about strength, so there have been some female city lords in history. Apart from having a good background, how can Fang Wushu compare to me? Therefore, you don't need to worry about Fang Wushu. Father knows what to do. The only thing you need to worry about is Fang Wushu's mother's people. I don't know if they will attack you or not, but even if they attack you, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Besides, with your cultivation level, even if you can't defeat them, it won't be difficult for you to leave. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Lin Feng finally relaxed. Although it was still dangerous to rashly enter the Forgotten City, in order to save the Little Rock King, Lin Feng was not afraid of danger. Good. Then let's do as you say. I just don't know if it will affect your reputation when the time comes. Lin Feng said. Fang Yuan said, it's fine. This way, I can also tell those fellows who have designs on me that I'm already taken, so they shouldn't have any ideas about me in the future. At this point, Fang Yuan's pretty face slightly blushed. In fact, she was somewhat happy that Lin Feng had agreed. Because this meant that Lin Feng believed in her, which was why he agreed. Lin Feng said, I am very willing to be this flower protector. If there are any blind fellows who dare to pester you, I can help you deal with them. All right. Fang Yuan nodded. The next day, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan set off together to return to the Forgotten City. Fang Yuan's Fa Li had already recovered a lot, although it had not completely recovered. However, it shouldn't take long for him to fully recover. When Lin Feng and Fang Yuan arrived at the Forgotten City, the people of the Forgotten City immediately discovered the two of them. It's the young miss who's back. Why did that guy come back with the young miss? This is really strange. Could it be that the young miss has taken him in as a male slave? Many people couldn't help but start to discuss. Quickly open the city gates and welcome the young miss back to the city. The city guard general said. Yes, yes, yes. Then, many of the guards said. Just as they were about to open the door, their eyes suddenly widened. In his eyes, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Because those people saw that Lin Feng had actually reached out his hand and wrapped it around Fang Yuan's small waist. Oh my god. What the hell is going on? That guy. He actually dared to hug the young miss's small waist. Was this a trick to catch him dead? Would the young miss directly chop him into pieces later? Many people couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. He could feel the warmth of Lin Feng's hand. Fang Yuan's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Being hugged by Lin Feng was a rather special feeling. There seemed to be some joy and some shyness. But there was no disgust. What's wrong with me? Is this still me? Fang Yuan asked herself in her heart. She couldn't even believe it. The current him. He was really the same as before. Lin Feng hugged Fang Yuan's small waist, and then said in a low voice, "I don't want to take advantage of you, it's just that by doing this, others will believe that we are in a relationship." "I understand." Fang Yuan nodded with a red face. The two of them walked towards the Forgotten City. When they entered the Forgotten City, many of the Forgotten City's guards stood on both sides, looking at the two of them, and then whispering to each other. They naturally knew what kind of personality Fang Yuan had. Now, to actually be hugged by a man like a little bird, it was truly too unbelievable. That man. How did he conquer Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was the #1 beauty in the Forgotten City, the goddess in the hearts of countless people. Therefore, seeing Fang Yuan being hugged by Lin Feng, many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. What ability did this guy have to be able to hug a beauty? Naturally, many people were unconvinced. Fang Yuan's body leaned against Lin Feng's embrace very naturally. She couldn't help but have a thought in her heart. If she and Lin Feng were really in a relationship, how great would that be? When this thought appeared, Fang Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't know why such a thought would appear in her heart. Chapter 50-32. Looks like you're quite popular, Lin Feng whispered into her ear. The reason he said that was because there was a sea of people along the way, and these people were obviously here to see Fang Yuan. But Lin Feng could see that many people were looking at him angrily. Some of them were looking at Lin Feng with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Obviously, these people were angry because Fang Yuan and Lin Feng were too close. Thus, they were hostile towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's claim that Fang Yuan was popular was not without reason. Fang Yuan said, "Of course. I'm a goddess. There are naturally many people who are pursuing me, liking me, and secretly admiring me." Fang Yuan's words were not wrong. She was indeed worthy of being called a goddess. Her figure, appearance, talent, and cultivation were all extremely rare. Even compared to the top 10 fairies outside, she was not much worse. Thus, there were naturally countless people who liked her. Yuan, who is this person? At that moment, a group of people walked over. The leader of the group, a young man in embroidered clothes, looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy gaze. Lin Feng had heard from Fang Yuan that she had many suitors, and those people annoyed her to no end. The person in front of him should be one of Fang Yuan's suitors. "Can't you see? He's my man," Fang Yuan said indifferently. Then, she leaned her head on Lin Feng's shoulder, looking very loving. "I don't believe it." The young man in embroidered clothes sneered, "Not long ago, you were still chasing after him. In the blink of an eye, you two became lovers. No matter who it is, no one would believe such a thing." "You don't believe it. Facts speak louder than words," Lin Feng said. "Yuan, why do you want him to pretend to be your lover? Could it be that you thought of this method to reject my pursuit?" The young man in embroidered clothes said. "Zhong Zichen, you're too self-righteous. There are many people who are pursuing me. There's no need for me to find someone to pretend to be my lover because of your pursuit," Fang Yuan said impatiently. Zhong Zichen said. "Fang Yuan, you don't believe what you're saying, right? Don't you just want to prove that there's nothing between us? I can prove it to you right now and let you know that we really are lovers," Fang Yuan said coldly. The next moment, she took the initiative to kiss Lin Feng's lips. "Oh my God, look. They're actually kissing. They're really a couple. How is this possible? My goddess has fallen just like that. Who the hell is that kid? Wasn't he being hunted down by Fang Yuan? How did he end up with Zhong Yuan in the blink of an eye? What goddess? Goddess my ass. In the end, she'll still become a man's plaything. Don't say that the grapes are sour just because you can't eat them. Everyone has the freedom to pursue love. You can't say something sarcastic just because you can't get Fang Yuan." He saw Lin Feng and Fang Yuan kissing. There was an uproar all around. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. There were all kinds of people who said all kinds of things. Naturally, there were also many cultivators who spoke ill of him. "Do you believe me now?" Their lips parted. Fang Yuan looked at Zhong Zichen and said coldly. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had actually been ambushed by a beauty like Zhong Yuan. Moreover, he had been ambushed in front of so many people. Seriously. A person was just like their appearance. A wild beauty like Zhong Yuan did things without considering the consequences. Zhong Zichen's expression was extremely unsightly. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of being called Yuan Er's lover? I challenge you to a duel. The loser will withdraw." Lin Feng was speechless. "I won't accept your challenge. You coward. Don't you even have the courage to fight me? Yuan Er, do you see this guy's character clearly? He doesn't even have the courage to fight me. Do you expect him to protect you when you're in danger in the future?" Zhong Zichen said gloomily. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I don't want to fight you, not because I'm afraid of you, but because Yuan Er is my woman now. I don't need to fight you. If you have nothing to do, you can buy a piece of tofu and play with it." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fang Yuan immediately laughed. Many people also couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng's words were obviously teasing Zhong Zichen. Zhong Zichen is the son of the Vice City Lord. That kid doesn't know Zhong Zichen's identity. Now that he's envied by Zhong Zichen, he won't have a good ending. "Let's just wait and see," a cultivator whispered. Actually, the Forgotten City was not dominated by a single clan. The Forgotten City's Devil Sand clan was divided into 5 major clans. The most powerful clan was Fang Yuan's clan. Her clan had always been the city lord of the Forgotten City. The other 4 clans were also very powerful. Zhong Zichen's Zhong clan was one of the 4 clans. It was a powerful force that no one dared to underestimate. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng was just an outsider to the Forgotten City. Even though Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, could it be that he could contend against the top forces of the Forgotten City? Obviously. He couldn't. Therefore, everyone was interested to see how this dispute and conflict would end. "Brat, if you don't dare to come out and fight with me, then you don't dare to come out and fight with me. Why are you looking for so many excuses? Only a coward would find excuses for himself." Zhong Zichen looked at Lin Feng indifferently. This Zhong Zichen was not a simple person. He had cultivated for 360,000 years. Although he could not be considered a young cultivator, but he could be considered a young cultivator. He had cultivated for such a long time, so his cultivation was naturally extraordinary. He also knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was not weak, but it also depended on who he was compared to. Compared to him, he was far inferior. Lin Feng was not angered by Zhong Zichen's words. With Lin Feng's temperament, he would not be angered by Zhong Zichen's words. He indifferently glanced at Zhong Zichen, then said, "Whatever you say, I have no interest in fighting with you." "Zhong Zichen, hurry up and get out of the way," Fang Yuan said in a bad mood. Zhong Zichen's face was incomparably gloomy. Being reprimanded by Fang Yuan like this made him feel very embarrassed. However, he did not dare to be angry at Fang Yuan. Firstly, Fang Yuan's status was more honorable than his. Secondly, Fang Yuan's strength was stronger than his. He naturally did not dare to vent his anger on Fang Yuan. Chapter 50-33. You don't have to worry about my affairs. Also, I'm not particularly familiar with you, so don't call me Yuan Er in the future. This will make the people who love me misunderstand. I don't want to be misunderstood by my lover, Fang Yuan said. Zhong Zichen clenched his fists. His expression was gloomy and he didn't speak. If it wasn't for Fang Yuan's presence, Zhong Zichen definitely wouldn't be able to suppress the anger in his heart and would attack Lin Feng. "Let's go." Fang Yuan looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded and left with Fang Yuan. The news that Fang Yuan brought Lin Feng back to the Forgotten City had already spread to the City Lord's mansion. So, when Lin Feng and Zhong Yuan arrived at the City Lord's mansion, outside the City Lord's mansion, there were already many people gathered. Basically, they were all from the Fang family. In the distance, there were some cultivators who were watching the show. Fang Wushu's soul body was also among the crowd. When he saw Lin Feng, Fang Wushu's eyes suddenly revealed a dense killing intent. The person Fang Wushu hated the most was Fang Yuan. The person he hated the second was Lin Feng. Originally, Fang Wushu thought that the two people he hated the most would inevitably have a fierce battle. In the end, one of them would definitely be killed. Of course, the best-case scenario would be that both of them would be injured and die. At the beginning, the battle between Lin Feng and Fang Yuan was indeed quite fierce. This made Fang Wushu very happy. Fang Wushu had been waiting for the news of Lin Feng and Fang Yuan's battle to come back. He really hoped to hear the news of the two's eventual death. However, after waiting for a long time, he heard the news that Lin Feng and Fang Yuan were together. When he heard the news, his first thought was, how is this possible? Because Fang Wushu still knew his sister quite well. She didn't have any good attitude towards any man. So many outstanding geniuses pursued her. She didn't agree. Even Fang Wushu felt that his sister shouldn't be interested in men. And Lin Feng was her enemy. Shouldn't the two sides be fighting to the death? How did they become lovers in the blink of an eye? This kind of thing, not to mention Fang Wushu, even the other people in the city lord's mansion did not believe it. Fang Junshan even asked again. The cultivator who came to report the news also had a bitter smile on his face. Then, he told her everything that he had seen. This included some of the intimate actions between Lin Feng and Fang Yuan, as well as some of the words he said during the conflict with Zhong Zichen. Therefore, even if they didn't believe it at first, after hearing these things, they believed that Lin Feng and Fang Yuan were really together. And now, all of this had been verified. Many of the city lord's mansion's people began to whisper to each other. They also found it inconceivable. Fang Yuan was a woman who didn't care about any man. She actually acted so small and delicate in front of Lin Feng. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. How did that brat conquer Fang Yuan? Wanting to conquer Fang Yuan was no different from an extremely difficult task. At this time, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan arrived in front of the mansion. Fang Yuan said, "Father, this is Ji. Previously, we didn't know each other until we fought. After a great battle, we each discovered that the other party was the person we were looking for, so we got together. What kind of reason is that?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay. A moment ago, they were fighting to the death, and the next moment, they actually fell in love with each other. Was there really such a thing in this world? This brat couldn't have seduced Fang Yuan on purpose. And then he wanted to plot something, right? Many people couldn't help but guess in their hearts. However, they naturally wouldn't say these words out loud, because if they did, they might offend Fang Yuan. "Ji, this is my father, the city lord of Forgotten City." Fang Yuan then introduced her father to Lin Feng. "Uncle." Lin Feng bowed to Fang Junshan. "No need to be so polite," Fang Junshan said. Only then did Lin Feng stand up. At this time, Fang Wushu roared, "Fang Yuan, you clearly know that my body was destroyed by this brat, and I almost died at his hands. I can't live under the same sky with this brat, and our hatred will never end until one of us is dead. Now, you've actually gotten together with him? What are you thinking?" Fang Wushu was truly furious. He had imagined that Lin Feng and Fang Yuan would both be seriously injured, and in the end, both of them would die. However, the reality was completely different. This was a huge difference, and Fang Wushu couldn't accept it. "What does it have to do with you who I get together with?" Fang Yuan didn't give Fang Wushu any face at all. Her mother had been killed by Fang Wushu. This was actually a secret, and Fang Wushu didn't know about it. Fang Yuan had never mentioned it either. Fang Yuan hadn't taken revenge yet because she was accumulating strength. The faction behind Fang Wushu was too powerful, and she was still weak. Therefore, she had to continue waiting. She had to wait until she was strong enough, until she had enough power in her hands, then she could talk about taking revenge. Now, they were at odds with each other. The faction behind Fang Wushu wouldn't interfere. Fang Wushu naturally knew that he couldn't explain this to Fang Yuan, so he looked at Fang Junshan and said, "Father, Fang Yuan brought back the enemy who destroyed my body, and now she's saying that he's her lover. Fang Yuan has ulterior motives, and I'm guessing that they've been together for a long time. When I suffered at this brat's hands, it was most likely instigated by Fang Yuan." It had to be said that Fang Wushu's brain worked quite quickly. When Fang Wushu said this, Many people frowned and pondered. This kind of thing seemed to be possible. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Don't try to ruin our relationship. Your physical body was destroyed because you wanted to kill me. Besides, you also wanted to steal my friend's beauty. But your cultivation level wasn't high enough, so I killed you, said Lin Feng indifferently. Fang Wushu sneered. Brat, do you think my father will believe your words, or mine? Said Fang Yuan coldly. Fang Wushu, that's enough. Don't say that I didn't instigate you. Even if I did, so what? All these years, you've sent people to kill me time and time again, but you've never succeeded. You think you've done it flawlessly, but I already knew it was you. I just didn't say it out loud. If you can find people to kill me, can't I find people to kill you? Fang Yuan, don't slander me. Chapter 50-34. Fang Yuan sneered and said, you know very well whether you did it or not. If you insist on not admitting it, you can let the respectable people in the family search your soul and see if they can find the answer from your memories. Fang Yuan, not only are you slandering me, but you are also a little crazy. Even if we have a small conflict, you don't have to search my soul, right? If there is any change, I will be doomed eternally. What are you planning? Father, do you see? Fang Yuan even harmed her own brother. If she is in power in the future, who knows how many cruel things she will do. Why don't we destroy her cultivation and let her give up all her thoughts? Fang Wushu said. Enough. Shut up. Brother and sister should be united, but the two of you are fighting to the death. This is really disappointing. Moreover, this is outside. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough to fight like this in front of so many people? Fang Junshan said coldly. Then, he left. Seeing Fang Junshan angry, the others didn't dare to say anything. Fang Junshan's prestige in the Fang family was extremely high. Even in the Forgotten City, he was also the person with the highest status. The rest of the people kept their mouths shut and walked into the mansion. Brat, just you wait. I won't let you have an easy time. I will make you die miserably. Fang Wushu looked at Lin Feng with hatred and said coldly. After saying these harsh words, Yi Zichen said. Fang Wushu quickly left. Let's go in. Fang Yuan said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Then, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan walked in together. The mansion was very large, and it was divided into many different areas. For example, the office area, the cultivation area, the living area, and so on. Fang Yuan brought Lin Feng to the guests' resting area. Although Lin Feng and Fang Yuan were in a relationship in name, in reality, it was just a pretense. Of course, even if they were a real couple, he couldn't live with Fang Yuan as soon as he came to her house. At that time, Fang Junshan would probably break his legs. Your friend is imprisoned in the prison. I don't know if he has been sent away or not. Rest here for a while, I will go and ask around. Fang Yuan said. Lin Feng nodded and said, sorry to trouble you. Don't be polite with me. Fang Yuan looked at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan came back to Lin Feng's room. How's the investigation? Lin Feng asked. Fang Yuan said, I've already made some inquiries. Your friends are still being held in the prison, but they were captured by the Great Elder. The Great Elder is on Fang Wushu's side, so if I want to take them away, the other side will definitely not agree. What we have to do now is to not expose our purpose. If our purpose is exposed, it will be very difficult to take them away. I'll find someone to help me take your friends away from the Great Elder. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Lin Feng was very happy. He couldn't wait to see the little Peking, but Lin Feng knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. Now, he just had to wait patiently. Fang Junshan's study. Fang Junshan was drinking tea with a few ancestor-level powerhouses. Apart from the ancestor-level powerhouses, the Great Elder was also present. These people were the higher-ups of the Forgotten City's Fang family. Fang Wushu was also present. Fang Wushu said, Father, that Ji guy must have some secret. Fang Yuan is colluding with him, and we don't know what they are planning. We have to be careful. Fang Junshan said, Is that how you talk about your own sister? At this time, the great elder said, "City Lord, in fact, I also feel that there's something strange about that kid, but I can't pinpoint exactly what's strange about him. We've all seen how Fang Yuan treated that kid before. Now that she's suddenly on good terms with that kid, there's a lot of suspicious things about this matter. For example, did the two of them really get to know each other through a fight? Was it really after a fight that they fell in love with each other? If that's not the case, then it means that they've been together for a long time, but Fang Yuan said that they've only gotten together now. Why would Fang Yuan lie? When a person lies and weaves a lie, there must be some unspeakable secrets. But what are these unspeakable secrets? Perhaps only the person involved knows. Sometimes, we can turn a blind eye to some things, but there are some things that we can't do. This is my opinion. City Lord, what do you think? Fang Junshan smiled indifferently and said, "This is the Forgotten City. Do you think that Ji Jun will do something in the Forgotten City? Unless he doesn't want to live anymore, but I don't think he's that stupid, so your worries are unnecessary." But father. Fang Wushu still wanted to say something. Fang Junshan waved his hand and said, "I know what you want to say. I also know some things that you think I don't know. I didn't tell you some things not because I didn't know them, but because I didn't want to explain them too clearly. I hope you understand. As for the enmity between you and Ji, that's between you juniors. After I change your fate, you can deal with it however you want. I won't interfere with you. Alright, go back and rest. You're only left with your soul. Even though you've practiced some secret techniques to prevent your soul from dispersing, you still need to cultivate more. Otherwise, it will harm your soul." Fang Wushu was furious. He knew that his father was secretly on Fang Yuan's side, and that made him furious. However, he did not dare to express the anger and jealousy in his heart. The person in front of him was his father, and he controlled his fate. "Yes, I'll take my leave," said Fang Wushu. "City Lord, I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave as well." After Fang Wushu left, the Great Elder also left. Fang Wushu was waiting for the Great Elder outside. When he saw the Great Elder come out, he went to greet him. Said the Great Elder, "If you want to get rid of that boy, you don't have to do it yourself. Many people want to get rid of him, such as that boy from the Zhong family." After saying that, the Great Elder floated away. Chapter 50-35. At night, the City Lord's mansion hosted a banquet to entertain Lin Feng. Fang Yuan's father, Fang Junshan, also attended the banquet. He was an expert at the Gold Immortal level. Originally, Lin Feng thought that Fang Junshan would ask him some questions, such as where he was from, who was in his family, and so on. However, Fang Junshan did not ask any of these questions, which made Lin Feng very surprised. Perhaps Fang Junshan had his own thoughts, but he did not know what Fang Junshan was thinking. In fact, even if Fang Junshan asked, Lin Feng was not afraid of being exposed, because he had already thought of an excuse. It was not a problem to bluff his way through. This time, Lin Feng wanted to save the Little Rock King. As long as he could save the Little Rock King, Lin Feng would immediately leave. Therefore, he did not want to have too much involvement with the Forgotten City, nor did he want to have too much conflict with the people of the Forgotten City, especially the people of the City Lord's family. The banquet ended. Lin Feng returned to his residence. After a simple wash, Lin Feng went to bed. However, when it was late at night, Lin Feng opened his eyes. When he was outside, Lin Feng had always been more cautious. Even when he was sleeping, Lin Feng would still leave some of his spiritual will to observe the situation outside. Lin Feng's spiritual will sensed that something was wrong. Lin Feng got up and went outside. He saw the moonlight shining down. A beautiful woman in a long silver dress was standing in the courtyard. This beautiful woman looked to be in her 30s. Naturally, she was extremely young. Of course, in the world of cultivators, one could not judge someone's age just based on their appearance. However, no matter what, this beautiful woman in front of him was very charming. Her figure was plump and charming, and her face was extremely beautiful. Moreover, her temperament was rather noble. However, the aloof attitude in her eyes made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Feng did not know this beautiful woman, but since she was able to appear in the City Lord's mansion, she must be from the City Lord's mansion. Other people would not be able to sneak into the City Lord's mansion. "Madam, why are you here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? If word of this gets out, I'm afraid it will affect my reputation," Lin Feng said. The beautiful woman replied, "It doesn't matter. Even if word gets out, I don't care." Lin Feng replied, "Don't misunderstand, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about myself. I'm afraid that it'll affect my reputation." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Yunhong nodded. The corners of the beautiful woman's mouth twitched, and then her eyes turned cold. "You're that Ji?" The beautiful woman said coldly. "That's right, it's me. Who are you?" Lin Feng asked. "You don't need to know that I'm human. You just need to know that from today onwards, you're a cripple." The beautiful woman's voice was ice-cold as she walked towards Lin Feng. "Shameless boasting," Lin Feng sneered. "Whether or not I'm boasting shamelessly, you'll know soon enough," the beautiful woman sneered. At this moment, her body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. That aura shocked Lin Feng. This woman, she was actually a Dao immortal, and a Dao immortal with a very high cultivation level. What a powerful cultivation level! Who was she? How could she be so powerful? The beautiful woman sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm strike was extremely powerful. Lin Feng didn't want to continue fighting with the beautiful woman. He wanted to end the battle quickly, so Lin Feng took out the Epoch War Spear. During this time, Lin Feng needed to get used to this treasure. He still couldn't use it like an extension of his arm. However, fortunately, he could already use some of the treasure's power. Lin Feng held the Epoch War Spear and stabbed towards the beautiful woman. The Epoch War Spear's power didn't need to be explained. It was terrifyingly powerful. It was a treasure passed down from the Sovereign Emperor clan, so it was naturally different. Now that Lin Feng had become one with the spear, he was like a god of war that had descended to the mortal world. The beautiful woman's attack was actually very powerful. When she sent out her palm strike, it even formed a powerful palm intent. The surrounding void seemed to have been confined by the powerful palm intent. Such a terrifying power made one's hair stand on end. However, Lin Feng, who was holding the Epoch War Spear, was fearless. The terrifying spear shattered the void and dispersed the terrifying palm intent. Then, it stabbed towards the beautiful woman's chest. Lin Feng rarely killed women, especially beautiful women. However, it depended on the situation. The woman in front of him was very dangerous, and she was very hostile towards Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't mind killing her. Of course, if he could capture her, it would be a good choice. However, he would have to wait and see. After all, it was still hard to say what the final outcome of this battle would be. The beautiful woman obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. After feeling the power of the spear, her pretty face changed slightly. Just as the spear was about to pierce through her chest, the beautiful woman took out a powerful defensive treasure. It was a golden tortoiseshell. It was unknown what it was. The golden tortoiseshell was placed in front of her, and Lin Feng's spear stabbed towards the golden tortoiseshell. Clang! Following a clanging sound, the golden tortoiseshell blocked Lin Feng's attack. The golden tortoiseshell was indeed a powerful treasure. The beautiful woman retreated, trying to distance herself from Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng followed her like a shadow and stabbed his spear again. This time, the power of the spear was even stronger than before. The beautiful woman still controlled the defensive treasure to block Lin Feng's attack. Clang! 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 After blocking 4 more attacks, the defensive treasure finally couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack and was destroyed by Lin Feng's spear. Then, Lin Feng swept out with a total annihilation. It was a very ordinary move. However, because Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear was too powerful, the most ordinary move had now become a peerless killer move. Therefore, when Lin Feng swept out with his spear, it immediately formed a terrifying spear light. The aura of the spear light was incomparably terrifying. The beautiful woman also sensed the might of the spear light. She didn't resist it, but chose to retreat. With a ripping sound, the beautiful woman's clothes were torn apart by the spear light. Fortunately, she retreated quickly. Otherwise, she would have been killed. Otherwise, the attack just now was really dangerous. It seems that your cultivation is only so. With this little strength, where did you get the courage to find trouble with me? Chapter 50-36. The beautiful woman's expression was ugly. She was powerful, but the magic treasure in Lin Feng's hands was too powerful. As a result, she was suppressed to the extreme. In fact, the beautiful woman was extremely unconvinced, but what was the use of being unconvinced? Sometimes, magic treasures were also a part of one's strength. So, even if she was unconvinced, she had to be convinced. Lin Feng's attacks were endless, and the beautiful woman was forced into a sorry state by Lin Feng. I originally wanted to kill you, but now it seems that I can capture you alive. It just so happens that I lack a bed warmer at night. I think you can barely be my bed warmer. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman and said. Hearing this, the beautiful woman was furious. What kind of social status did she have? At that moment, someone surprisingly dared to say that she was barely qualified to be a maid. Her heart was filled with killing intent. She wished she could cut Lin Feng's corpse into 10,000 pieces. However, she also knew that it was extremely unrealistic to want to kill Lin Feng. Moreover, she was still in an extremely passive state, and her own situation was quite bad. Being able to smoothly escape from Lin Feng was already a very good thing. As for the rest, she didn't dare to hope for anything else. I underestimated you, the beautiful woman said. Yes, so today you will have to pay a price. Lin Feng fiercely scraped the beautiful woman's charming body and face. You're not a good person either. The beautiful woman said coldly. Is that so? I don't think so. I think I'm an extraordinary person, full of justice. Lin Feng said. The war spear in his hand swept towards the beautiful woman once again. That's just what you think. Your eyes betrayed you. The beautiful woman said coldly. This time, she took out a jade talisman to block Lin Feng's attack. When she took out the jade talisman, the beautiful woman had an extremely pained expression. Obviously, that jade talisman should be extremely precious. Otherwise, the beautiful woman wouldn't have such a pained expression on her face. Everyone loves beauty. Even though we're enemies, I have to admit that you're quite pretty. You're barely worthy of my attention, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. Shameless to the extreme. The beautiful woman cursed angrily. At the same time, a ball of golden light surged out from the jade talisman. The fluctuations of the golden light were extremely terrifying. That ball of golden light directly sent Lin Feng flying. Fortunately, Lin Feng wasn't injured. I'll remember you. The beautiful woman looked deeply at Lin Feng's eyes, and then rushed outside, and then she disappeared into the darkness. This was the city lord's mansion. Lin Feng wasn't familiar with them. Thus, he didn't chase. Among the people in the city lord's mansion, it seems that only the people on Fang Wushu's side are hostile to me, right? Could it be that the woman just now was from Fang Wushu's side? That's possible. I wonder how she is related to Fang Wushu. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. In fact, tonight's situation had been very dangerous because that woman was a Dao immortal expert. Fortunately, Lin Feng was strong and had a supreme treasure to protect himself. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll definitely catch you. See how I'll deal with you then. Lin Feng couldn't help but say fiercely. Then, he returned to his room to rest. After midnight, he slept very soundly. The next day, Fang Yuan came to Lin Feng's room. Fang Yuan smiled and asked, "How was your rest?" Lin Feng didn't tell her about the woman. He smiled and said, "I rested quite well. Thank you for your concern." Fang Yuan then said, "I've already contacted an elder, and that elder accepted my gift and agreed to help me bring that person out. Is he reliable?" Lin Feng asked. "That elder is one of the great elder's subordinates," Fang Yuan said. "Fairy, you're quite capable." Lin Feng said. "The world is bustling, and everyone comes for benefit. That's a very reasonable saying. It's applicable at all times." Fang Yuan said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Indeed." Fang Yuan said, "We just have to wait for a while. I'm sure young master's friend will be out soon. Thank you for your help, fairy. However, how should I repay your kindness?" Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and said. After interacting with her for a while, Lin Feng felt that Fang Yuan was indeed a good person and was worth befriending. Fang Yuan blinked and said, "Last night, someone sent me a letter saying that the geniuses of the Forgotten City were having a gathering. They wanted me to bring you along and introduce you to everyone," said Lin Feng. "It's a trap," said Lin Feng. Fang Yuan said, "I can reject them." Lin Feng said, "Why would you reject them? I'm your man now, so how could I embarrass you?" Lin Feng said as he wrapped his arm around Fang Yuan's waist and pulled her into his embrace. Fang Yuan's face instantly became rosy. She didn't know what to do and didn't know why Lin Feng was doing this. However, she didn't reject him. Not bad, not bad. Couples should be like this, so when the time comes, I might have some contact with you because I have no other choice. When the time comes, I hope you won't reject me." Lin Feng smiled and said as he let go of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a bit disappointed. Lin Feng's sudden attack just now had made her feel like she was in love with him. Fang Yuan thought that Lin Feng was interested in her, but that wasn't the case at all. Fang Yuan didn't show her disappointment. She said, "When the time comes, I'll cooperate with young master and won't expose myself." "That's good." Lin Feng nodded. "I still have some things to take care of, so I'll take my leave first," Fang Yuan said. "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he sent Fang Yuan out. After walking out of the courtyard, Fang Yuan took a deep breath. She reached out to touch her face and found that it was a bit hot. "Maybe I can go one step further and turn the fake into the real." Fang Yuan couldn't help but mutter to herself. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile. Then, she walked briskly into the distance with her long legs. Before attending the gathering, Fang Yuan specially dressed up and came to Lin Feng's place. Previously, Fang Yuan had been wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a short skirt made of animal skin. She was as seductive as she could be. But this time, Fang Yuan had changed her clothes. Of course, her dressing style was different from the fairies in the outside world. Fang Yuan did not like to wear long dresses, so this time, Fang Yuan wore a black short-sleeved shirt, revealing her slender waist. As for her lower body, she wore a pair of black leather pants. It was unknown what material they were made of. Lin Feng hadn't seen this kind of dressing style before, but after seeing Fang Yuan dressed like this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and his heart seemed to speed up. Fang Yuan's dressing, coupled with her height, completely displayed the advantages of her height and long legs. Her figure was really too good. In addition, Fang Yuan was born extremely beautiful, and her face was as beautiful as a fairy's. Chapter 5037. The location of the gathering was the largest restaurant in the Forgotten City. This restaurant was called the Moon Goddess Restaurant. The reason why it was called the Moon Goddess Restaurant was because it was said that on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, one would be able to see fairies dancing on the moon from the top of the restaurant. It sounded a little unbelievable, but it was all true. This was the origin of the Moon Goddess Restaurant. The Moon Goddess Restaurant was shrouded in mystery. A long time had passed, and the Moon Goddess Restaurant had existed until now. In reality, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Forgotten City. Other than the 5 major forces, there were also some mysterious experts. They might be very low-key, but no one dared to underestimate their cultivation. For example, the current restaurant master of the Moon Goddess Restaurant was said to be an extremely terrifying existence. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble in the Moon Goddess Restaurant. Even the direct descendants of the 5 major forces didn't dare to cause trouble in the Moon Goddess Restaurant. Lin Feng and Fang Yuan rode a beast carriage to the Moon Goddess Restaurant. Although this was a banquet at Hongmen, it was nothing to Lin Feng. In fact, not to mention the Forgotten City, even in the entire Undying Realm, there weren't many people who could threaten Lin Feng. There were basically only 2 kinds of people who could threaten him. The first kind was the Golden Immortal Realm experts, and the second kind was the Saint Immortal Realm experts. Cultivators of other realms, even those of the Tao immortal realm, couldn't threaten Lin Feng's life. Only those extremely heaven-defying cultivators who had broken through to the virtual immortal realm or the Tao immortal realm could threaten Lin Feng. However, such cultivators were rare. The young geniuses of the Forgotten City were all gathered here. The Moon Immortal Tower became extremely lively as all sorts of beast-drawn carriages and mounts galloped towards the Moon Immortal Tower. Many people gathered outside the Moon Immortal Tower to watch the show. Such a large-scale gathering was rare even in the Forgotten City. The main reason was that no one was able to gather all these geniuses. However, today's gathering was a bit different because everyone wanted to see what kind of person was able to obtain their goddess, Fang Yuan. As the #1 beauty of the Forgotten City, Fang Yuan had countless suitors. Even though many of them were rejected by Fang Yuan, they still regarded her as their goddess in their hearts. Now that they heard that their goddess had become the woman of a foreign cultivator, these prodigies naturally had mixed feelings in their hearts and felt very uncomfortable. Some of them were unwilling to accept this and even wanted to find an opportunity to teach Lin Feng a lesson. After Lin Feng and Fang Yuan got down from the beast carriage, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. "Look, they're here." Some cultivators pointed at Lin Feng and Fang Yuan. "Is that guy the foreign cultivator who won the beauty's heart? No wonder Fang Yuan fell in love with him. That brat is so fair and handsome. One look and you can tell that he's a gigolo. This kind of gigolo is very good at coaxing girls, so it's understandable that Fang Yuan fell in love with him." At that moment, a cultivator said in a jealous tone, "That guy is indeed a gigolo. However, it's not necessarily true that he's a gigolo. Earlier, he easily defeated the 10 cultivators who surrounded him. In the battle with Fang Yuan, he even gained a slight advantage. His cultivation must be extremely terrifying." At that moment, a cultivator said. Someone else said, "Didn't you say that he used a powerful magical treasure to be able to do that? If you're not strong enough, even if you have a magical treasure, you won't be able to release its full power. You need to be strong enough to forge iron. This is a principle that has never changed." The cultivator who spoke before said. The others nodded. That was indeed the case. Lin Feng and Fang Yuan ignored the discussions of the cultivators around them and walked toward the Moon Immortal Tower. The Moon Immortal Tower was divided into 5 floors. The first floor was the main hall, the second floor was the ordinary private rooms, the third floor was the VIP private rooms, the fourth floor was the top-notch private rooms, and the fifth floor was the supreme private rooms. There were many private rooms on the second, third, and fourth floors. However, there was only one private room on the 5th floor. The word supreme meant that it was the most supreme. Therefore, there was naturally only one supreme private room. There was also a strict hierarchy in which level these prodigious young masters would gather. For example, the geniuses gathered in the main hall on the 1st floor were all from small clans. The higher the floor, the more prestigious their status was. Of course, if one's cultivation was strong enough to make those top forces pay attention to them, even if one was from a small clan, they would still have the opportunity to enter the supreme private rooms on the highest floor. To put it bluntly, the world of cultivators was a world where one's background was very important. However, the most important thing was still one's strength. After Lin Feng and Fang Yuan entered the Moon Immortal Tower, the main hall on the 1st floor, which was originally full of people, suddenly quieted down. Many people looked at Lin Feng and Fang Yuan. When everyone saw Fang Yuan's outfit today, their eyes instantly widened. Fang Yuan's legs were long, slender, and straight. Now that she was wearing these leather pants, her long legs were perfectly displayed. She gave off a sexy and enchanting feeling. Many people's hearts instantly burned with a ball of fire. When he saw Lin Feng holding Fang Yuan's slim waist, he was stunned. Many people's eyes were spitting fire. Those were the flames of jealousy. Everyone wished that they could replace Lin Feng. Lin Feng hugged Fang Yuan tightly in his arms and looked at the so-called geniuses around him as if he was demonstrating his power. After seeing Lin Feng's actions, many people wanted to chop Lin Feng into pieces. "Our goddess was actually snatched away by you. Even if we killed you 1,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to make up for it." Fang Yuan was also very cooperative with Lin Feng. She snuggled into Lin Feng's arms like a little bird, making many people's hearts bleed. Lin Feng hugged Fang Yuan and arrived at the supreme private room under the envious and jealous gazes of countless people. When he and Fang Yuan arrived at the supreme private room, there were already dozens of cultivators gathered there. These cultivators were not simple people. Basically, they were all from the big clans of the Forgotten City. Although there were a few people who were not from the big clans of the Forgotten City, those cultivators still possessed some extremely terrifying methods and were very powerful. Therefore, they were qualified to enter the supreme private room. Chapter 5038. It was no wonder that those cultivators would reveal such an expression. It was mainly because Fang Yuan's outfit today was too sexy and enchanting. Even though Lin Feng had seen all kinds of beauties. However, when he first saw Fang Yuan dressed like this, he was still stunned. Lin Feng was already like this. What about the others? It was normal for him to be smitten by Fang Yuan. If it was as if nothing had happened, that would be strange. However, very quickly, those people's eyes spat out flames. That was because they saw a large hand placed on Fang Yuan's small waist. The goddess in their hearts. She was snuggling in the arms of a man. Being hugged by that man. This scene made them so jealous that they wanted to vomit blood. Keep the goodies within the family. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to find a man. Shouldn't he be looking for a man from Forgotten City? How could he get a man from outside to get Fang Yuan in his hands? So, now, Lin Feng had basically become the public enemy of all the young geniuses of Forgotten City. Fang Wushu was also hiding in the crowd, his pair of cold eyes looking coldly at Lin Feng. If eyes could kill, Lin Feng would have already been cut into pieces by Fang Wushu's gaze. Little sister Yuan sit here. A female cultivator stood up and waved at Fang Yuan. The female cultivator looked to be about the same age as Fang Yuan. She wasn't short either, about 1.7 meters tall. The woman was 1.7 meters tall, so she was naturally quite tall. She was about the same height as a man who was about 1.85 meters tall. The woman's figure was very voluptuous. Although her appearance couldn't compare to Fang Yuan's, she was still quite beautiful and attracted the attention of many people. She took the initiative to invite Fang Yuan over, so she probably had a good relationship with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grabbed Lin Feng's hand and walked towards the woman. Arriving at the woman's side, Fang Yuan said, "Let me introduce you. This big sister is called Yuan Shuiqing. She is a very good sister of mine. This is my lover, his name is Ji. Nice to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "You're being too polite, Prince. I've heard that you're handsome, but now that I've met you, I realize that you're so handsome. No wonder you could steal the heart of our beautiful Yuan said Lin Feng. Yuan Shuiqing smiled and said. Lin Feng smiled in response. The other people's faces were a bit unsightly. Those young masters could not help but angrily curse Yuan Shuiqing for siding with outsiders. Wasn't this pushing Fang Yuan to an outsider? Of course, Yuan Shuiqing wasn't a simple person. Even though they were very dissatisfied with Yuan Shuiqing's words, many people didn't dare to criticize Yuan Shuiqing face to face. "Let's take a seat," Fang Yuan said. "Good. Quickly sit down," Yuan Shuiqing said with a smile. The three of them sat down together. "Big sister Yuan is this young master your lover?" "Sister Yuan hurry up and introduce us." A girl who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old said. That girl was indeed young, only 17 years old. Fang Yuan said, "I'm sure everyone has heard about us. His name is Ji, and we didn't know each other until we fought. After the fight, we both felt like we had met someone who understood us, so we fell in love." Wow, what a beautiful love story. So two enemies can resolve their grudges because of love and then walk together. The girl immediately exclaimed in surprise. That brat's background is suspicious. Perhaps only he knows if he has any ulterior motives, someone said with a sneer. Many people became spirited, and some people started to make trouble. This was a Hongmen banquet. Therefore, it was normal for people to make trouble, and Lin Feng was already mentally prepared. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, This world isn't as dark as you say it is. One must always be on guard against others. The cultivator continued to sneer. The cultivator who spoke was called Ju Yu. He was an expert from the Ju family of the 5 great clans and was very powerful. Moreover, he was one of Fang Yuan's most powerful suitors. Lin Feng said, "If one's heart is dark, then everything will be dark." "Brat, what did you say?" Ju Yu's expression immediately became ugly. He stood up and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. It seemed like he wanted to attack. "You should be more open-minded. Only then will you be happy," Lin Feng said. "How dare you mock me?" Ju Yu's eyes were extremely gloomy. "I'm not mocking you, sir. I'm just giving you some advice. If you're more open-minded, you won't have a demonic barrier when you cultivate in the future. If your heart is too dark, it's easy to have a demonic barrier," Lin Feng said indifferently. "How dare you curse me? Are you courting death?" Ju Yu said with a gloomy expression. "It's bad for the body to be angry. Why are you so angry? We're just casually talking, there's no need to be hostile," Lin Feng said calmly. "What? Are you scared now?" Ju Yu looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Obviously, Ju Yu thought that Lin Feng was scared, so he didn't dare to confront him directly. However, Ju Yu didn't want to give up so easily. He wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. He wanted to let Fang Yuan know. Lin Feng was far from being comparable to Ju Yu. Maybe he would be able to win the heart of the beauty. Lin Feng said, "I'm not scared, I just don't want to continue arguing with you. In my opinion, this is unnecessary, and it's not why I'm here. I just want to tell you that Fang Yuan is my woman. In the future, you can give up and stop having any ideas about her." Hearing Lin Feng's domineering declaration, Fang Yuan's heart was filled with sweetness. However, when she thought about how she and Lin Feng weren't really a couple, she felt a little disappointed. If only they were real, how great would that be? "Brat, have you asked us about this?" Ju Yu sneered. Lin Feng was speechless. "Do I need to ask for your opinion about the matter between Fang Yuan and me? Who do you think you are? What a joke. You dare to make fun of me? You don't know what's good for you. If it wasn't for Fang Yuan, I would have already trampled you under my feet." Ju Yu looked at Lin Feng indifferently. His words were filled with contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "The ignorant are fearless. Since you're so self-righteous, come out and fight with me. Let's see if I can trample you under my feet." Ju Yu continued to provoke Lin Feng. "I refuse," Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the crowd went into an uproar. Lin Feng had actually refused Ju Yu's challenge. Chapter 5039. Zhong Zichen said, "This brat is a complete coward. He definitely won't accept the challenge. I've already tested him before." Everyone looked at Zhong Zichen, and many people began to talk in private. Some people had heard that when Lin Feng had first entered the Forgotten City, Zhong Zichen had provoked Lin Feng. Some people hadn't heard about it, but after some discussion, they all knew that this brat had been provoked by Zhong Zichen. Previously, everyone had thought that Lin Feng was a coward, so he didn't dare to accept the challenge. Now, they could confirm this point. Therefore, they couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with disdain. Even Yun Shuiqing, who was standing beside Fang Yuan, had a puzzled expression. If Lin Feng was really such a coward, then how did Fang Yuan fall for Lin Feng? Could it be that it was true that Lin Feng had used flowery words to coax Fang Yuan? In addition, Lin Feng was indeed quite handsome. If he could talk, then it would be easy for him to win the hearts of girls. This was something that was worthy of affirmation. "Fang Yuan, did you see that? This brat's true colors are quite despicable. This kind of person isn't worth trusting," Ju Yu said. Said Ju Yu. He wanted to attack Lin Feng even more. Fang Yuan said, "What does it have to do with you who I like?" Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Ju Yu's face turned ashen with anger. Lin Feng said, "Why do you all want to interfere with other people's relationships? Everyone is an individual, and no one has the right to interfere with other people's relationships. Therefore, I hope that everyone can understand this. Brat, we just don't want to see a piece of trash like you delay Fang Yuan." Zhong Zichen sneered. "Yeah, A coward like you isn't worthy of Fang Yuan. You should withdraw as soon as possible so that you don't humiliate yourself. One cultivator after another sneered. They were all targeting Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was unmoved. Fang Wushu, who was hiding in the crowd, sneered when he saw this scene. This gathering was organized by Fang Wushu after he found Zhong Zichen and the other prodigies. Their goal was to target Lin Feng. Fang Wushu hated Lin Feng and Fang Yuan to the bone. Now, he had no way to deal with Fang Yuan, but he had a way to deal with Lin Feng. If he could kill Lin Feng, it would be a huge blow to Fang Yuan's reputation. Therefore, Fang Wushu was very enthusiastic about this matter, and the result was developing in the direction Fang Wushu expected. Even if a person was a coward, he still wanted to save face, right? Therefore, Fang Wushu felt that after being humiliated by so many people, Lin Feng would definitely fight back. As long as Lin Feng dared to fight back, Lin Feng would be miserable. Fang Wushu was waiting for Lin Feng to fight back. Thinking about how Lin Feng would be humiliated by the top geniuses of the Forgotten City, Fang Wushu was so excited that his whole body trembled. Some people only have one mouth. They talk about how powerful they are all day long, but when they really fight, they discover that they are just trash. I have seen such people when I was young, but I haven't seen such trash for many years. I didn't expect to see so many of them here today. Lin Yun said. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with a cold light as he looked at Lin Yun. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Boy, who are you calling a waste?" A group of cultivators who were targeting Lin Feng were stunned, and then looked at Lin Feng angrily. Before, they had humiliated Lin Feng and said all kinds of unpleasant things, including that Lin Feng was a waste, but now, Lin Feng dared to call them waste. In these people's eyes, it was natural for them to mock Lin Feng as a waste and a coward, because they had the advantage in numbers. How could Lin Feng dare to resist? If he dared to resist, they would be able to deal with Lin Feng in any way they wanted. If Lin Feng didn't dare to resist, he should just silently endure the humiliation. But what did Lin Feng do? He actually dared to call them trash. This was a group ridicule. The so-called group ridicule meant to ridicule a group of people. One person ridiculing a group of people, he was really bold. I said that you are all waste, can't you understand such simple words? Lin Feng looked very speechless. Shock, emotion, disbelief, anger, killing intent, monstrous anger, all kinds of emotions, all kinds of expressions appeared on the cultivators' faces. Fang Wushu, on the other hand, looked extremely excited. Fang Wushu found that the development of the situation was exactly as he had expected. Sure enough, Lin Feng couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and started to resist. The only thing that was different from Fang Wushu's guess was that Fang Wushu thought that Lin Feng would only mock a few people. However, the reality was that Lin Feng had turned on the group ridicule mode. Could it be that he was so angry that he had completely lost his mind and turned on the group ridicule mode? The group ridicule mode was good. The group ridicule mode was completely a way to catch someone dead. Now, Fang Wushu couldn't wait to see Lin Feng being humiliated by a group of people. Yuan Shuiqing, who was beside Fang Yuan, frowned slightly. Lin Feng had finally started to fight back, but his counterattack had offended a group of people. This was bad luck. Could it be that he wanted to use Fang Yuan's reputation to go against these people? If Fang Yuan stepped forward and protected Lin Feng, in Yuan Shuiqing's opinion, they might not be able to do anything to Lin Feng. Yuan Shuiqing also thought that way. He felt that Lin Feng would definitely ask Fang Yuan for help. He didn't have the ability, but he wanted to offend so many people and then beg his woman for mercy. Now, Yuan Shuiqing looked at Lin Feng with a trace of disdain. "Boy, you dare to humiliate me? Eat my fist." At that moment, a cultivator stood up and walked towards Lin Feng. That cultivator was called Sun Dongqing. He was a direct descendant of the Sun family of one of the 5 major factions. His cultivation was extraordinary. Among the young cultivators of Forgotten City, he could at least be ranked in the top 20. Such a person could naturally be called a top genius. Sun Dongqing punched towards Lin Feng. That terrifying punch contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with contempt. In their opinion, Lin Feng naturally couldn't resist Sun Dongqing's punch. Piss off. Lin Feng looked coldly at Sun Dongqing. He waved his sleeve. An invisible force surged out. Bang! That invisible force fiercely bombarded Sun Dongqing's body. Sun Dongqing. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His body flew backwards. Wow! Chapter 50-40. Sun Dongqing's body smashed through the door of the Supreme Treasure Box, then broke through the railings of the 5th floor. He fell into the main hall on the 1st floor. His body twitched a few times, then stopped moving. Isn't that Sun Dongqing? Why was he thrown out? Sun Dongqing has 7 or 8 broken bones. He's seriously injured. Who did that? How did he injure Sun Dongqing like that? There must have been a fight upstairs. I wonder what's going on upstairs. Let's go up and take a look. The cultivators below started discussing spiritedly. They quickly rushed up. Inside the Supreme Box, many people looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe their eyes. Sun Dongqing. He was one of the top 20 geniuses of the Forgotten City, but he hadn't even been able to resist one of Lin Feng's attacks. That was unbelievable. Even if Zhong Zichen and Zhu Yu were able to defeat Sun Dongqing, they would still need to fight a fierce battle before they could do so. How is that possible? Fang Wushu couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't believe that Lin Feng was so strong. Before, he had thought that Lin Feng was relying on some magical treasures to be so strong. But even if he relied on magical treasures, it would still be difficult for him to defeat the top geniuses of the Forgotten City. But now, Fang Wushu realized that his previous thoughts were completely wrong. Lin Feng was unimaginably strong. Yuan Shuiqing, who was standing next to Fang Yuan, was also astonished. His pink, sexy lips parted slightly. His face was full of disbelief. Lin Feng. He had actually displayed such a tyrannical combat strength. That was unimaginably terrifying. Yuan Shuiqing finally understood why Lin Feng hadn't wanted to fight before. It wasn't because he didn't dare. It was because he didn't want to fight. These people were indeed not qualified for Lin Feng to make a move. Among all the people present, perhaps only Fang Yuan, who possessed a mutated bloodline, could fight with Lin Feng. Thinking of how his best friend, Fang Yuan, had always been displeased with men, but was now on good terms with Lin Feng, Yuan Shuiqing suddenly thought of another possibility. Could it be that during the battle between Lin Feng and Fang Yuan was defeated? Fang Yuan had once said to her pursuers, "If you can't even defeat me, how dare you pursue me?" From this sentence, it was clear that if he wanted to pursue Fang Yuan, he had to at least have the ability to defeat Fang Yuan. If he did not even have the ability to defeat Fang Yuan and still wanted to pursue Fang Yuan would definitely not agree. Others might not understand how powerful Fang Yuan's combat power was, but as Fang Yuan's best friend, Yuan Shuiqing understood very well. If Lin Feng could really defeat Fang Yuan, then it would be too terrifying. This man. Powerful. However, he kept a low profile. However, if others provoked him, he would become like a god or a devil, incomparably domineering. He was really a powerful man shrouded in countless mysterious veils. Even Yuan Shuiqing couldn't help but be curious about Lin Feng. Although Yuan Shuiqing knew that as Fang Yuan's best friend, she shouldn't be curious about Fang Yuan's man. Because this was a very dangerous thing to do. And it would be unfair to Fang Yuan. However, Lin Feng's body seemed to have a terrifying magic power. And that magic power. It was attracting Yuan Shuiqing. It made Yuan Shuiqing, this voluptuous and charming beauty, unable to help but want to get in touch and understand Lin Feng. Of course. Lin Feng didn't know what Yuan Shuiqing was thinking, and he didn't notice the various changes in Yuan Shuiqing's expression. Lin Feng originally wanted to keep a low profile. After saving Little Rock King, he directly left. However, these guys in front of him kept jumping around Lin Feng as if they didn't know what was good for them. Lin Feng naturally didn't mind teaching them a lesson. As for Zhong Zichen, Zhu Yu, and the others, their expressions were incomparably ugly, although they thought that they were very strong. However, the scene of Lin Feng heavily injuring Sun Dongqing with a casual strike just now had completely shocked them. It made them not dare to act rashly. The group of people all had extremely bitter expressions on their faces. Now, they were in a difficult situation. I'm a person who hates trouble the most. If I don't bully others, others should be thankful. How dare someone bully me? It's really ridiculous. I was too lazy to care about you guys before, not because I was afraid of you guys. Trash like you guys really can't enter my eyes, and I'm too lazy to care so much about you guys. Now, let me tell you one more thing. Fang Yuan is my woman, so stay away from her in the future. Lin Feng said coldly. The group of people hurriedly nodded. Including Zhong Zichen, Ju Yu also hurriedly nodded. Although they wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces and tear him to pieces, Lin Feng's powerful strength deterred them. Now that the situation was pressing, they naturally didn't dare to do anything out of line. As the saying goes, the hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. This principle was very clear to Zhong Zichen and Ju Yu. Let's hurry up and leave. Someone whispered. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. They just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The cultivators who had targeted Lin Feng naturally had the same idea, so they wanted to leave as soon as possible. The cultivators who had been watching the show before didn't have any intention of leaving. Instead, they watched everything unfold in front of them with great interest. In any case, no matter what happened, they wouldn't be implicated because they were just a group of spectators. Did I say you could leave? Just as the group of people was about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Now, Lin Feng's voice was like the voice of a demon. After hearing Lin Feng's voice, the group of people immediately stopped. They wanted to leave as soon as possible, but their legs didn't seem to listen to them. What else do you want? Ju Yu asked with a gloomy expression. Crawl out. Lin Feng said. What? You want us to crawl out? The group of people's faces were filled with anger. If they crawled out, it would be too humiliating. After all, they were all reputable figures. How could they crawl out? If they crawled out, wouldn't they become a laughingstock in the future? Therefore, this was something they could not accept. Or you could end up like that guy from before and get beaten half to death by me, Lin Feng added. In truth, Lin Feng wanted these people to crawl out because he wanted to destroy their Dao hearts. After Lin Feng left, these people would definitely hate Fang Yuan because of him. Fang Yuan was already having a hard time in the city lord's mansion. If more enemies appeared, the situation would be even worse. These people were all people with outstanding talent. If someone rose up in the future, Fang Yuan would be in trouble. If their Dao heart was broken, they would die. Chapter 50-41. As a result, their threat to Fang Yuan had been reduced to the lowest point. Treat the enemy. Don't be merciful. Because, when you are merciful to your enemy, you might be laying the groundwork for the tragedy that your family, friends, lovers, and so on might experience. And Lin Feng wanted to completely prevent this kind of tragedy from happening. You've gone too far. Zhong Zichen said coldly. As a top genius of the Forgotten City, he naturally couldn't do what Lin Feng said. This is the Forgotten City. Don't think that we're really afraid of you. Ju Yu also said coldly. We don't want to attack you together. Otherwise, do you think you can still sit there and talk to us? The third cultivator said. The rest of the people also shouted at the same time. They were all incomparably angry. Lin Feng was simply humiliating them. This kind of humiliation almost drove them crazy. At the same time, it made them incomparably angry. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Lin Feng said indifferently. His tone was still as calm as ever, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. When the cultivators who came to watch the show saw this scene, they couldn't help but discuss. Lin Feng was really arrogant. He was facing a group of experts alone and was still so arrogant. This was the first time they had seen such a person. Did he really think that the geniuses of the Forgotten City were undeserving of their reputation? The cultivators of the Forgotten City naturally knew about Zhong Zichen and the others. Of course, they weren't undeserving of their reputation. These people were extremely powerful. For example, Zhong Zichen and Ju Yu's battle strength were extremely terrifying. They both had the battle strength to fight against virtual immortals. Attack together and destroy this brat. Ju Yu said in a deep voice. He took the lead and rushed towards Lin Feng. Among the rest of the people, a dozen or so cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng. The rest didn't move. They were quietly watching the situation. If the situation was better than expected, they would make a move. If Lin Feng was too difficult to deal with, they didn't plan to make a move. Even ants drag out their lives, but you guys actually took the initiative to court death. Could it be that you're not as smart as ants? Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people couldn't help but smile bitterly. In Lin Feng's eyes, Ju Yu and the others were actually worse than ants. He really didn't put Ju Yu and the others in his eyes. No matter what, Ju Yu and the others were a group of top geniuses. Many people thought that Lin Feng was going to pay for his arrogance. In their eyes, Lin Feng was indeed very strong. However, he was still far from being strong enough to ignore the siege of a group of top-notch geniuses. At that moment, Lin Feng was really ignoring those young geniuses. His words were full of disdain and contempt. As the saying goes, even a lion needs to go all out to catch a rabbit. Not to mention dealing with this group of geniuses. Brat, you're too arrogant. Ju Yu's expression was indifferent. His eyes flashed with killing intent. His terrifying palm shot towards Lin Feng. Just as the palm was about to hit Lin Feng made his move. Lin Feng still raised his right hand. He suddenly waved his sleeve. An invisible force surged out. Bang! Following the violent collision, everyone saw that Ju Yu was sent flying by an invisible force. In mid-air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. As for the others, they were also sent flying by the terrifying invisible force. Their faces were pale. Thump, thump, thump. The group of people all fell to the ground. Their bodies twitched violently. Then, they stopped moving completely. The sound of people inhaling cold air could be heard. Lin Feng's attack had shocked them far more than when Lin Feng had injured Sun Dongqing. Although Sun Dongqing was strong, she was only one person. Lin Feng had just made a move, but he had already sent a group of people, including Ju Yu, flying. That was the fundamental difference. Lin Feng was much stronger than they had imagined. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Why is he so strong? Fang Wushu's eyes were filled with madness. At that moment, Fang Wushu was filled with jealousy towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength had ignited the fire of jealousy in his heart. Fang Wushu wanted to be as strong as Lin Feng. However, he couldn't do that. Now that his body had been destroyed, he needed to reverse the heavenly tribulation to return. When he returned from the reincarnation tribulation, his talent would most likely decline significantly. His future was bleak. When he thought of how strong Lin Feng was, Fang Wushu became even more jealous of Lin Feng. What an amazing man. You're so handsome, young master. I wonder if I'll have a chance to get to know him. I really want to talk to him about romance. Even if it's just a brief relationship, I'm willing. Some of the female cultivators who were watching the show whispered to each other. Lin Feng was like a deadly poison that attracted their attention. Although they knew about Lin Feng's relationship with Fang Yuan, they still had many ideas about Lin Feng. After all, how could there be a cat that didn't want to steal fish? Those female cultivators were quite good at dealing with men. Therefore, some of the female cultivators started having some dirty thoughts. What about you? What's your choice? Lin Feng looked at Zhong Zichen and the others. Their expressions were as unsightly as they could be. They were all filled with hatred. However, Lin Feng's methods were really terrifying. They didn't dare resist Lin Feng. I'll crawl out, I'll crawl out. Finally, one of the cultivators couldn't hold on under Lin Feng's powerful pressure and immediately shouted. Then, he knelt on the ground with a thump. Then, he crawled out. If there was one, there would be two. Then, the second cultivator also knelt on the ground and crawled out. If there were two, there would be three. One cultivator after another knelt on the ground and crawled out. Seeing such a scene, everyone had a shocked expression. They were a group of top geniuses. Now, they were forced to this extent. What about you? Lin Feng looked at Zhong Zichen and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That guy was the first one who had dared to provoke him. Zhong Zichen also saw Lin Feng's cold smile. His heart trembled. Zhong Zichen knew that Lin Feng wanted to kill him. Zhong Zichen didn't dare hesitate and quickly knelt on the ground. He said, "I choose to crawl out as well." As soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 50-42. Zhong Zichen is one of the top 10 or even top 5 geniuses, but his crawling out on his knees. Seeing Zhong Zichen crawling out, some of the cultivators there exclaimed. However, there was a hint of schadenfreude in their voices. There might not be any enmity between these cultivators, but it was naturally quite a joyous thing to see others suffer. There were few people in the world who would help others in times of need, but there were many who would hit someone when they were down. Zhong Zichen's choice isn't strange. After all, Zhu Yu, who's as famous as him, couldn't even take a single move from that young noble. Zhong Zichen was the first to provoke that young noble. He was lucky that the young noble didn't make a move before, but now that the young noble has made a move, Zhong Zichen, as the first to provoke him, won't have a good ending if he dares to resist. Thus, Zhong Zichen's choice is the best one. A cultivator continued. "I'm afraid this will affect his Dao heart in the future." Another cultivator said. "If one's willpower is strong enough, they'll be able to dispel the negative effects. Moreover, crawling out on their knees is much better than those cultivators who were thrown out. I observed those cultivators just now. Their injuries aren't light, and they seem to have damaged their Dao essences. Those are very difficult to heal. I'm afraid their cultivation careers are over." Another cultivator said. Zhong Zichen naturally heard the discussions. At this moment, he lowered his head and his eyes were bloodshot. His heart was filled with hatred. He wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. But now, the most important thing was to get out of this predicament. After that, it wouldn't be too late to think of a way to deal with Lin Feng. Zhong Zichen was a person who knew how to endure. If he didn't know how to endure, when Zhu Yu attacked just now, Zhong Zichen and Zhu Yu attacked Lin Feng together, but Zhong Zichen didn't do so. This was enough to explain a lot of things. In the end, Zhong Zichen and the other group crawled out. They didn't stay and quickly left. At this moment, Fang Wushu also needed to escape. In fact, Lin Feng had already seen Fang Wushu. Lin Feng guessed. Today's Hongmen banquet was related to Fang Wushu. Seeing that Fang Wushu wanted to sneak away secretly, Lin Feng's mouth revealed a faint smile. "Brother-in-law, you're here too. I didn't see you just now, I'm really sorry," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Damn, you're even calling him brother-in-law? Could it be that Fang Yuan has already become someone's wife?" After hearing Lin Feng call Fang Wushu, many people wailed in their hearts. They felt as if their hearts were bleeding. Their goddess. Just like that. She became a married woman. They couldn't accept this fact. But what could they couldn't accept of it? Of the love to Getharoff's doing something? That was their freedom. Was there? Her of s. In. She of her she's of sass of her her of. But when she. The she's of the rest she s. Of love she would also show her gentleness and shyness. Just like how Fang Yuan was acting now. Many people saw Fang Yuan's blushing face and knew that Fang Yuan had completely fallen in love. Others didn't seem to have any chance. Yuan Shuiqing, who was at the side, suddenly felt jealous of Fang Yuan. It was true that she was Fang Yuan's best friend. Best friends, to put it nicely, were good sisters. This made sense. But best friends often competed with each other. For example, comparing looks, figure, family background, men, etc. Although Yuan Shuiqing's family background wasn't as good as Fang Yuan's, her family background wasn't bad either. Her grandfather was one of the 4 vice city lords of Forgotten City. In terms of figure, she and Fang Yuan weren't of the same type of beauty. Yuan Shuiqing was naturally very confident in her figure. Compared to face, Fang Yuan was indeed beautiful. But she, Yuan Shuiqing, was also very pretty. Her cultivation might be a bit worse than Fang Yuan, but Yuan Shuiqing's cultivation was actually very strong. However, Yuan Shuiqing felt that she was gentler than Fang Yuan. This kind of personality seemed to be more likable to men. Therefore, Yuan Shuiqing didn't think that she was worse than Fang Yuan. Having confidence was naturally a better thing. And Yuan Shuiqing. She was a woman who was rather confident. But why? Why couldn't she meet a man like Lin Feng? This was where Yuan Shuiqing was jealous of Fang Yuan. Fang Wushu's face couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He wanted to sneak away, but now he couldn't do it. Although he hated Lin Feng very much, Fang Wushu didn't dare to show his thoughts now. He tried to make himself look more natural. However, when facing Lin Feng, he still couldn't control his body. His legs were trembling slightly. Fang Wushu had lost his body, and the ins and outs of this matter had also spread out in the Forgotten City. Many people knew that Fang Wushu losing his physical body seemed to be Lin Feng's doing. And everyone also knew that the relationship between Fang Wushu and Fang Yuan was extremely bad. There was no sibling relationship at all. There was only hostility and hatred. As Fang Yuan's man, Lin Feng calling himself Fang Wushu was somewhat thought-provoking. Fang Wushu came to Lin Feng's side and asked, "Why did you stop me?" Lin Feng stood up and patted Fang Wushu's shoulder, then said in surprise, "I've heard that brother-in-law's soul techniques are extraordinary. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's really amazing. Brother-in-law's body is just like a real body." Fang Wushu took a step back and looked at Lin Feng vigilantly. Lin Feng said, "Actually, it's nothing. I just wanted to tell brother-in-law that since you've lost your physical body, you should go back and properly recuperate. Don't wander around outside, it's not good for your soul source." "I understand. I'll go back now," Fang Wushu said, then left as if he was escaping. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, then a pensive look appeared on her face. That was because she felt that when Lin Feng had patted Fang Wushu's shoulder, there was something strange about it. Lin Feng seemed to have done something to Fang Wushu's body. However, Fang Yuan couldn't tell what exactly Lin Feng had done. "Young friend, I wonder if you can come over for a chat." At that moment, a voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng saw that everyone else's expressions were normal. It seemed that they hadn't noticed that this person was transmitting a message to him through divine sense. What an amazing method. Chapter 5043. Someone's looking for me. I'll go. Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and said. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Who could be looking for Lin Feng at this time? Could it be the Tower Master of the Moon Immortal Tower? After thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a possibility. The Tower Master basically lived in seclusion in the Moon Immortal Tower. Now that such a huge commotion had occurred, it was normal for the Tower Master to know about it. Therefore, the person looking for Lin Feng was most likely the Tower Master. "All right, be careful," Fang Yuan reminded him. Private fights were not allowed in the Moon Immortal Tower. Lin Feng had a private fight with Ju Yu and the others earlier, so Fang Yuan was worried that the Tower Master would harm Lin Feng. However, after thinking about it carefully, this worry seemed unnecessary. Lin Feng was so powerful. If the Tower Master wanted to make a move, she would have to consider many things. Now that she had invited Lin Feng over, she probably wanted to discuss something. Sometimes, the rules of this world were made for the weak. They were not made for the strong. Some rules were naturally not suitable for the strong. Lin Feng left. Fang Yuan waited in the private room for Lin Feng to return. "Then we'll take our leave first," some of the geniuses said. Fang Yuan nodded and said, "Take care, everyone." The others left one after another. The cultivators who were watching the commotion also left. Only Fang Yuan and Yuan Shuiqing were left. "Sister Yuan, you should go back and rest too," Fang Yuan said. Yuan Shuiqing said, "I'm not tired. You'll be lonely if you stay here alone. We can take this opportunity to have a good chat." Actually, Yuan Shuiqing did not mean what she said. Yuan Shuiqing did not stay because she wanted to chat with Fang Yuan. She also did not want to accompany Fang Yuan. Instead, she wanted to wait for Lin Feng to return so that she could get closer to Lin Feng. Yuan Shuiqing naturally would not tell Fang Yuan about this. At the very least, she would not tell her now. Lin Feng followed the other party's instructions and arrived outside a room. Then, Lin Feng knocked on the door. "Come in." A voice could be heard. This voice sounded a little old. It was none other than the cultivator who had sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng earlier. Lin Feng opened the door and entered the room. He then closed the door behind him. Lin Feng discovered that there were actually 4 cultivators sitting here. The person in the middle was an old man wearing a Daoist robe. Was he a Daoist? It was not easy to tell because some cultivators liked to wear Daoist robes even though they were not Daoist priests. It was not because they wanted to pretend to be Taoist priests. The main reason was that Daoist robes were looser and more comfortable to wear. Lin Feng guessed that the old man in the Daoist robe should be the Moon Immortal Tower's Tower Master. In fact, the Moon Immortal Tower's Pavilion Master had already changed hands many times. The first Pavilion Master was said to be a woman. Many people said that the woman was a fairy who fell from the moon to the mortal world. This was the origin of the Moon Immortal Pavilion's name. Later on, the Moon Immortal Tower had changed hands many times. However, the name had been passed down. No one had casually changed the name of the Moon Immortal Tower. Perhaps it was a form of respect for the Moon Immortal Tower. Apart from the Moon Immortal Tower's Pavilion Master, the other 3 people were not simple people either. The cultivator on the left was a skinny old man. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. His eye sockets were sunken, and it was unknown how long he had lived. He looked like an old ghost who had crawled out of hell and gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. One of the 2 people sitting on the left was a middle-aged cultivator with a square face. He looked rather dignified. The other person was a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s. From the looks of it, this middle-aged woman must have been quite beautiful when she was young. Even now, she was still very attractive. The cultivation levels of these 3 people were also unfathomable. Lin Feng could not help but feel slightly moved. He felt that these people were very likely to be experts with a strong foundation. This was because even though they were strong, there seemed to be an aura of old age in their bodies. This was a special characteristic of experts with a strong foundation. The aura of old age was actually a rather strange energy. This strange energy would cause a cultivator's lifespan to flow at an extremely fast speed. If they wanted to resolve this situation, they would have to defy the heavens and change their fate. However, this was not an easy task. Therefore, experts of this level often liked to search for powerful fortuitous opportunities everywhere. This was because they had to constantly break through their own shackles in order to successfully defy the heavens and change their fate. Young friend, you have such skills at such a young age. If I'm not wrong, you should be the Sinner's Blood Emperor of the human race, Lin Feng, right? The old man in Daoist robes cupped his fists and said. Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought the old man would be able to guess who he was. This old man was rather meticulous. He was actually able to deduce Lin Feng's identity from just a few clues. Lin Feng could naturally deny it. However, Lin Feng did not do so. Lin Feng said, "That's right. I am the Sinner's Blood Emperor, Lin Feng. Fellow Daoist, you were able to deduce my identity in such a short amount of time." When they heard Lin Feng admit his identity, their eyes lit up slightly. They had heard of the Sinner's Blood Emperor countless times, but they had never seen him in person. Now, they had finally seen Lin Feng in person. Evidently, Lin Feng seemed to be even more outstanding than the rumors said. The old man in Daoist robes smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Lin, this old man is the current master of the Moon Immortal Tower. I call myself Daoist Qing Shan. This fellow Daoist on my right is a wandering cultivator from the outer seas. People call him Ancestor Withered Sea. The 2 on my left are Daoist Qian He, the master of the Sun Moon Immortal Island in the West Sea, and Daoist Liu Wuchen from the South Pole. Nice to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Daoist Lin, you're too polite. We've known you for a long time, but we didn't expect to meet here. It seems like fate is involved in this." Fairy Qian, he said with a smile. "Fellow Daoist Lin, you're a young hero. You're like the rising sun. In the future, you'll definitely become famous and sweep through the universe. It's indeed an honor to be able to meet you today. Ancestor Withered Sea smiled. Liu Wuchen smiled and said, Brother Withered Sea is right. It's truly an honor to be able to meet fellow Daoist Lin here. When he heard the three people's compliments, Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. These three people were too polite to him. Chapter 50-44. What Lin Feng didn't know was that his reputation was already at its peak. In addition, he had a special identity. Many people felt that Lin Feng might inherit his father's role and become the new son of the era, the son of destiny. If that was the case, then Lin Feng would definitely achieve great things in the future. At the end of the era, everyone was naturally worried about survival. If they could befriend Lin Feng, they might be able to rely on their friendship with Lin Feng to survive the Doomsday Battle and live to the next era. There were quite a few people who had such thoughts. However, they lacked an opportunity to befriend Lin Feng. Of course, befriending Lin Feng came with a certain risk because everyone knew that Lin Feng's enemy was Di Wudao, the Celestial Emperor. If they befriended Lin Feng now, they would be going against Di Wudao and the Celestial Emperor. Although Lin Feng had unlimited potential, he hadn't fully matured yet. Therefore, if Lin Feng died at the hands of Di Wudao and the Celestial Emperor, then the cultivators who befriended Lin Feng wouldn't have a good ending. Some people had more things to consider. Although they wanted to befriend Lin Feng, they didn't act because they had more things to consider. However, the four people in front of them were different. For example, Daoist Qing Shan. He was a cultivator from the Forgotten City, and the ancient demon desert was located in the ancient demon domain. This was a domain that the Heavenly Court couldn't control. Moreover, the ancient demon desert was extremely dangerous. Daoist Qing Shan naturally didn't have to worry about the Celestial Emperor sending an army to deal with him. As for people like Patriarch Ku Hai and Liu Wuchen, they were all itinerant cultivators, so they had nothing to fear. Although Fairy Qian he had her own faction, she was from an overseas faction. The Celestial Emperor's faction overseas wasn't very strong, so Fairy Qian he wasn't worried about the Heavenly Court's revenge. This was also why they dared to befriend Lin Feng. After everyone took their seats, Daoist Qing Shan poured a cup of spirit tea for Lin Feng. He then said, Fellow Daoist Lin, this spirit tea was brought by Brother Liu from the South Pole. It's very difficult to drink this spirit tea outside. Fellow Daoist Lin, try it. Lin Feng took a sip and felt a lingering fragrance in his mouth. Next, a wave of spiritual energy spread out from his stomach. Then, it flowed towards his limbs and bones. This feeling. It was quite comfortable. Good tea. It's really good tea. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. Liu Wuchen took out a sealed jar and smiled. I'm glad you like it, Brother Lin. There are some tea leaves in here. You can drink them when you're free. They're good for recovering your spiritual energy and cleansing your body. Lin Feng didn't refuse, but put away the spirit tea. He then smiled and said, Thank you for the spirit tea, Brother Liu. Liu Wuchen couldn't help but feel happy when he saw Lin Feng accept his spirit tea. He said, Brother Lin, please don't be polite with me. It's just a mere spirit tea, it's nothing. Lin Feng naturally knew how precious the spirit tea was. However, he didn't say anything else. The reason he accepted the spirit tea wasn't because Lin Feng liked it that much. It was actually because, accepting the spirit tea, it could close the distance between the two sides. These four people. Their cultivations were powerful. They could be roped in. They could become allies of the Sin realm. This was for the Sin realm. Naturally, it was a joyous occasion. Most of the time, the method to get closer to the other party was very simple. For example, accepting some gifts from the other party. This way, the two sides could get closer. Lin Feng smiled and asked, Fellow Taoists, you all seem to be in a good mood to meet here. I'm so envious. If you could have a few friends in your life who you could talk to and get together often, it would be a very exciting thing. Qing Shan said, We've been friends for a long time, and we went through many things together. Later, we went into seclusion, and for a long time, we were in a state of isolation. Then, the world changed, and we came out of seclusion. After that, we often met up because of our friendship, and also because we gathered together. The more people we had, the stronger we were. We could explore dangerous places and find opportunities. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Is there something special about this gathering?" Patriarch Withered Sea continued, "To tell you the truth, we're really here to discuss the search for an opportunity. Would it be convenient for you to tell us about it?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Of course. About 5 years ago, I found an ancient cultivator's cave in the outer sea world, and I obtained some keepsakes from the ancient cultivator's cave. After carefully studying them, I discovered that the keepsakes were actually related to sacred ancestor Samsara." Sacred ancestor Samsara? Who's that? Lin Feng asked curiously. Patriarch Ku Hai explained, sacred ancestor Samsara was an extremely powerful person. He was a titled god during the era of titled gods. It's said that titled gods like sacred ancestor Samsara only had 5 generations of inheritances. As for which generation of sacred ancestor Samsara died, it's not clear. However, no matter which generation of sacred ancestor Samsara it was, he must have had an extraordinary inheritance. Furthermore, it's said that sacred ancestor Samsara had an ancient treasure called the Gate of Reincarnation. Opening the Gate of Reincarnation allows one to enter unknown worlds. Enter unknown worlds? Is there such a thing? What kind of unknown worlds can one enter? Lin Feng asked curiously. Patriarch Ku Hai replied, "I'm not sure." Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He couldn't help but think of the reincarnation passage. The reincarnation passage wasn't as simple as a passage. It had probably formed its own unique world long ago. Feng Yaoguang had entered it before. When he had gone to the sky-devouring secret realm, he had tried to find a way to enter the reincarnation passage. However, he hadn't found anything. What if he found the Gate of Reincarnation? Would he be able to use the Gate of Reincarnation to enter the reincarnation passage? Lin Feng felt that it might be possible. "Have you found the sacred ancestor Samsara's resting place?" Lin Feng asked. He was very interested in the sacred ancestor Samsara's resting place. Lin Feng wanted to take the risk of entering the reincarnation passage. Lin Feng wanted to find Feng Yaoguang. Lin Feng missed Feng Yaoguang very much. He was also very worried about her safety. "There are some clues, but we haven't found anything yet. This time, we gathered to discuss the matter of finding the sacred ancestor Samsara's resting place." Chapter 50-45. When they saw that Lin Feng was asking about sacred ancestor Samsara's death, they couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They felt that Lin Feng would be interested in the news of sacred ancestor Samsara's death. This made them quite happy. Perhaps they could bring Lin Feng along to explore sacred ancestor Samsara's death. When the time came, they would be able to strengthen their relationship with Lin Feng. Thus, Daoist Qing Shan said, "Do you have time? If you do, we can explore sacred ancestor Samsara's death together." Lin Feng said, "Of course I have time. Thank you for your invitation, but I've been quite busy recently. There are still some things I need to deal with. I won't be able to find the time in a short period of time." Daoist Qing Shan said, "That's not a problem. We still haven't found sacred ancestor Samsara's death, and even if we did find it, it would be an extremely dangerous place. It just so happens that the 4 of us are planning to continue our search in the ocean world. Once we find it, we'll send someone to Sin Realm to inform you. We've heard that you're proficient in formations, so we'll need your help to break through the restrictions," said Lin Feng. "Of course, it's a small matter. I'll wait for the good news in Sin City then," said Lin Feng. They chatted for a while, and Lin Feng found out that the 4 of them planned to leave the next day. Lin Feng also told them that he would send them off when they left the next day. Lin Feng then bid them farewell and left. In order not to cause any trouble, Lin Feng didn't ask them to send him off. When he arrived at the guest hall, he found that everyone except Fang Yuan and Yuan Shuiqing had already left. Lin Feng had expected this to happen. When they saw Lin Feng return, Fang Yuan and Yuan Shuiqing stood up. They could guess who had invited Lin Feng, and now that they saw that Lin Feng was fine, they relaxed. "Let's go," Lin Feng said. Fang Yuan and Yuan Shuiqing nodded. After leaving the Moon Goddess Pavilion, Yuan Shuiqing didn't leave. Instead, she followed Lin Feng and Fang Yuan back to the City Lord's mansion. Fang Yuan asked, "Isn't Sister Yuan going home?" Fang Yuan was a straightforward person, so she would ask if she had any doubts. He wouldn't beat around the bush. Yuan Shuiqing indeed did not intend to return. She had made up her mind to interact more with Lin Feng. Naturally, she would not return just like that. On the other hand, Fang Yuan hoped that Yuan Shuiqing would return because she wanted to spend some time alone with Lin Feng. If there was a third wheel like Yuan Shuiqing by his side, he naturally wouldn't be able to be alone with Lin Feng. "Since I have nothing to do, I plan to go to the City Lord's mansion today and have a chat with my little sister," Yuan Shuiqing said. Fang Yuan wailed in her heart, "You're still talking about what's in your heart. Didn't they chat for a long time? What else do you want to talk about?" Fang Yuan wanted to refuse, but Yuan Shuiqing was her best friend. Therefore, it wasn't good for him to directly reject Yuan Shuiqing, so he could only agree. On the way, Yuan Shuiqing would ask Lin Feng some questions from time to time. Moreover, this woman was very interesting. She kept moving closer to Lin Feng. As for the questions that Yuan Shuiqing asked, if he could answer them, Lin Feng tried his best to answer this woman's questions. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little strange. He didn't know why Yuan Shuiqing kept looking for topics to chat with him. Of course, Lin Feng didn't think too much about this matter. His thoughts were focused on the place where Saint Ancestor Samsara had fallen that Daoist Qingshan and the others had mentioned. He didn't know if Daoist Qingshan and the others would be able to find that place smoothly. Lin Feng naturally hoped that they would be able to find that place. Lin Feng couldn't wait to find Feng Yaoarao. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Lin Feng understood this principle. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time, and things had to be done step by step. One couldn't eat fatso in one bite. He couldn't do these important things in an instant. The next day, Lin Feng went to see the 4 experts off. The 4 experts were very happy that Lin Feng had come to see them off. After chatting for a while, the 4 experts left. Lin Feng didn't stay outside for long. He directly headed in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. On the way, he heard many people talking about what had happened yesterday. The things that had happened in the Moon Immortal Tower naturally couldn't be hidden from the world. Moreover, Ju Yu and the other Sky Prides had been beaten half to death. Zhong Zichen and the other Sky Prides had been forced to kneel on the ground and crawl out of the private room. How big was this news? It naturally became a topic of conversation. Everyone was very interested in this gossip. And everyone was also very interested in talking about Lin Feng. However, when walking on the street, only a few people knew Lin Feng. Occasionally, some people who knew Lin Feng would quickly shut up. They didn't dare to talk too much about Lin Feng, afraid that Lin Feng would hear them. Once they angered Lin Feng, they naturally wouldn't have a good ending. In the afternoon, Fang Yuan came to Lin Feng's place and brought a piece of good news. Little Rock King was about to come out. After hearing this news, Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely excited. Fang Yuan asked Lin Feng to wait patiently for a while. Lin Feng nodded and continued to wait patiently. 2 hours later, Little Rock King was brought to Lin Feng's residence by Fang Yuan. When he saw Little Rock King, Lin Feng was extremely excited. When Little Rock King saw Lin Feng, he was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but become excited. Previously, no one had told him who was behind this matter. Therefore, it wasn't until he saw Lin Feng that he knew who was secretly helping him. "Brother, you've suffered during this period of time." Lin Feng stepped forward and gave Little Rock King a big bear hug. Little Rock King said, "It's fine, this bit of suffering is nothing. You guys chat, I still have some things to take care of." Fang Yuan said. She was a smart person, so she might not really have anything to talk about. It was obvious that she wanted to give Lin Feng and Little Rock King some time alone. It had to be said. Fang Yuan was a smart woman, and she was very understanding. After Fang Yuan left, Lin Feng waved his hand. He sealed the room with a restriction. This is not a place to stay for long. Let's leave tomorrow. I heard that you obtained a supreme treasure before. It wasn't snatched away by those people, right? Lin Feng asked. Little Rock smiled bitterly and said, the bastards of the 4 great immortal sects revealed the news of me obtaining the supreme treasure, so I knew that I couldn't keep it, so I handed it over. Lin Feng said, this is a wise move. Who took it? We'll snatch it back before we leave. Chapter 50-46. Many powers had many great elders under them, so their authority was naturally different. However, there was only one great elder in the City Lord's mansion. Lin Feng said, there is only one great elder in the City Lord's mansion. I saw that old thing before, and when we leave tomorrow, we will snatch that old thing's storage ring. That's great. Little Rock King said. How are Feng Yaoareo, Fire Chilin, and the others now? Lin Feng asked. I'm not too sure about their situation. Previously, we did enter the heavenly illusionary realm together, but after entering the heavenly illusionary realm, we separated and didn't see each other again. Little Rock King said. Do you still have a way to enter the heavenly illusionary realm? Lin Feng asked. There is a way to enter. I know where the entrance is. We can enter from there. Little Rock King said. Lin Feng nodded and said, all right. Then after we leave the Forgotten City, we will go to the heavenly illusionary realm. Little Rock King naturally had no objections to this. Moreover, he knew that Lin Feng definitely wanted to see Feng Yaoareo, Fire Chilin, and the others as soon as possible. Especially Feng Yaoareo. That was Lin Feng's confidant. It had been a long time since they last met. He must have missed her very much. Lin Feng arranged for Little Rock King to rest well. After Little Rock King went to his room to rest, Fang Yuan once again came to Lin Feng's place. Tomorrow, Little Rock King and I will be leaving. Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Fang Yuan felt reluctant. But she knew that she couldn't stop all of this. Fang Yuan said somewhat bitterly, all right, I just don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again in the future. Lin Feng said, of course, you can go to the Sin domain to find me. Others might not know Lin Feng's true identity, but Fang Yuan knew. Because Lin Feng had already confessed his true identity to Fang Yuan. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fang Yuan was very happy. Lin Feng's meaning was that he wanted to continue his relationship with her. Fang Yuan could naturally understand the meaning of Lin Feng's words. There's one thing, can I ask, young master? Fang Yuan said. What is it? Lin Feng asked curiously. Fang Yuan said, earlier, I saw you pat Fang Wushu's shoulder. I wonder if there's any deeper meaning behind that pat. Lin Feng was surprised. He never thought that Fang Yuan would actually suspect this. What a meticulous person. Lin Feng said, didn't your father want to change Fang Wushu's fate? I don't know what will happen. After changing his fate, there's a high chance that he won't be able to rise again, but there's a small chance that he'll rise again. Therefore, I used a little trick and injected the strength of a curse into his body. That way, I can guarantee that even if he succeeds in changing his fate, he won't be able to rise again. At that time, he won't be a threat to you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fang Yuan's heart immediately flowed with warmth. She said, thank you for everything you've done for me. What are you thanking me for? That's what I should do, said Lin Feng, blinking. Fang Yuan suddenly had a special feeling in her heart. Right now, she just wanted to hug the man in front of her. Before he left, she wanted to reveal her heart to him. After thinking up to this point, Fang Yuan reached out and hugged Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fang Yuan. She was really a bold woman. She had always been very proactive. Do you know what you're doing? Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and asked. Of course I know. I want to turn a fake into a real one. Fang Yuan bit her red lips. She had such a charming and enchanting expression. She was truly a seductress who could charm people to death. That night, it rained outside. The storm never stopped. In the morning, when Lin Feng woke up, he looked at Fang Yuan, who was curled up in his arms like a lazy kitten. He couldn't help but gently stroke Fang Yuan's beautiful face. Fang Yuan's long eyelashes fluttered, and then she opened her sleepy eyes. Her beautiful face became rosy. However, she was a bold woman, so when she looked at Lin Feng, she did not avoid his gaze. "Stay with me for a while longer," Fang Yuan said. Lin Feng nodded and hugged Fang Yuan in his arms. Fang Yuan's face was pressed tightly against Lin Feng's chest, and feeling the strong heartbeat, Fang Yuan's heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of tranquility and security. A woman, entrusting herself to the person she loved, was perhaps an extremely happy thing. The so-called singleness was just an excuse because she hadn't found the person who could make her heart pound. The original Fang Yuan belonged to the singleness, but now she understood the meaning behind it. After tidying up, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan walked out of the room. The Little Rock King was already sitting in the living room, waiting for them. The Little Rock King had obviously seen Fang Yuan before, and now he was somewhat moved by Lin Feng's ability to pick up girls. Even the unruly peerless beauty of the Forgotten City, the goddess in the hearts of countless people, had been taken down by him. This flirtatious personality had not changed even after so many years. The Little Rock King was born in a good family, and he was also handsome. If he wanted to be a wild and unruly chivalrous person, it would naturally be a rather easy thing to do. However, the Little Rock King did not do so, mainly because he did not have such thoughts. The Little Rock King's mind was basically focused on cultivation, but Lin Feng was different. Other than cultivation, he was also interested in many things, such as formations, alchemy. Due to his limited energy, Lin Feng had already given up on alchemy, and of course, there were also some other things that Lin Feng was more interested in, such as beautiful women. Being able to be with beautiful women was always a happy thing. This kind of thing naturally made people feel very comfortable. "Do you still want to say goodbye to my father later?" Fang Yuan asked. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. After all, now Fang Junshan could be considered as Lin Feng's father-in-law, but Lin Feng felt that if Fang Junshan knew what he and Fang Yuan had done last night, he would definitely not be kind to him, and at that time, he would probably cut him into pieces. Thinking about this, Lin Feng could not help but bitterly smile. In fact, Lin Feng could understand this kind of thing. Chapter 50-47. Because, in this world, no father would be willing to see his daughter being eaten clean by a man before marriage. If he knew, he would most likely beat the man up and then threaten him. For example, this father might tell the man, "You better treat my daughter well in the future. If you dare to bully my daughter, I will beat you up until half of your body is paralyzed." Perhaps Fang Yuan's father was also such a person. Lin Feng did not let the little Peng King show himself. He followed Fang Yuan to see Fang Junshan alone. Lin Feng followed Fang Yuan to Fang Junshan's residence. On the way, Lin Feng kept thinking about another thing, which was how to lure the Great Elder out so that he could snatch the Great Elder's things. However, this required strategy. Lin Feng did not plan to leave without snatching those things. Those were the treasures that the little Peng King had painstakingly obtained. How could he let that old thing, the Great Elder, benefit from it? Lin Feng saw Fang Junshan in the study. Other than Fang Junshan, the patriarchs of the City Lord's mansion, including the Great Elder, were also here. In addition, there was another person. Lin Feng did not know her identity, but he recognized her. She was the beautiful woman who had gone to deal with Lin Feng that night. When he saw the beautiful woman, Lin Feng was clearly startled. He really did not expect this beautiful woman to appear in this place. Fang Yuan bowed to Fang Junshan and the patriarchs, but she did not pay attention to the beautiful woman and the Great Elder. The beautiful woman and the Great Elder were already used to this kind of thing, so they did not have any special expressions. After the beautiful woman saw Lin Feng, she did not say anything, but a cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Fang Yuan said, "Ji still has some things to do, so he has to leave the Forgotten City. He came here to bid farewell to father." Hearing this, Fang Junshan nodded and said, "Since little friend has things to take care of, I won't force you to stay. However, I hope little friend will remember that there is someone in the Forgotten City who is worthy of your protection." "I will remember Yuan I won't forget her. When I'm done, I'll come and see her," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "All right, remember what you said." If you dare to let Yuana down in the future, don't blame me for being merciless. I won't spare your life even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. Fang Junshan said solemnly. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Fang Junshan's tone was so serious. Could it be that he knew something? Did Fang Junshan know that Fang Yuan spent the night at my place last night? This was the city lord's mansion, so it was normal for Fang Junshan to know what happened here. It would be abnormal if Fang Junshan didn't know anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The current Fang Junshan probably even had the heart to hammer him to death, right? But luckily, he controlled himself. Lin Feng thought that Fang Junshan was very nice to Fang Yuan. As a father, he always protected Fang Yuan. If Fang Junshan hadn't protected Fang Yuan wouldn't have had such a strong background. Otherwise, she would have died many times already. Perhaps it was because of the saying, "Love me, love my dog," but Lin Feng felt that Fang Junshan, his father-in-law, was a good person. Lin Feng said, "Uncle, what you're worried about won't happen." "That's for the best," said Fang Junshan. Fang Junshan nodded. Then, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan left. An ancestor said, "Brother Wenchong, how's the investigation of our son-in-law's identity going?" The Forgotten City was extremely powerful, and it had a powerful network in the outside world. Brother Wenchong, the old ancestor, said, "We've just received the news. If we tell you his identity, you might be shocked." "Oh, who is he?" It was still the patriarch who had spoken first, and he asked impatiently. "The Emperor of Sin's blood, Lin Feng," said the ancestor called Brother Wenchong. Hearing this, the rest of the people were shocked. The beautiful woman and the great elder's eyes lit up. They could see dense killing intent in each other's eyes. If they could kill the Emperor of Sin's blood, the fortune they would obtain would be unimaginable. The ancestor called Brother Wenchong said, "The city lord is as calm as an ancient well. It seems that he already knows this son-in-law's identity." Fang Junshan said, "Actually, I had some guesses before, but I wasn't sure. Now that I've heard Ancestor Wenchong's words, I can confirm his identity, so I'm not too surprised." At that moment, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan were walking towards Lin Feng's residence. "Who's that woman in the room?" Lin Feng asked calmly. "She's Fang Wushu's mother, and she's my father's second wife." "She's a complete bitch, a venomous woman," Fang Yuan said hatefully. Lin Feng hadn't expected that woman to be Fang Wushu's mother. She was mature and charming, and she had a mature beauty that women didn't have. "You're saying that she's your father's second wife? Then who was your father's first wife?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "It's her older sister. It's said that she's 70 to 80% similar to her older sister. Back then, when her older sister was pregnant, she suddenly died. 2 lives in one body, it was truly a tragedy. Later on, she married my father and became his wife," Fang Yuan said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Fang Yuan's words seemed to imply something. "Are you suspecting something?" Lin Feng asked. "The servants who took care of the first madam also suddenly died," Fang Yuan said. "It seems that this matter explains a lot," Lin Feng said. He knew that Fang Yuan actually wanted to say that all these things were caused by that beautiful woman. Even the tragic death of her sister, who was about to give birth, was also secretly caused by that beautiful woman. However, such words naturally could only be understood and not spoken. "Then you have to be careful of her," Lin Feng reminded her. "I will." Fang Yuan nodded. Thinking about how the beautiful woman had even killed her own older sister in order to climb up the social ladder, Lin Feng was actually quite worried about Fang Yuan. Lin Feng was such a person. When he had a relationship with a woman, he would treat her well. Men were more universal in love, but that didn't mean that they were indifferent. Some men would forget their old love after having a new love, but Lin Feng wasn't such a person. Lin Feng thought of the true dragon crouching heavens diagram he had obtained before. It was a top-grade treasure, and it was extremely powerful. He could still use it twice. Chapter 5048. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Fang Yuan was very touched, because it meant that Lin Feng was thinking about her. It meant that Lin Feng didn't just want her body. She had a place in Lin Feng's heart. Thinking about that, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. When a person fell in love with another person, they naturally hoped that the person they loved would also like them. When they knew that the other person felt the same way, they would feel satisfied and happy. However, Fang Yuan didn't intend to accept the treasure because she felt that Lin Feng would encounter even more dangers outside. Many of those dangers could take his life. Lin Feng needed a powerful treasure to protect himself. Naturally, the more treasures he had, the better. Fang Yuan said, "Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Keep the treasure for yourself. That way, I'll be at ease." Lin Feng gently scratched Fang Yuan's nose and said, "Little fool, as long as you're safe, I'll be at ease. Besides, I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. Maybe I'm much stronger than you think. So, take this treasure." Hearing Lin Feng's words, which were full of love, Fang Yuan was touched and overjoyed. She hugged Lin Feng and gave him a kiss. Public morals are degenerating with each passing day. Some people from the city lord's mansion couldn't help but murmur when they saw this, especially the older generation. They quickly left. Fang Yuan accompanied Lin Feng and the little Peng King out of the Forgotten City. Then, they flew out of the Forgotten City. Little Peng King asked, "Are we not going to deal with the Great Elder?" Little Peng King actually felt a little regretful. After all, the Empyrean mirror he had obtained before was a saint item. When the time came, the Empyrean mirror had fused with the Empyrean mirror and could turn into an ancient weapon. Naturally, he would not be willing to let such a treasure be taken away. However, robbing the Great Elder of the Forgotten City would be quite difficult. Lin Feng replied, "Don't worry, no one can take away a treasure that belongs to you. That old bastard will definitely come after us." As he said this, he couldn't help but think of that beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was called Lan Xian. Their names were quite nice, but they were not good people. Lin Feng hoped that Lan Xian would chase after them at that time. Then, he could catch them all in one fell swoop. In this way, Fang Yuan would have one less big problem. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Little Peng became very excited and said, "That's great." Lin Feng and the Little Rock King were not fast because they were waiting for the Great Elder to arrive. There were 3 reasons why Lin Feng had determined that the Great Elder had come. The first one. He was now Fang Yuan's man, and Fang Yuan was their enemy. Getting rid of him would be a huge blow to Fang Yuan. The second one. He had destroyed Fang Wushu's physical body, which would make these people hate him very much. Lan Xian's attack on him was a good example. The third one. So much time had passed, Lin Feng had the feeling that maybe the people of the Forgotten City already knew who he really was, but they hadn't said anything yet. Many people wanted to kill him for 2 reasons. First, they could go to Di Wudao and the Heaven Emperor to exchange for a large amount of rewards. Second, they could obtain his things. Everyone knew that he had many powerful abilities, magic treasures, and even heaven-defying luck. Therefore, there were naturally many experts eyeing him, wanting to kill him. Combining these reasons, Lin Feng felt that the Great Elder would definitely make a move. When the Great Elder made a move, he would probably join forces with other experts. However, Lin Feng did not know who the Great Elder would join forces with. Regardless, Lin Feng was not afraid, unless the other party was a golden immortal. However, if a golden immortal wanted to deal with him, he would not need to join forces with the Great Elder. He could do it himself. The next night, when Lin Feng and the Little Rock King were resting in the desert, they were attacked by poisonous insects. A large number of poisonous insects, including shrews, centipedes, poisonous snakes, and other things, took advantage of the fact that Lin Feng and the Little Rock King were sleeping and quietly crawled to their side. Then, those poisonous insects bit towards their bodies. Lin Feng and the Little Rock King were both more cautious, so when they were resting, they also left behind their spiritual sense to observe the situation outside. The moment they were attacked, they woke up and soared into the sky, dodging the poisonous insects' attacks. Hee, what a vigilant brat. Your flesh and blood are delicious. You're making me drool. You can all become a feast for me. At this moment, a sinister and terrifying voice was heard. Lin Feng looked over and immediately saw a cultivator wearing a black robe. His entire body was shrouded in a black fog, making it impossible to see what he looked like. However, this existence was definitely an extremely terrifying cultivator. Furthermore, he was an expert of the Devil Dao. Is it just you? If that's the case, then this place will become your graveyard. Lin Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the demonic expert's expression became extremely unsightly. He was a proud person, and now that Lin Feng's words were full of contempt for him, he was naturally extremely angry. Brat, you're still as arrogant as before. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. It's quite rare to see someone like you. At this moment, another voice was heard. This was the Great Elder's voice, and Lin Feng still remembered it clearly. The next moment, an old man walked out of the void. It was none other than the Great Elder. Another one has come to die. Where's that beauty land Cyan? Lin Feng said. The Great Elder was slightly stunned, but then he sneered and said, "You're really not a good person." Lin Feng said, "What's wrong with me? You're the one who's thinking too much. It seems like there's still someone hiding in the dark. I've already discovered you, you can come out now. Brat, you're quite capable. You can even discover me." At this moment, a third cultivator stepped out of the void. Chapter 5049. The demonic cultivator was called Thousand Poisons Venerable. His cultivation was unfathomable. However, his most powerful technique was not his cultivation, but his ability to control all kinds of poisonous insects. Previously, when Lin Feng and the Little Rock King were attacked by those poisonous insects, it was Thousand Poisons Venerable who secretly took action. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the Little Rock King had always been cautious and vigilant. However, it was clear that not everyone was as cautious as them. Perhaps many people didn't even know what was going on when they were attacked by poisonous insects. It was said that this technique was a powerful ability that Thousand Poisons Venerable possessed since he was born. It was said that this ability came from his bloodline, but no one knew what kind of special bloodline he had. As for the other cultivator who looked righteous, he was called Wu Xielin. This person only looked righteous on the surface, but in reality, he was a famous expert of the evil path. Many people felt their hair stand on end when they heard his name, because this person's reputation wasn't very good. Moreover, he cultivated an extremely evil yang harvesting technique. It was said that this yang harvesting technique killed both men and women. This kind of yang harvesting technique was extremely rare. Generally speaking, this yang harvesting technique was only used to target men or women. But this kind of technique that killed both men and women was unheard of. Of course, this was an incomparably mysterious world, so no matter what happened, it seemed to be understandable and acceptable, including the technique that killed both men and women. These two people also had another identity, and that was that they were sworn brothers with the Great Elder. Moreover, these years, they had been worshippers in the city. Fang Wushu's mother's side was very powerful, not only because there were many strong cultivators on her side, but also because their connections were extraordinary. For example, Thousand Poisons Venerable and Wu Xielin belonged to the Great Elder's network. If the three of you hadn't offended me, you could have lived quite freely, but now that you've offended me, you're destined to die miserably. Soon, I'll let you know how miserable the consequences of offending me are. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the three strong cultivators. Ha 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 ha. Kid, are you messing with us? The first elder suddenly laughed and looked at Lin Feng with disdain. He admitted that Lin Feng's methods were indeed extraordinary, but with the three of them working together, how could they not deal with Lin Feng? As for the Little Rock King, he was ignored by the Great Elder. The Little Rock King's cultivation was indeed extraordinary, but after all, his foundation was still shallow and could not participate in a battle of their level. Therefore, the basic situation now was that the three of them were besieging Lin Feng alone. This was also the reason why the Great Elder was so confident. I've heard that you're incomparably arrogant. Now that I've met you, I know that you're not just arrogant. You're simply an idiot. Do you think that you're invincible just because you have some ability? You can't even distinguish the situation in front of you. I really don't know how your brain grew up. Perhaps it's because you inherited a powerful destiny from your father, and it was your father who protected you and allowed you to cultivate to your current level. However, Your good luck is about to run out today. Wu Xielin also looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. He, I can't wait to kill this brat and see what's in his storage ring. I'm really looking forward to it. Just thinking about it makes my heart beat faster. My heart is pounding, said the Thousand Poisons' venerable master sinisterly. The three strong cultivators were convinced that they could defeat Lin Feng. They sounded as if they were in control of everything. The little Rock King glanced at Lin Feng and saw that Lin Feng was still as calm as ever. The little Rock King's worry disappeared. He understood Lin Feng too well. When he saw Lin Feng's expression, he knew that Lin Feng had a way to deal with the three strong cultivators. Even though it sounded unbelievable, but the little Rock King was very confident in Lin Feng. In the martial heaven continent, Lin Feng had created countless miracles. It had been over 100 years since the great changes. During these years, Lin Feng had definitely advanced by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, he definitely had many trump cards. Perhaps Lin Feng would use those trump cards now. Let's do it. A long delay may cause trouble, said the Great Elder. All right, let's kill these two brats. The Thousand Poisons monk and Wu Xielin nodded. They didn't want to wait any longer. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and the little Rock King right now. A terrifying aura spread out of the three of them. The three of them were extremely powerful, and they had been working together for a long time. Now that the three of them joined hands, they could unleash unimaginable power. Lin Feng knew that it would be difficult to deal with the three of them. Even if he used all his trump cards, it would still be a fierce battle. Perhaps he and the little Rock King would really die to their attacks. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't plan on fighting them. Lin Feng planned on using the three insect swarms to deal with the three experts. When the three experts started preparing their attacks, Lin Feng waved his hand. The three insect swarms immediately flew out. The primitive demon refining insects, the celestial devouring insects, and the flying crimson demonic insects. The three swarms of insects seemed to be endless. The swarm of insects blotted out the sky and covered the earth. In a flash, the three experts were surrounded. Their expressions changed drastically. They were caught unprepared. They had no choice but to take out powerful defensive treasures to block the insect swarms. The first elder took out an ancient bronze statue. The bronze statue floated above him and emitted rays of cyan light. The cyan light protected the first elder's body. The Thousand Poisons monk took out a treasured cauldron. The cauldron emitted godly light to protect his body. A suit of armor appeared on the surface of Wu Xilin's body, protecting his body. Apart from his eyes, the armor around his mouth was not sealed, he needed to see and breathe. Chapter 50-50. Lin Feng's face was quite gloomy. The constant casualties of the three insect swarms made Lin Feng's heart ache. It was not easy to cultivate these insect swarms, not to mention that it was even more difficult to cultivate them to such a powerful level. However, when there was a battle, there were bound to be casualties. This was an immutable truth. Lin Feng naturally understood this truth. Although the three insect swarms were constantly dying, their attack power was also extremely tyrannical. The light shield protecting the three experts was becoming thinner and thinner. The defensive light shield was about to be eaten by the three insect swarms. If the three insect swarms could completely break the defensive light shield, then they would be able to erupt with incredible power. This point, naturally, it made people look forward to it. The three experts knew what kind of danger they were facing. If the three insect swarms were not large enough, they could eliminate them in a short time and then besiege Lin Feng and Little Rock King. However, the three insect swarms were too large, making them feel like they could not kill them all. Therefore, they knew that they had to find a way to deal with the three insect swarms. Otherwise, the situation would be very bad. Brother Thousand Poisons, quickly take out the insect swarms you cultivated, the Great Elder said. Thousand Poisons Venerable nodded with a gloomy face. He had also cultivated 2 insect swarms, which were extremely extraordinary. Thousand Poisons Venerable took out the insect swarms he had cultivated. Suddenly, the insect swarms cultivated by Thousand Poisons Venerable and Lin Feng fought fiercely. However, The insect swarms cultivated by Thousand Poisons Venerable could not be compared to the 3 insect swarms. They were rapidly being eliminated by Lin Feng's 3 insect swarms. Although Lin Feng's 3 insect swarms were no match for the previous desert god-killing insects, it did not mean that they were not powerful enough. In fact, all 3 swarms of Lin Feng's were extremely rare spiritual insects with terrifying fighting strength. Back then, the 3 insect swarms were defeated by the desert god-killing insects. Firstly, the disparity in numbers was too great. Secondly, the desert god-killing insects were too powerful. In the history of this epoch, the desert god-killing insects were ranked among the top insect swarms. Under the attack of the desert god-killing insects, the 3 insect swarms were able to resist for such a long time and even kill many of them. From this, it could be seen how powerful the 3 insect swarms were. It was extremely difficult to obtain such a powerful insect swarm. It required both opportunity and luck. Thousand Poisons Venerable's insect swarms were almost completely defeated by Lin Feng's 3 insect swarms. Thousand Poisons Venerable's plan of using the insect swarms to counterattack was completely foiled. The hearts of the 3 powerhouses could not help but suddenly sink because they knew that this was going to be troublesome. Lin Feng's insect swarms were too terrifying. Now, the 3 experts were regretting their actions. If they had known that Lin Feng was so terrifying, they would not have come looking for trouble with Lin Feng even if they were beaten to death. However, what was done could not be undone. Everything had already happened. Now was not the time to regret. Moreover, was there any use in regretting now? They might as well think of a way to salvage the situation. The first elder said, "Young friend Lin, I think there's some misunderstanding between us." When he heard the first elder's words, Lin Feng rolled his eyes speechlessly. As the saying goes, shameless people are invincible. Lin Feng was speechless that the first elder could say such shameless words. Lin Feng sneered, "What? You want to beg for mercy? Sure, I'll give you a chance. If you give up resisting now, I might spare your lives." The first elder and the others' faces were extremely gloomy. They naturally did not believe Lin Feng's words. If they gave up resisting, they would be dead in the next moment. The first elder said, "Young friend Lin, how about we each take a step back? I'm sure young friend Lin doesn't want to see us end up in a situation where both sides suffer, right?" "Both sides suffer? How can that be?" "I think the 3 of you will die here," said Lin Feng, smiling icily. It had already come to this. This guy still dared to threaten him. How shameless. How could Lin Feng be afraid of this old thing? "If we fight with our lives on the line, there's a high chance that we can drag the 3 of you down with us," the first elder said in a deep voice. Lin Feng said, "Then let's see if you can drag the 2 of us down with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng gave the insect swarm an order. The insect swarm's attacks became fiercer and stronger. Facing the insect swarm's attacks, it was getting harder and harder for the 3 of them to defend themselves. The 3 of them had fierce looks in their eyes. It seemed that they were already thinking of using their lives on the line. Lin Feng was not surprised that experts at this level had extremely powerful life-risking techniques. If they did not have such powerful life-risking techniques, Lin Feng would find it strange. Therefore, Lin Feng did not want to sit and wait for death. He decided to take the initiative to attack. Lin Feng told the little Peng King to wait for him in the distance. Lin Feng held the Epoch War spear in his hand and rushed towards the 3 of them. At this moment, the 3 of them had already been separated by the insect swarm. They were fighting separately and could no longer stay together. Therefore, their situation was actually quite bad. Lin Feng locked onto the first elder. Among the 3 of them, the first elder was the one that Lin Feng feared the most. That old bastard definitely had some terrifying tricks up his sleeve, but he didn't want to use them until the last moment. Lin Feng had to kill him before that old bastard used any of his tricks. Lin Feng used the space Dao and hid his body in the void. The first elder was now using all his strength to defend against the insect swarm's attacks. Therefore, he did not notice Lin Feng, who was gradually approaching him. When Lin Feng arrived behind the first elder, Lin Feng jumped out with the Epoch War spear in his hand. Then, Lin Feng stabbed the first elder's body with the Epoch War spear. The terrifying spear contained destructive power and instantly stabbed the First Elder's defensive light shield. At this moment, the First Elder realized that Lin Feng was hiding behind him. By the time the First Elder reacted, Lin Feng's war spear had already pierced through the light shield protecting the First Elder's body. Then, the terrifying spear instantly pierced the First Elder's chest. Chapter 50-51. Lin Feng's right hand that was holding the war spear suddenly shook, and a powerful force immediately shook out. A bang sounded out. Suddenly, the Great Elder's body directly collapsed, leaving behind only his source energy and storage ring. Lin Feng put away the Great Elder's source energy and storage ring. The situation here naturally couldn't be hidden from Thousand Poison Monk and Wu Xielin. Although the two of them couldn't see the specific situation because their vision was blocked, their divine senses sensed the situation here. When their divine senses sensed all of this, their faces became incomparably ugly. Even the strongest Great Elder had been killed by Lin Feng. Now it seemed that the two of them couldn't escape this calamity. It was naturally not easy for the two of them to cultivate to their current level, so they naturally didn't want to die. Therefore, the two of them begged one after another. Don't kill us. As long as you don't kill us, we are willing to do anything for you. As long as you spare us, we are willing to do anything for you. The two of them did have some hidden methods that could be used at a critical moment, but the current situation was extremely bad for them. Although they could try those methods, the Great Elder had been killed by Lin Feng. Without the Great Elder's cooperation, they had no confidence in their hearts. The strong naturally attached great importance to their dignity. However, when their lives were in danger, the strong would also succumb to reality. In the face of dignity and death, there were too few people who could choose dignity. There was only hope when one was alive. Dead. Everything was for naught. Compared to living. What was dignity? It was nothing at all. Therefore, Thousand Poison Monk and Wu Xielin chose to live. They couldn't care about their dignity. Moreover, in their opinion, begging for mercy from the sinner's blood emperor, or even submitting to him, didn't seem to be unacceptable. After hearing the two of them beg for mercy, Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly raise his eyebrows. The two of them had powerful cultivations, so he could indeed spare their lives. They would be a good help in the future. When the battle with the Heavenly Court came in the future, perhaps he could use them. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, "Good. I can give you a chance to live. Now, swear an oath of loyalty to me." Hearing Lin Feng make them swear an oath, the two of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This meant that Lin Feng would no longer pursue their responsibilities, and they could finally continue to live. However, when he thought about becoming someone else's subordinate from now on and listening to someone else's orders, he couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to live freely in the future, but being able to keep his life was actually quite a good result. I'm the Thousand Poisons Monk. I'm Wu Xielin. I am willing to make an oath here. From now on, those who are willing to pledge their loyalty to the young master will be absolutely loyal to the young master. If they dare to betray the young master, they will immediately die a horrible death. After the Thousand Poisons' venerable master and Wu Xielin made the oath in an instant. Thus, the two parties formed a contract. From then on, the two of them became Lin Feng's slaves. They would definitely be loyal to Lin Feng. They would never dare to betray Lin Feng. You don't have to go back to the Forgotten City. You can stay in the ancient demon realm and a few other domains and try to control some small sects. Then, you can gradually nibble away at the other sects and secretly recruit troops to strengthen yourself. When I need you, I will send someone to inform you. Lin Feng said. Right now, Lin Feng had already begun to prepare for the great battle with the Heavenly Court in the future. This matter could not be delayed. Before the Foundation powerhouses appeared, the Heavenly Courts had more than 20 perfected immortal powerhouses. As the Foundation powerhouses appeared one after another, the Heavenly Court would definitely have more true immortal rankers. As a result, right now, he had to plan ahead. Otherwise, when the great battle arrived, the Sin realm would probably be razed to the ground by the Heavenly Court. This was naturally not the result that Lin Feng wanted to see. Yes, We will definitely follow young master's orders and continue to strengthen our forces. Thousand Poisons Monk and Wu Xielin said in unison. Good. You can leave now, Lin Feng said. The two of them bowed to Lin Feng and quickly left. Lin Feng, on the other hand, kept the 3 insect swarms. Then, he met up with the Little Rock King. He gave the Thousand Poisons Monk's source and storage ring to the Little Rock King. Then, he said, find some time to refine these sources. It will be beneficial to your cultivation. The Little Rock King did not refuse and kept the items. He had a close relationship with Lin Feng, so he naturally did not need to be polite to Lin Feng. That would be more polite. Then, the Little Rock King sensed the storage ring. With a slight movement of his spiritual will, a mirror flew out. The mirror was a stone mirror and looked rather special. It should be the legendary Empyrean mirror. The mirror was extraordinary and emitted intense fluctuations. The Little Rock King refined the Empyrean mirror again. Keep the rest of the things. You will need them when you cultivate in the future, Lin Feng said. The Little Rock King nodded and kept the storage ring. The two of them did not stay any longer and quickly left. They left the ancient demon desert and arrived at the ancient demon realm's Thousand Demon City. This was an ancient city controlled by the demon race. Lin Feng first came to the Thousand Demon City because he wanted to find a way to cure Lung Zishi's poison. Lung Zishi was poisoned by the fire poison immortal devouring insect. Even the demon lord didn't know how to cure this poison. Fortunately, Lung Zishi's 8 extraordinary meridians were temporarily sealed. In addition, the white jade toad was helping Lung Zishi suppress the poison in her body, so Lung Zishi's poison did not flare up. However, Lin Feng also needed to hurry up and think of a way to cure the poison in Lung Zishi's body. After the poison in his body was cured, then, he would consider the matter of the heavenly illusionary realm. After arriving at the Thousand Demon City, the two of them first found a residence. The Little Rock King went to refine the source that he had obtained earlier, while Lin Feng went to find a way to cure the poison. Within the Thousand Demon City, there was an All-Knowing Pavilion. Lin Feng went to the All-Knowing Pavilion. An elder with the surname Ma received Lin Feng. This person was called Ma Yong, and he looked to be in his 40s. After the two of them sat down, Ma Yong smiled and asked, "May I know what information the young master wants from our All-Knowing Pavilion?" Lin Feng asked, "Elder, have you heard of the fire poison immortal devouring insect?" Hearing this, Ma Yong was slightly startled. He nodded and said, "I have indeed heard of this poisonous insect. It's an extremely terrifying poisonous insect, but it's almost impossible to see it nowadays." Ma Yong recognized this poisonous insect. Chapter 50-52. Lin Feng placed his hopes on the All-Knowing Pavilion. After all, the All-Knowing Pavilion had a wide range of information. If the All-Knowing Pavilion did not know about this, then it would be very bad. It would be very difficult to find out. Of course, he still needed to hear what Ma Yong had to say. At this time, Ma Yong said, "The All-Knowing Pavilion does not know how to cure the poison of the fire poison immortal devouring insect." Hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that he would have to find another way. However, at this time, Ma Yong continued, but, when he heard Ma Yong's but, Lin Feng's eyes could not help but light up slightly. This but was a turning point. Ma Yong continued, "I know of a person who has researched a detoxification method, but I'm not particularly sure if it can cure the poison of the fire poison immortal devouring insect. I'll have to trouble Elder to introduce me to this person," Lin Feng said. Ma Yong said, "Of course, but this person's temperament is a little strange. I don't know if he will agree to help. When the time comes, it will depend on how you discuss this matter with him." Lin Feng nodded and said, "No problem." They did not waste any time, and Ma Yong personally brought Lin Feng to see the strange cultivator. On the way, Lin Feng did some research on the cultivator. The cultivator was known as the medicine demon. It was said that he was a cultivator who researched all kinds of medicine until he went crazy. This was the origin of the term medicine demon. Nowadays, almost no one knew the real name of the medicine demon, and no one knew what kind of power he used to be. Everyone only knew that the medicine demon had been in Fiend City for many years and had been researching all kinds of medicine. Lin Feng followed Ma Yong to the place where the medicine demon lived. The medicine demon lived in a courtyard in the northwest corner. After Lin Feng and Ma Yong entered the courtyard, they saw a large number of bottles and jars, as well as some broken medicine cauldrons. In the corner of the courtyard was a medicinal garden, but there were only a few living spirit herbs in the garden. As for the few stalks of spiritual herbs that were still alive, their heads drooped and they looked listless. Bang! As soon as Lin Feng and Ma Yong entered the courtyard, a loud sound came from the room inside. It was as if something had exploded. If the entire courtyard was not protected by restrictions, it would have been destroyed long ago. Next, a cultivator walked out from the room while swearing. The cultivator who walked out from the room had a thin figure. He was not particularly tall, around 1.65 meters in height. He appeared to be in his 50s and his hair was disheveled. His clothes were in tatters and he cut quite the wretched sight. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself when he saw the cultivator's expression. Cauldron explosion was a professional term among alchemists. It meant that the failure of refining pills caused the pills inside to explode for some special reason. When the pills exploded, it formed a powerful impact. The cauldron used to refine the pills could not withstand this terrifying impact and finally exploded. "Isn't this nephew Ma? You came at the right time. I just developed a special potion a few days ago. Why don't you try it and see how it works?" The medicine demon smiled when he saw Ma Yong. He really looked like an old ghost that had crawled out from hell. Ma Yong shuddered. He ran out of the courtyard and said, "I don't want to be a lab rat anymore." Ma Yong began to pray for Lin Feng. "Trash. You're so scared. You can't be taught." The medicine demon cursed when he saw Ma Yong running away. He kicked a broken medicine cauldron on the ground. The medicine cauldron slammed into the wall and made a loud noise. The medicine demon squinted at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Little friend, let me introduce myself. I'm called the Medicine Immortal. It's a title given to me by my friends. I'm a low-key person and would never show off my alchemy skills in front of others, but I can't do anything about it. Recently, I've been researching a new potion that can open up the body's 8 extraordinary meridians. Why don't you try it and see how it works?" Lin Feng was speechless. He couldn't even tell how effective his own potion was. No wonder Ma Yong ran away. It seemed that Ma Yong had been a lab rat for the medicine demon before, and he was one of those unlucky lab rats. "Why don't you take it yourself? Maybe the effect will be better," Lin Feng said. He didn't want to be the medicine demon's lab rat. The medicine demon felt awkward when he heard Lin Feng. It was impossible for him to take the potion himself. After all, he didn't want to be a lab rat. "Little friend, this is a great opportunity for you to make a meteoric rise and change your fate. The potions created by this medicine immortal are priceless outside. Even if you're as rich as a country, you won't be able to buy the potions created by this medicine immortal. Now, there's a great opportunity in front of you. You should cherish it. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have it again." The medicine demon continued to speak earnestly. He needed to trick Lin Feng into taking the potion he was researching. Lin Feng already knew that the medicine demon was an extremely unreliable person, so he didn't believe him. Not only was this guy unreliable, but he was also a big liar. He was called the medicine demon. However, he called himself the medicine immortal. The difference between a demon and an immortal was huge. Could he be any more shameless? If he was shameless, he wouldn't call himself the medicine immortal, right? Was he trying to blow his own trumpet? Let's talk about that later. Actually, I came here because I wanted to talk to you about something else, Your Excellency, said Lin Feng. What is it? The medicine demon asked. I heard that you've researched a way to neutralize the fire poison immortal devouring bug. I wonder if you've successfully developed an antidote? Lin Feng asked. Was someone poisoned? The medicine demon asked. Yes, it was a friend of mine, Lin Feng said. The medicine demon grinned. What an evil smile. Lin Feng's heart trembled. The medicine demon stretched out his right hand. In his right hand was a porcelain bottle filled with medicinal liquid. Chapter 50-53. The thing inside the bottle must be what the medicine demon was talking about, right? Lin Feng was speechless. Medicine demon, this guy, was determined to make him his lab rat. You know the rules. The medicine demon said. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. For Lung Zishi. He would be the lab rat for once. Lin Feng took the bottle, opened it, and sniffed. He immediately felt an extremely pungent smell irritating his body. Lin Feng was speechless. The smell was extremely unpleasant. What kind of elixir is this made of? Why does it smell so bad? Lin Feng asked. The medicine demon said, this is good stuff. I added hundreds of precious things, such as the venom of the three-headed king cobra, the venom of the 72-armed spider king, and, then, the medicine demon said a lot of things. The things that the medicine demon said were either extremely terrifying poisons, poisonous insects, or poisonous plants. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This potion was actually made of a lot of poisonous things. Would there be any problems after drinking it? Lin Feng was really worried about his little life. He had the feeling that if he drank it, he would really die. You don't look too good. Are you worried about this potion? You really don't have to worry. This potion is good stuff. Although it's made of poisonous things, it's a great tonic. Not only is it good for cultivation, but as a man, you should know what a great tonic means. The medicine demon said with a smile. Lin Feng said, won't it kill me if so many poisons are mixed together? Have you forgotten what I'm called? I'm called the medicine immortal. This immortal can naturally neutralize all the side effects of demons. Poison is also a demon, but in this immortal's eyes, it's nothing. All the poisons have been combined, the medicine demon said. Then, he continued, don't wait any longer. Take it now. You'll be very grateful to me later. Lin Feng was helpless. He didn't believe a single word the medicine demon said. However, in order to find a way to neutralize the poison in Lung Zish's body, Lin Feng had to agree even if he didn't want to. Lin Feng drank the potion in one gulp. After drinking it, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach. However, the burning sensation quickly disappeared. After the burning sensation disappeared, Lin Feng felt warm. Other than that, he didn't feel anything else. Fortunately, he wasn't poisoned. This was a good result. How do you feel? Asked medicine demon excitedly. He couldn't wait to hear Lin Feng's answer. Said Lin Feng. I don't feel anything special. Everything is normal. That's not right, it shouldn't be like this. The medicine demon immediately became extremely distressed. Clearly, the effects of the potion were different from what he had imagined. Something must have gone wrong. Where did it go wrong? The medicine demon turned around and wanted to run back to his room to study it. However, how could Lin Feng let the medicine demon go? He grabbed the medicine demon. Why are you grabbing me? The medicine demon said unhappily. Lin Feng said. You promised to tell me how to neutralize the fire poison immortal's devouring bug. I don't know. How can I tell you? F***ck. If you don't know, then why did you make me drink the potion? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Do you believe that I won't tear down this place of yours and beat you until half your body is paralyzed? Lin Feng said fiercely. Medicine fiend said, Brat, you dare to show off in front of me? I've roamed the world for so many years, and I've tricked countless people, but I'm still living a carefree life. Why don't you think about why? Why else? It was mainly because of the medicine demon's strength. Lin Feng could feel the medicine demon's tyrannical battle strength without needing him to say anything. However, since you just drank the potion, I won't argue with you this time. You can leave now, the medicine demon said. Bang! As soon as the medicine demon finished speaking, a fist as big as a sandbag smashed into the medicine demon's detestable face. The medicine demon let out a miserable cry. Then, he fell to the ground. The next moment, he jumped up like a carp and shouted fiercely, I really didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. But so what? In front of me, you're still far from enough. The medicine demon pounced at Lin Feng and punched at Lin Feng. Lin Feng punched back. The two sides collided, and the medicine demon was sent flying by Lin Feng like a kite with a broken string. Then, his body smashed the door to pieces. The medicine demon fell to the ground in an incomparably sorry state. He sat up and shouted, "I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. I didn't expect to meet such a perverted brat today." Lin Feng did not plan to continue teaching the medicine demon a lesson. He continued to ask, "Is there really no way to neutralize the fire poison immortal's poison?" The medicine demon said, "How could there not be? Everything has its own counter, so naturally, there is a way to neutralize this poison." Lin Feng was speechless and said, "You just said there isn't one." The medicine demon said, "Nonsense, I just said that I haven't developed a way to neutralize this poison." This old man was really lying through his teeth. Previously, this guy had said that he didn't know how to neutralize the poison. Lin Feng did not argue with the medicine demon about this. He asked, "How can I neutralize this poison? I haven't developed the antidote, but I know that as long as I find 3 heavenly treasures, I can neutralize the fire poison immortal's poison," the medicine demon said. "What are the heavenly treasures?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he asked. The medicine demon said, "The first heavenly treasure is called snow dragon grass, the second heavenly treasure is called crescent moon grass, and the third heavenly treasure is called pure clean water. If you find these 3 things, you can mix the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass into the pure clean water and give it to the poisoned person to drink. The poisoned person will be able to neutralize the poison, and then the poisoned person will be able to come back to life." Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Chapter 50-54. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he heard Medicine Demon's words. If what Medicine Demon said was true, then finding the 3 things he needed would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "You didn't find any clues?" Lin Feng asked. Medicine Demon shrugged. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, but he couldn't give up. He would go to the All-Knowing Pavilion and the other major trading companies to inquire about the whereabouts of the 3 treasures. He hoped to find them quickly. "Thank you. I'll take my leave now." Lin Feng cupped his fists. He didn't stay any longer and quickly left. After leaving Medicine Demon's place, Lin Feng returned to the All-Knowing Pavilion. When Ma Yong saw that Lin Feng was safe and sound, he was surprised. He asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Feng said. "Then you must not have drunk the Medicine Demon gave you," Ma Yong said confidently. If Lin Feng had drunk the medicine, he wouldn't be able to come back anytime soon. Lin Feng said, "I drank the medicine, and it tasted pretty good." "Did you have any adverse reactions?" Ma Yong asked. "Nope," Lin Feng said. Ma Yong even felt like crying. Back then, he had drunk the medicine several times, and every time, he had to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month to recover. However, Lin Feng was completely fine. Why was the medicine he had drunk so bad, but Lin Feng's medicine didn't affect him at all? It really made Ma Yong want to cry. Lin Feng said, "I want to find the whereabouts of 3 things. Can the All-Knowing Pavilion keep an eye out for them? If you can find them, I'll thank the elders." Ma Yong knew that Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary person, so he had always been polite to Lin Feng. He said, "Please tell me, young master, the 3 things I'm looking for are snow dragon grass, crescent moon grass, and pure clean water." Lin Feng said. Ma Yong replied, "Those 3 things are indeed quite rare, and I've only heard of them but have never seen them before. However, don't worry, sir, the 100 Days Pavilion will do everything in our power to help sir find those 3 things." "That's good." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he left the 100 Days Pavilion. Then, Lin Feng went to some of the big trading companies in the Demon City. Lin Feng inquired about the whereabouts of these 3 treasures, but he didn't find any clues. Before leaving, Lin Feng told the higher-ups of the big trading companies that as long as they could find these 3 treasures, he would be willing to pay 10 times the price to buy them. Hearing this, the upper echelons of the various trading companies couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. If that was the case, in that case, they could indeed try to search for the 3 treasures. After all, the price Lin Feng offered was a little too high. There was a saying that 3 times the price was enough to move one's heart. 5 times the price was enough to drive people crazy. 8 times the price was enough to make people go all out. 10 times the price. That was even more tempting to go all out to complete this task. Lin Feng then returned to his residence. The Little Rock King was still in seclusion. When the Little Rock King came out, he could talk to him about this matter. Perhaps he could get the Little Rock King to send the news back to the ancestral land of the Demon Clan. The ancestral land of the Demon Clan had been passed down for countless years. Perhaps they knew some information or even had such a treasure. If that was the case, then it would be too exciting. After waiting for 5 days, the Little Rock King came out of seclusion. During this seclusion, the Little Rock King had completely recovered his former vigor, and his cultivation had also greatly improved. It seemed that the Little Rock King had obtained quite a lot of benefits. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It seems that the results of this seclusion are quite good." The Little Rock King was very satisfied with this seclusion. He couldn't help but nod and say, "Yes. The results of this seclusion are quite good. It's all thanks to the Great Elder's source that my cultivation was able to improve." Lin Feng nodded and said, "By the way, there's something I need your help with." The Little Rock King asked, "What is it?" Lin Feng said, "I've already found a way to cure the poison, but the 3 natural treasures required to cure the poison are too difficult to find. I've already asked the All-Knowing Pavilion and the various large businesses to help me find them, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to find them. The ancestral land of the Demon Clan has been passed down for a long time, so there must be a lot of treasures there. Write a letter and ask if the ancestral land of the Demon Clan has these 3 natural treasures. If they don't, ask the people of the ancestral land of the Demon Clan to help look for them. They've been here for many years, so they must have extremely powerful connections." "No problem. I'll write a letter right now," the Little Rock King said. He wrote a letter. This letter was for a high-ranking member of the Demon Clan's ancestral land. The Little Rock King probably had a very good relationship with this high-ranking member. The content of the letter was to ask this high-ranking member to help find the 3 natural treasures. After writing the letter, the Little Rock King showed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that there was no problem. The Little Rock King said, "There's an office in the Demon Clan's ancestral land in the Demon Clan's city. I'll send the letter over now and have them deliver it to the Demon Clan's ancestral land." "All right." Lin Feng nodded, then left the room with the Little Rock King. Lin Feng and the Little Rock King planned to head straight to the Heavenly Illusionary Land after delivering the letter to the office. The person in charge of the office was a female cultivator with an enchanting figure. She obviously knew the Little Rock King. She smiled and said, "I heard that the Little Rock King was being hunted down by the cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects. I thought it was true and worried for a long time. Now that I see that you're fine, I realize that the rumors were just rumors spread by bored people. Thank you for your concern, Fairy." The Little Rock King cupped his fists. The female cultivator then looked at Lin Feng, then smiled and said, "Young master, are you a friend of the Little Rock King? You don't look familiar. You don't seem to be from the ancient demon realm, right?" "I'm Lin Feng." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Sometimes, Lin Feng would tell others that his name was Ji. This was because Lin Feng did not want to attract too much attention. Lin Feng's relationship with the demon race was somewhat special, so there was no need to hide his true identity. The female cultivator was obviously very surprised, and her pink lips could not help but open slightly. This name was really well known. Of course, there seemed to be many people called Lin Feng. Many people changed their names after the Sinner's Blood Emperor, Lin Feng, rose to power. No one knew what the purpose was. However, the female cultivator did not think that the human cultivator in front of her was an imposter. This was because she knew that Lin Feng and the Little Rock King both came from the 9 states Great World and seemed to have a good relationship. Now, the person with the Little Rock King was also called Lin Feng, and he was a young human cultivator.